Another Sunday, another esports arena, Halo 5 4v4. I wonder what we're going to see today. Which teams are going to perform? Which players are going to impress? One man who I know is pretty hard to impress is the man right beside me. We got Wes Clutch back on the broadcast. How you doing, my dude?
I'm doing all right. Personal loss with the Ravens losing today to the Steelers, but
Right.
that's football. We're playing Halo, and we're casting some Halo today, so I'm excited about that. Push that bad news to the side. Start off with this esports arena. We've got a lot of good players, a lot of good teams, and you were pointing out maybe a few missing names, but it looks like a lot of the returning professional players are back on the scene, continuing to improve, continuing to practice on the week by week basis. So the level
Right.
of Halo 5 is only getting better and better and better, I feel like.
It's definitely getting better. Any of those names that are replaced, they're replaced with one other incredible individual. So we're already jumping into this game. Apparently, it's going to be calling, I believe, CTF to start things off. It's Inconceivable going up against a roster that we haven't seen on broadcast before. They go by Golden Dawn. That roster is Serial, Smoke Ya Dig, and Fernie, and Throne. Inconceivable
Okay.
on the other side. This is Just Saying, Boo Boo Doo Boo, Fallicated. I'm not saying, no, it can't be saying. He's on a different team. We got Bound, Boo Boo, Fallicated, Stellar. This time around. So a bit of a different Inconceivable. Still expect these boys to be deadly.
Yeah, you're gonna wonder if this team's gonna have the same slaying power that they had with, or that you would have had with the player like saying. I mean, as he's not going to be on this roster. But Falcated Boobadooboo, you know they're always in the finals, and they're already running flags, it looks like, because Bound, another phenomenal Slayer that's coming onto the scene, is actually already starting off hot, and he's going to actually end up starting to slay with the flag in hand. That's a triple kill. Beautiful shots onto the player top rockets. He's going to be able to punch this flag in because his teammates got the return behind his back.
My God, doesn't even bother to put down the flag. He will get that triple. I think he's getting a little greedy, but I guess he can afford to in these early games in the tournament here. Falcated, you can see trying to get some snipes there. He doesn't. He will hand it over to Throne, who might have an opportunity with it, but there's already red players in blue side here. Bound going to make his way back up the top. Cat going to finish off this one-shot snipe, going to be in his hands as well. And if that triple is any indication of what's to come, Wes, watch your heads.
So much in the esports arena tournaments already, but there's just such a hype around this guy going into Infinite and towards the end of Halo 5. Everyone talks about him like he's one of the players that can play with the best in the world, and we just seen a glimpse of it here in this first game of the esports arena tournament. That's why I love these tournaments so much, because you get the opportunity to see the players that have been putting in the time, the new prospects that are coming up on the scene, and Bound being one of them. Boobadooboo already running the second flag towards his elbow as I hype up Bound a little bit, and Boobadooboo is going to be able to punch that one in as well. And this Inconceivable roster looks like they are going to have a serious force behind them today.
Yeah, definitely. Really excited to see what they pull off as we get farther in this tournament. Definitely looking like one of the teams that I would say are in it to win it. Good point about Bound as well. It's just one of those opportunities for those players who are not necessarily lesser known, because Bound's a big guy in Halo 5, but don't necessarily have the LAN experience to really showcase their level of play. And I mean, just ask a pro player how good Bound is. I think that's reason enough that this guy, deserves to be on this team. And can make some massive plays. That should close the game, by the way. Wes looking like a nice quick one here, unless we have some crazy footwork in the window, but not going to happen. That flag's going to go in. Yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 to kick off our first match here. Of course, best of 3 in our tournament today. We didn't get a chance to talk about format, but I'm sure we can jump over to that and give you guys a little peek at what we're looking at in today's tournament. Also, a little peek at the scoreboard, by the way. You can see Bound went 10-3 in that game. The man's nuts. Yeah. As far as the format for this, of course, it's a double elimination tournament. If you haven't been here before, welcome, by the way. Double elimination tournament. All matches are best of 3. So you win 2, you win that best of 3 matchup. Of course, if you lose, you get to drop into the loser's bracket. You can fight your way back for that $1,000 prize pool. And something we're used to seeing. Some of the best players in Halo 5 are here week after week, which is always so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to touch on what we saw in that first game. We saw 3 flags pulled. Saw 3 flags go in, and the guys that they're playing, recognizable names, right? Those guys are Onyx players. Some of them have been champion players in other seasons. It's like those are no chumps, is what I'm trying to say with that. So Inconceivable is already showing us that they're one of the top contenders in this tournament. I think that's why we're going to highlight them early, and it's great to catch them early in the day, see how they're playing, and it looks like they're playing at a very high level. So I'm very excited to continue. Not only just this series, but their run through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, these are definitely high level players because even the four, like you said, these are heavy grinders. Serial, Inferni, Smokey Dig, Throne. You meet these guys online, they will probably take you down online. These are some of the top kind of champion level players, like you said. They're always grinding. So to get kind of mollywalloped, for lack of a better word, in that first game, just goes to show how talented this Inconceivable roster is, and it only could get worse here as we get into our Plaza Slayer in the next game. Though I think that our Golden Dawn team has a couple more opportunities maybe to showcase their stuff. Things might end kind of quick here, Wes. We'll find out, of course.
Yeah, I can't imagine that their hopes are too high going into this game too after what they just experienced. And that's just a testament to how strong the team across from them is, right? And I don't want to like put them down for too long, but it just really is this inconceivable roster gives teams like Sentinels even trouble at times, right? Like,
Right.
and that's just a testament to like the individuals on this team and how they've come together and really started to shine since their Halo 5 careers have started to prosper. So we're gonna hop on board once again with Bound. He's gonna miss the jump because he kind of gets watched by his teammate, but we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to battle for Overshield. It does look like they're able to win the battle with Bound and Stellar both picking up the first 2 kills.
And picking up the power weapons and the power-up. Looks like it's Boo Boo Doo already watching the spawns as well, though he won't get an opportunity for that shot right there. I kind of blame Fallicated for jumping in the window, getting in his way, but regardless, Boo Boo. OS Snipe, bit of an interesting combo. The OS is going to encourage you to push. The Snipe is going to encourage you to stay back and line up shots, so not really using the OS to the fullest potential, but does he need to? Probably not. Looking for the triple here and just narrowly misses that no-scope. He'll stay up for now.
I was going to say, speaking of potential, you're going to see a lot of it right there. The OS does give him the freedom to kind of challenge any shots that he might be able to land, no-scoping people across the map. And in Halo 5, you can do that with the snipe. And he's going off.
No.
So overshield or not, he's actually going to make a play. And that's an overkill for him. Boobadoo absolutely popping off. Does he get the kill tag? No. But the damage has been done. And a 5-kill lead thanks to Boobadoo and that nice overkill is going to give Inconceivable this early lead here in Game 2.
Boo Boo breaking ankles 5 minutes into the broadcast. We only just got started. This man almost hits a kill tack in Plaza Slayer. That's just a taste, Wes. I mean, just wait until this man picks up a camo. It's going to be pretty scary on that battlefield. Thankfully, there's no camo in this map just now, so Fallicated going to do his work instead. You can see 2 dead on the feed. That's 3 full team down, except for that one poor bugger over on Light Rifle is about to get melted by everyone. That's Inferni getting taken down. We got a nest side spawn here. 1 splitting in Hotel. Fallicated can take care of him with 5, make it 6 nice shots to finish him off. But 19-9 right now. No real contention coming from the blue side right now.
Yeah, no real contention, and that's just kind of what we see with this Inconceivable roster, even against some of the best in the world, right? It feels like they're able to apply their pressure and dominate whatever game type they want it to. And this is a sweet double kill for a killing spree coming out of Fallicated right here. He's able to stay alive as well. So not even able to trade to kill his Golden Dawn, and that's a testament to Fallicated's ability to get into a situation, pick up a couple kills, and somehow manage to get out of it. And he's just making it look easy right now, controlling top yard, clambering back and forth, getting a lot of information for his team as well as he's doing all of this.
Yep, staying alive, doing a lot of work. Bound in the meantime, off camera, managed to burn the OS, so that's out of the picture. Still going to be on board with Fallicated here, though, just looking for the rest of the players to clean up. You can see Serial just got taken out Hotel. You got multiple up on top mid here. Going to be a bit of a brawl on top mid. We'll see who wins the exchange, but all blue players staying up for now, so I like to see that. Hopefully they can turn that around to some sort of a play here. You know, you can't give up on them just yet, but when you look at the caliber of these guys on red and the full 3 dead right there, 1 more left, yeah, it does look kind of over already, Wes.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. 30-13, it's similar to the flag we just saw. It's a very quick game, and now Onslaught is on, and the awareness that Golden Dawn doesn't have is because Inconceivable is creating such chaos. They're everywhere, like at all times. You have guys in yard, you have guys top snipe with the snipe, you've got guys in blue already, and you're starting to spawn loop, and it's a tough situation. It's such a disadvantageous position for anybody on Golden Dawn right now to win a one-on-one or to figure out a way to try and break the setup. Inconceivable just applies so much pressure on the map that they make it so difficult for their opponents, and that's why the score is what it is.
Bound with those shots. He was going for some tricky movement there. I don't know if you saw that. Instead of fully dropping off the bridge, he kind of dropped off forward, and he landed on like a lower platform there for a second to try to line up another shot. Didn't quite work out, but always paying attention to the little things that Bound does on the map to give himself advantages, give himself more opportunities here. Let's see what Smoke does, though. Staying up on S4. This is the best I've seen from Blue so far, getting a couple good slays there, but not aware of that nest side spawn. His teammates must have been blocking everything else, because that's a bit of an unfortunate spawn at the bottom of the lift there.
Yeah, and like you said, 3 unanswered kills were there for Golden Dawn, but they weren't able to turn it into more, and that's the issue here. You're already down 22 at this point. You needed to be able to turn that map control into something positive, and you had to have it be something majorly positive, not just a couple of kills strung together. And it feels like this game is all but over with 5 kills remaining. You see all of Inconceivable just starting to collapse onto whatever information they had of where Golden Dawn might be spawning. You see Adam, he's going to be able to pick up that one and to blow off Bubudubu's screen. Bubudubu's going to get help with Smoke Your Dig. Smoke Your Dig kind of gets embarrassed right there, in my opinion. But when the score is out of line like this, you're probably not giving it your entire full effort, right? This game is over. There's a stake in play, and Bubudubu is going to be able to pick up that double kill at the end for a 50-25 win. This team is going to move on in the bracket.
Oh, the first game of the day is always a rough one for the new guys on the block, and in this case, it looks like Inconceivable just runs through everyone. 19-7, by the way. Bubudubu looking pretty clean in the end of that game. It looks like the entire game he was playing pretty clean. Most damage, not quite the least deaths. That award goes to Falcated. So, of course, all members on Red playing well. They're just kind of warming up, right? This is just the appetizer for what's to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't get to just skip throughout the bracket, so there's a reason that they play the games. Unfortunately, not all the games are always going to be close, and they are starting to have a very dominant performance, right? I think you look at this roster top to bottom, and you see Bubudubu and Falcated and what they've been able to do over the past year. You see Stellar and everything that he's accomplished. I mean, this team is stacked, and they're in prime position to really go the distance here.
They absolutely are. Now, that team that did lose Golden Dawn, of course, double elimination tournament, they will knock into losers bracket, so they do have a shot to fight back. But Wes, as we're used to, there's so much talent in these tournaments. We've got the Latin American community showing up as well, bringing their best talent. We've got the French community as well, who just recently won in Pro Series. I believe the team was Cartel. Not sure if they're tuning in today, but we've definitely seen them in esports arena before. So much talent on all sides of the bracket here. A lot of exciting matches to look forward to. I don't have an invite for the next one yet, so I think we might jump into a quick break before we get there. But one other thing to make sure you do in the chat is to pay attention to the giveaway. Type ! Giveaway in the chat, and you can receive a special monster gift package. We got a little monster right here. Wes has got his monster.
Ooh.
Of course, these have Master Chief.
Master Chief on the back. I got a little indent
Yeah.
though. Hey, we popped it
There you
out.
go.
Well, Master Chief,
Popped it
double
out.
XP.
Right? You got to stack up on those. So the moment Infinite comes out, you can get ahead of the curve, of course, Monster being the official energy drink of Halo Infinite. So make sure to type ! giveaway. You'll get a backpack full of monsters and full of access to ×2 XP. So you can, like I said, get ahead of the curve. Maybe get ahead of some of these pros who I know are going to be grinding the hell out of this game. So I'm just loading the lobby. I think I'm stuck in an endless loading screen. So I might have to quit the old app and start back up. Just give me 1 second here, and we'll be right into it. Wes, I don't know if you've loaded into it yet, or your Xbox is still bricked, isn't it? You're done.
I don't have a box. It died like a month ago, and it's not coming back anytime soon. I'm trying to hold off on getting one to the Xbox One. That will probably be my next purchase. Yeah, the Series X.
Series
X. What did I say? Xbox One.
But I mean,
yeah. So I definitely want to get
343 though. You're not going to get a special deal. You can't get ask Tashi to get you the hookup or something. Like, come on.
Unfortunately, it don't work like that, right?
Don't
if
work
I got
like
a care package, it's great, but for right now, no box to be had. But
that's fair.
I'm all right with it, right? I think since I've hung up the sticks, I think I've stepped away from using the Xbox too much. I play a lot of MCC on PC, played Halo 5 on PC, but other than that, I kind of stepped away from it. So it's not too big of a loss, but it does kind of eat. It's like the first time in my life I can think that in a long time that I haven't had like a functioning Xbox, right? Like I think ever since I was like a freshman in high school, I've always had an Xbox that like functioned. It's kind of weird, but we're surviving.
Yeah, you're left without a box. Thankfully, you got a PC, so you can work with that in the meantime. By the way, guys, every time I switch to Observer, it knocks me back to Red Team. So somebody's got to jump into Forge. We gotta use the old menu trick here to get me back on this team properly. Sorry about the delay. Worst case scenario, if they don't recognize it, I might just quit. We might go on without me, but hopefully they see it because I'm switching to observer and it's just popped me back. All right. Done. Ready for an invite. We've all been here before. If you guys watch, you guys play Halo 5 on a regular basis, you know you've all been here before. Callie CTF, we're going to kick it off. We got Observer mode is in check, so we're ready to go here. Wes will be jumping into this first game. So same type of layout that we saw in the last series. We got Callie CTF to kick it off. We got Plaza Slayer for the second game. It looks like we do have our Latin American squad coming up next in this. We've got Just Latinum. This is Atso, Drift, Pelu, and Tapping going up against Dreamflies, Carmia, Secluded, and Thin. Not sure of their name just yet, but I can find that for you. I haven't seen these guys play together. These are first rounders. And hopefully they don't get first rounded in our broadcast here. I think they've already kind of made it to, what is this, winners round
Past
4.
The first round. Yeah.
They made it past
the first round, but it shows that their ambitions aren't really that high. So this could be where they get bumped into losers bracket, right? I think this LATAM team that we see every week is a very strong one. We always see them at least getting in the top 8, in the top 6, sometimes potentially even to the top 4 or top 3. So it's kind of like, how well is this team playing today is going to be one of the questions I want to see answered throughout this series. And then for first rounders, I guess, how many upsets can they continue to create, because they've clearly already made 3.
Right. The thing is, what I'm like, you could take a team like No Ice, for example, and look at their performance, right? So the team name doesn't always tell the full story. I guess some of these team names, they like to make you think they're not going to perform well, and the next thing you know, they're a top 5 team. So let's find out. Of course, you can't sleep on Dreamflies, Carmia, Secluded, and Thin, but Just Latinum are so damn consistent every single week. They might mop the floor with it, Wes.
Yeah, I kind of expect that to be the case, right? I want to see this Just Latinum team come out and dominate these the teams that they are better than, right? That way it shows that they have like a lot of confidence and they have the strats that we know that they have under their belts in order to kind of make light work of these teams and then compete with some of the best teams in the world later on in this tournament. It's when they trip up against those better teams that it really disappoints me when I root for this team, but this is another opportunity for them here today to create one of those upsets that they are capable of. They just need to put the pieces together. But first, they have to make it to those rounds, so they're going to have to be dealing with first rounders here earlier on in the bracket. We see that we're going to be hopping on board with Drift. A nice finished melee kill onto that player. And he's going to actually opt to push bottom middle. This is an interesting push that typically you would want to be as aggressive as you could, but I guess they're going to focus on elbow control as one of the priorities here.
Well, it looks like they are going to try to go for the snipe run, though. Doesn't spot the player in the back of the base, but he has a teammate to fly in to try to stop that player. But by leaving cave, he opened up the cave side spawn. So bit of a dicey situation for Just Latinum trying to get that flag out. It looks like this time it'll be unsuccessful, though. Atso is somehow still alive in the back of the base. Just a little bit longer. Some nice defensive slays here coming out from first rounders to stop the flag for now. But you can see Pelu and Drift still putting on that pressure.
Yeah, this flag is not returning because of that. Pelu is going to be able to get a touch here. He does get taken down, but that touch is going to give enough time for his teammate to get another pull and get that across the sniper MP. He's going to be no shield. He is able to turn the corner with this flag, but his flag, while this chaos was going on, his flag was actually pulled and thrown bottom middle. Does have a teammate in Atso that's able to get that return, and because he is, Drift is able to punch in the first cap.
Great return right there. Nice, quick, and easy. They're 1-0 on the board. And like you said earlier, I think a good indication of how well Just Latinum is going to play today is just kind of recognizing how well they play in these early rounds, in these early games here, and how dominant they can be. If they can pull this off, I think, that sets a great precedent for them in the rest of this tournament here. Now, going to try to make this elbow side run, though. I think Pelu's going to be in a lot of trouble here. You can see one player top rocks, and that other player takes the flag out to bottom trench here. Maybe an opportunity for first rounders to turn this around if they can stay up.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for them to tie this game up, right? They get a kill in the kill feed, so that bodes well for their opportunity. And they're going to punch this one in, actually. Great. Great counter cap right there, right? First rounders doing everything they needed in order to take advantage of the map control that Just Latinum had to give up in order to get their first cap, and because of it, first rounders was able to actually execute a phenomenal, efficient objective play in themselves. But they got to worry about the counter cap that's happening right now because You have multiple players in your base. Atso running the flag bottom rockets here. He is going to eat a nade, which is going to turn this in to a 2v2. But fortunately, Just Latinum is able to pick up all the kills. That was all 4 dead for first rounders. And there's not going to be a counter cap because all those kills went their way. And we have now, it seems like once the dust is settled, a 2-1 lead for Just Latinum.
Yeah, thankfully there isn't a counter cap because that just sounds like a pain to say, Wes. So we're back to back to even here, not on the scoreboard, but as far as presence on the map. And it's good from Just Latinum to return the favor there. I think Atso managed to hit a nice ramp slide, by the way, to get that all the way over to the elbow there. But it does look like first rounders are going to try to get a flag of their own. They get it over to Snipe's side. Taking it up the ramp here, you got Drift, I believe, or Atso maybe going to try to get the cutoff, and I think he was successful. There you go, one down. Heading on for the return here, but Drift gonna have to stay up for now. He knows there's a player near him. Nice shots into Thin right there to back him down. They do have the return, so they reset that, and he gets the kill. And you know they're going to turn around and start to apply pressure immediately off of these slays.
Yeah, it's such a good feeling for Drift when he turns around and sees 2 of his teammates already pushing Cave and Fountain, right? Now he's going to have 1 in the window. Great kill to entry for Drift there into the window. He's got his teammate that's going to look to push. But unfortunately, there's going to be 2 dead for Just Latinum, so I'm not sure how they're going to be able to run this flag. Sniper in Pelu's hands. He's going to take an awkward angle and actually misses the shot, which is going to allow first rounders to get to rocket control. And now, a little bit of an aggressive play by Pelu. He's going to be caught with his pants down, but Karme, those were tough shots to look at from his point of view, I'm sure, because Pelu hit him with the crouch strafe real quick and forced him to miss a couple shots. You're going to want to clean those kills up efficiently if you want to play your life a little bit better, and this is a huge opportunity for Just Latinum to potentially end this game if they're able to get these kills over here in Cave.
It's all going to come down to tapping buttons in the play that he makes here, but 3 spawners in Cave will shut him down. Drift going to try to pick up the pieces on these weak players. Now they got an elbow side spawn as well, so a tough situation for Just Latinum. If they're not quick and clean with these slays, then the spawners just pop up on both sides. You get collapsed on. Pelu, though, going to try again despite that. Shots in, gets taken down immediately, and a big kill on the flag right there. We might see a pull, maybe a run here if Atso can't stay up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like 2 players for Just Latinum go down. So this is going to be first rounders. Finally, have control of their base. You've decided to push. You're able to kind of breathe for a second. You already have a player pushing in the elbow. 2 kills go in their favor. They know a player's on sniper ramp. They know a player's flag. He's got to be able to push this player fast before spawners come up. This player in Drift is able to be taken down. Another one goes down in the sniper ramp. They're able to get 3 fresh dead. The last player alive is going to spawn window, it looks like. And Karma's doing a good job of pushing him back. This flag has got to be going in. Secluded doing a phenomenal job of making sure he gets it across the map quickly. And they're going to tie this game up 2-2.
Massive plays from first rounders. Wes, I don't know if you expected this one early on here in CTF. Like, you would think a team like Just Latinum, as consistent as they are on a map like this, on Call CTF, they'd be right at home here. But 2-2 on the board, potentially facing a defeat. Of course, it's not over yet. And Drift, if he's got something to say about it, he's got to do it now with this sniper rifle. So let's see if he can stay up here and get this kill. He's got 2 more in front of him. Doesn't hit the body, though. He'll get taken down. And that snipe's still over on blue side.
Yeah, a little bit of an aggressive play by Drift with the snipe there to just immediately pick it up and sprint down the slide without having any kind of an awareness of where the enemy team was. And because of it, he's not able to really do any work with it. It's the second time we've seen Just Latinum do something similar with that snipe. Now, it was going to be in the hands of Karmea, but it's going to be actually off the map with that kill. They're going to try and pull the flag, but there's already a guy dead on your team. You need to get slays before you try something like that. And they're going to be short of being able to get that out of the window now. 1 player alive and Thin on the team is going to have an opportunity to flank the elbow here, but his teammates need him desperately to make a play. He's able to take down Elso on the elbow, spots a player trying to push into his window who's going to run him back to catwalk, but he gets flanked and a beautiful stick comes in from Thin onto Pelu right there, and that trade is going to be huge for their opportunity to advance on the map.
First rounder's popping off right now. 1 stick from Thin, a nice 5 shot from Secluded. He gets the info over onto Drift right there as well. Going to make his way to window. Very risky spot for Secluded to be right now. He will get melted, so taken out right there. Defense coming on from Just Latinum. Forced to play defense at this point. Kind of expecting to see a lot of pressure, a lot of energy from these guys out the gate, but they, I think, are just as surprised as we are at how good and how efficient first rounders are being here. 2 more left on Snipe's side. Pelu's going to make the rotation. He's already got a double, looking for more blunt. That's a big kill from him, and he can get this second slay. That's a huge double and an opportunity to push up Snipe's side here. You'll see they're spawning up elbow. They keep this pressure up. Maybe just Latinum to get this pull they're looking for.
Yeah, Pellu being a bit overzealous there, tries to push in while reloading, and he's able to take so much damage that he gets actually taken out before he's able to do too much once he gets into the base. He did open up the map for his team, though, so what will his team be able to do with this? Drift picks up a kill, but immediately it gets traded out, and they go 3 down there. That's huge from first rounders. Once again, their defense stands strong.
Tapping button, still up. Still in the bottom of blue base, being a pest there. Oh, and he's got the rocket launcher as well. This could be trouble. He's got his first target right in front of him. That's secluded. Good shots into him. He'll take him down. One teammate with him on Snipe's side. He's got to stay up here as long as he can. That's a rocket into DMR, but 3 players there to take him down. I've seen this time and time again from first rounders as they seem to be very efficient at stacking their numbers up to take down players like Tapping. The moment that you think they have an opportunity, they take it away. Thin right now going to live up on elbow. Still getting some pressure, though, from Pellu, who's not letting up. I like that kill from Pellu. Going to try to convert it into more. They can't get too overzealous here and die, though. They got to stay up, and Pellu going down in that situation makes it very difficult for Just Latinum to get any sort of a pull or setup here.
Yeah, I want to see Just Latinum, like, slow it down just a second, right? And just take your time, understand the situation, and then get the kills. It's like they're just so quickly trying to get this game over with. It almost seems that they found themselves in a neck-and-neck 2-2 game, and they have to make sure they don't actually make a costly mistake that takes this to Game 2 Slayer that they could potentially lose. Beautiful no-scope finished off with the pistol from Atso right there. That was extremely smooth, and he's going to try it once again on the player top rocket. Is going to find the assist for that body shot and knows that there's a player on the back flag. He's going to be able to give that information to his teammate and then focus on the player spawning case.
Atso still looking for blood here. 4 shots left to work with. 3 players on Snipe's side. Atso seems to be aware of it. He's got a teammate Tapping who does get taken down. That's 2 dead right here, so he's got to play it slow. And if you can upset this flag, that's huge. Thankfully, he's got a teammate to do that, though, so that will put that flag, or stop that flag for a second. That Snipe went down, though. I believe it's in the hands of a blue player. So is Rockets, though. Dream flies. Gonna look for an opportunity. Those Rockets go into a wall, so Just Latinum, I think, has a chance to grab that one, maybe put that to good work here. Thin, though, does get hit by it. So Tapping, picking up those rockets, taking him to Snipe nice and quick. Atso already on the flag as well. They could potentially have the run right here as he takes it from silver to silver.
Yeah, you want to see Slays go in favor of Just Latinum here if you're a fan, but it looks like first rounders is actually going to be the one that get the kills. They get the double in the kill feed, they get the return, and because of that, there's just 1 minute and 15 left in regulation time, but the next cap will win, so it's likely we're here to see overtime.
Ooh. What a game. Second match that we've watched today, Wes, and we're already, pushing to an overtime on a Akali Slayer. Like, we're used to seeing just absolute domination at this point in the bracket here, but so far, like, we've already got sweaty matches right out the gate, so I can only imagine later in the winners bracket's going to be like, what Tapping's going to be playing like. The guy's already hitting these 5s here, though. The quick coming in yet again. There's something going wrong with these plays from Just Latinum as far as just their positioning. It's not quite working out because first rounders have turned it around. They already got the flag at blue base. Can they stop it? 2 more players left alive here to try to get the flag, but that's a huge round of slays from Just Latinum to stop it yet again. My God, Wes, I didn't even see that flag make its way to blue side. But damn, that was a close call.
Somehow, first rounders unable to cap that flag. You'd think that they would have just been able to grab it and thrust backwards and punch that one in this game. Unfortunately for them, you saw Just Latinum swarm the fountain, get the return, and now they've got the flag out of their own. They're looking to try and make a play with this. They do have to worry about the player on the return. He is going to be able to get it, and with that, we are going into overtime now as the clock strikes 0, 2-2. It's still sudden death. The next cap will end the game, but just a little bit more pressure on these players to end this game before a replay. We got 3 minutes left in this overtime before a replay will happen, and we're gonna have to see, are Just Latinum gonna be able to put together the push they need in order to get this last cap? They've got a kill, they've got a double, they know that there's a player in the window. 1 alive left in the base. It is gonna be Karma. He's got to play his life here on the back sneak. He's spotted. Is the flag out though, is the question. Doesn't look like the flag was pulled, and because of that, they're able to play with a little bit more comfort. So Karma did a phenomenal job of just buying enough time for his teammates to come off spawn and make the plays they needed.
Some blunders here on both sides, Wes, but I guess it makes things exciting. Just the back and forth on these bases here. Secluded going to have to get defense yet again. There's the kill on that. So still 2 more players left to work with here. There's a double, looking for a triple. He won't quite land it. Thin will get the kill, but that's all they need for the defense. They got to push up again, though. Window, you got 1 rock side, you got 1 Sipe as well. So nice play here to Secluded to help out. Gets 3 shots in. Hopefully his teammate can pick it up because that's 2 players living from just Latinum on bottom mid. They're going to try to make their way back to the base. All the pressure I've seen so far, Wes, has been just Latinum, just in blue base. What seems like all overtime long so far.
Yeah, but that's a testament to first rounders defense as well, right? It feels like every time we see this opportunity that we're watching right now from Just Latinum, in perfect position to try and get a couple picks and then push into the base to get this last flag cap, is shut down by first rounders defense. There is a nade kill that comes in from Drift. Drift's going to be able to find a second kill onto the player fountain. Knows that there's a player back flag, picks up a nice triple, and this could be the opening that Drift needed to give his team. That's an overkill with that nade, but he's running it right to the spawners. He needs to go rocket side. He does finally figure out a way to rotate the flag rocket side, but did this route take too long is the question. Is there anyone there to stop him? Yes, there is. Dream Flies is in the base. He's able to pick up the kill, get the touch, and now he's bought a little bit of time for his team to fly in. Are they able to make the plays they need? No, they are not.
Damn.
Just Latinum punches that flag in at the end, and what looked like could potentially be another flag returned ends up not being the case for first rounders. Just Latinum does just enough to get past game 1.
My God, what a game. Wes, we only just started. It's the beginning of our Esports Arena Sunday, and we already are at the very end of overtime there. By the way, massive, massive play from Drift. I'm not sure if we can grab that replay for later, but the awareness that this man had to fly over to flag and look back in the back of the base, because there's always one player just hiding in the back of the base ready to stop that run. He gets the triple. He gets the over with the nade. Just beautiful plays from him. Almost blunders the whole thing when he takes it snipe side, but does... like you said, he does manage to correct himself and get it back to Rocks and get the win. So big play right there from Drift and from Just Latinum for holding on throughout here. When we take a look at the scoreboard, Wes, so many slays on this scoreboard. 43 to Tapping Button. You went 43 and 27 with almost 6K damage.
We didn't highlight a ton of Tapping Button's point of view, but I know for a fact I saw a few perfect kills in the kill feed come his way. And with stats like 43 and 27, you know you were popping off. So it looks like those slays ended up amounting to that close, narrow victory. And whenever you're able to slay like that and come out with a narrow victory, you're, as a player, you're kind of like, yo, I was dominating. Why was that game so hard? So there's got to be some question marks and some uneasiness amongst this Just Latinum team after that first game of this series, because we kind of expect this team to dominate the lesser teams to an extent, because you want to see them compete against the best in the world, and we saw what Inconceivable was capable of the series before this.
Yeah, Tapping Buttons was definitely dominating when you look at his score, though as far as the entire scoreboard, there was definitely some great slays coming out from first rounders as well. They did get outslayed, but you're right. In a situation where Latinum is clearly slaying more, why are they not capitalizing? Why are they not getting these flags? What's going on with teamwork, with communication in these moments? Thankfully for them, though, Slayer's coming up next. So if they can carry that energy into this Plaza Slayer here, they'll be good in winning this series. Tapping, by the way, slid in there. He already got that OS to start it off.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to pick up right where he left off, it looks like. Tapping Buttons with the overshield is going to allow him to continue the slaying prowess that we know he's capable of, that he showed us in game 1. He's going to try and clear out yard here. He knows players are probably spawning loop if nothing's spotted here, so this is a huge opportunity for them to make sure that they get off to a hot start here in game 2.
Tapping getting aggressive here, listening as well, team communication to enemy footsteps. You can hear so much in this game just to figure out where the enemies are, where they're coming from. You can see 2 over in Tram side, and Tapping, no hesitation to make his way to glass here. Teammates there for the collapse. So that's 7-3 on the board already. He's got the combo in the back pocket. Things looking good for Tapping, starting this off.
Successful collapse there. You find yourself with a 5-kill lead with map control all in your favor, right? You know the teams are spawning blue, so if you're able to trap them in the blue, especially when you have a snipe that looked like a 2-for-1, or a very close to it. Multiple players going to be no shield for first rounders, but nobody finished off right now, so if you want to see this damage capitalized on, he's going to be a little cocky with this snipe, and is he able to be punished for it? No. Drift actually going to be able to pretty much play this perfectly. His teammate going to get stuck and fly right into these players. Unfortunately, Drift not able to capitalize on a few of them. And it wasn't pretty, but first rounders did a phenomenal job there of getting out of that situation. Somehow managing to come back and cut away at the lead that was already built.
Drift looked like he was playing COD Black Ops Zombies there for a second. Like they're all coming through the same window, and he's just spamming all of his guns. You know, like just die. I don't know. Didn't quite work out. I mean, I think the players that need to be died. But overall, we have a relatively even game here. And Carmia, you can get off that sign. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong POV here. There we go. Now we got Carmia. He was hanging on the signs. He went down to bottom mid. He's back up on top mid. Now he's back down on bottom mid. He's all over the place.
Well, he's got to know Overshot's coming up here in just a second. So I want to see him kind of make his way back to where he was, because falling down and doing that entire route that we just watched means that, like, he probably doesn't have a great idea of, like, the exact overshot time. He is going to be able to pick it up, and actually a beautiful nade is going to force him to burn it. And you got to wonder if he's on his P's and Q's and he's able to pick that up in a little bit, like, at a better opportunity, which he might have had earlier on when it was up.
Sure.
Would he be able to, like, successfully get that, and what that would have meant for this first rounders team? However, first rounders actually in the lead right now, up 4 kills. After a shaky start, we see them continue to be up. That's a good sign for them to be able to take this to a game 3. There is a snipe coming up in 10 seconds, so it's a battle for the snipe that's going to dictate the mid game.
Definitely a lot of talent on this roster here, first rounders. So let's see if they can continue to hold on. This is like a real test for them. If they can take out a team like Just Latinum, this is a heavy hitting team. These guys are consistently, top 4 in our esports arena tournaments. So for Just Rounders to take a game, maybe even a series, would just be massive performance for them. They'd already be on our radar. But tapping buttons is looking to stop that right here, right now. He's already got a headshot. He's got 7 shots to work with. So this could be 7 kills, knowing tapping buttons.
This could be the game-changing moment, right? This is the exact opportunity you want if you're Just Latinum. You want the snipe in tapping button's hands, and you want to give him an opportunity to kind of freely rotate around the map and find the picks that he wants to have. It's a 20-21 score line, and as long as they control the middle of the map and the inside of the map, this next overshield is going to be theirs with the snipe. If tapping buttons is able to hit the shots that he needs to hit. They do spot this player over on the light rifle. He is taking the no shield, and a great job by tapping to finish him off. But a player has actually snuck behind enemy lines and is able to take tapping down. And that 1-for-1 trade when tapping has a snipe is a huge win for first rounders.
Wes, first rounders are playing this so carefully. Like the moment that Tappings had Sniper, you could see he was just sitting up on the late post waiting for someone to challenge. You had 2 people in yard, you had 1 guy hiding in loop. Like they are playing it so slowly, and it's working for now at least. It seems like Just Latinum are kind of impatient to react to the plays that we got here. But Carmia, by the way, he was ready for that OS. He doesn't quite get it. The sniper's down, the OS is there too. So that's a quite the treat for that red player who just picked up the OS. Hopefully, no, it doesn't look like he grabbed the sniper. Pelu doesn't need it, though. He's going to fly forward, maybe call it out to a teammate, and keep this pressure up. This is the opportunity you got to capitalize on if you're Latinum.
Doesn't look like anyone picked up that snipe, but more importantly, that overshield, like you said, goes in the hands of Pelu. Unfortunately, a beautiful combo kill from Dreamflies for actually the double is going to land him the opportunity to pick up that snipe, and he's a 6-kill lead. Even though overshield goes in the hands of Just Latinum, the perfect counter to the overshield with that combo from first rounders answers the ring of the bell, and once again they're in the driver's seat for this game too. They've got the snipe, they've got the inside of the map, and let's see what Dreamflies is made of.
Yeah, Dreamfly's last guy up on snipe right now, so he's got to play very carefully here. You can see his teammates spawning with him, but Just Latinum is aware of the fact that they're spawning there. All the nades came in, just completely lit him up, so not even a chance to fire a shot. Honestly, I was going to say it was a bit of a blunder from Just Latinum to not pick up that snipe top mid. They didn't realize, like Pelu grabbed OS, he didn't realize it was still there, so Dream had a massive opportunity, but shut down. Nice stick before dying to keep things even. 33 now to 32 as Just Latinum take the lead right back. And we'll see if they can hold on to it here, because first rounders, they've been looking good in the first half, but do they start to fall apart once they lose their footing here?
Yeah, somewhere along the way, that 31-21, the 26 score line really was the opportunity the first rounders needed. It looks like they've squandered that lead that they built themselves, and in fact are down 2 already with this next overshield coming up. You hate to see collapses like that happen, but the great teams can make it happen when they need it most, and it looks like Just Latinum has done that. They're playing for this overshield. They've spotted players, top snipe. Pelu, unfortunately, going to get sandwiched, and this could be another overshield going in the hands of first rounders. If they're able to play the situation correctly, are they able to finish off that? So it doesn't look like they have too much focus on him, and his overshield should be up any second.
Yeah, they seem to have the map control as well. They got the high ground on Ness. That's a big kill onto Atso. Where is that OS? It's up. You got somebody watching it. You got Carmia with the snipe, taking huge damage from a nade, and the OS does get burned. That's better than having the red team pick it up. So I guess they'll have to take that for now. And there we go. We got the body shot coming in. So Carmia looking to light things up. He's lost his teammates, though. Going to try to play this slow here from Loop that's taken down. And I think he's got a couple more shots in the snipe there to pass over to that red team as they start to fly into Tram here. Last 10 kills, and we are still even in this game.
Beautiful nade from Tapping to be able to finish off Finn there into the glass area. Tapping Button's doing a phenomenal job of staying alive after that. And because of it, he knows that this player's bottom mid. He's going to have this angle on this player that tries to sneak across top middle. Drift's going to be able to finish him off, and somehow Tapping, snapping ankles, almost able to pick up a double kill right there, but unfortunately, he's not. And first rounders in Just Let Em look like they're going to be going the distance here, 44-33 as we go to the lake.
Snapping Buttons. That's the new name. Maybe. No. I don't know. I'm trying it out. Wes gives me no reaction whatsoever, so Pelu will hopefully give you the reaction you're looking for.
You do this thing where you do a bunch of corny jokes, and I just can't. If I start to pay attention to them, I can't acknowledge them because they'll just continue, and they'll snowball out of control. But what hasn't snowballed out of control is the score. We got a 46-44 game, and it looks like all of the players on first rounders are stuck in yard. They are able to pick up 2 of the first kills, but are they going to be able to weather the storm the next? Pelu catches the player off guard in light rifle, and every kill that goes in Just Let Em favor is huge. 48-48, though. The 2 players in yard go down. Secluded with a huge double with the light rifle is going to tie this game up. Overshield is going to be coming up. Dreamflies doesn't expect Drift to be here. He's got the perfect flank. Dream, you're unaware, and a beautiful job by Drift to get the double kill to clutch the game 50-49. What a heads-up play by Drift there to not shoot. And the trigger discipline from Drift to just wait for the perfect time to be able to pick up that kill and then transition onto a second player makes the difference and gives Just Let Em just enough of the inch they need to push past this series and get into the next advancement of winner's bracket.
Right. Now, no doubt that was a big play from Drift, but man, Dreamflies had his Nikes on in the end of the game. Like when we hit 48-48, I was wondering, does the game slow down, right? They're all the players are over in yard, they're bunched together. So they got to try to slow it down here. You can't just start flying out, taking perimeters when you got no knowledge of where enemies are on the map, you know?
I disagree. I kind of like the play. You got Overshield coming up. You
want to be in a good position to play it, but if you're just flying.
You can't give up Overshield, right? You can't let them get Overshield and then dictate the game. You don't want to get trapped into yard. You don't want to get trapped in glass, but you got to check your corners, right? Like if you're going to make the play that he makes, you got to take the time to check your corners. You can't just expect no one to be there. And he got bad timing done, which happens. But in a crucial situation like that with your backs against the wall in a 48-48 situation, you got to be a little bit more aware of where everyone on the map is. But I do like the aggressive play. I do like the idea of if you sit on your back heels in a situation like that, you're bound to get run over. It's just unfortunate that they didn't expect that player to be there, and it's just a great play by Drift to not start shooting the second he sees that player, because if he does, potentially that player is able to get away maybe one shot or with his life, and then Drift's given not only his location away, but he probably ends up taking some damage, and he actually gives up his life. But Drift just played that like a veteran, and because of it, he made the difference at the end.
And that's why he throws the nade first as well, right? You never fire the shot first when you got the advantage. You got to try to throw a nade, get a bank nade, get the easy damage, and then clean up the kill the moment he realizes that you're there. So Drift doing everything right there. Massive plays, not only from him, but from Just Latinum. That brings them forward in the winner's bracket. And that means that our first rounders went back down to the loser's bracket. Now, just take it in for a second how close that series was, Wes. Like it was one flag away in overtime and 2 kills away in Slayer from first rounders winning that series. So hopefully those guys can fight back through losers. They can make some good plays. But we are already into the next series, Wes. We got another Kali CTF here, and this is Sentinels going up against just an unfortunate competitor roster here. I don't know what they're called. Lux Gaming. My bad. I just think anybody going up against Sentinels right now early in the tournament might be a little scary. But we got Nugget, Forzy, Prime Gel, and Roach in this team. Hard names to say, Wes. Good luck with this one, but talented players.
Yeah, fortunately, I don't know how long this series will be because already you see everyone dead for Lux Gaming. You see Frosty in prime position with the snipe. He's going to try and land some no-scopes onto the players as they're trying to stop the flag from already being run across the map. No one is going to be in position to stop this cap, and with that, that's going to be a 40-second flag cap for Sentinels plus Neptune. Phenomenal job by the boys in red right now as Neptune's able to cap that flag and get a few kills. He's going to get some pressure to his right. Does he know this player's pushing up in the cave on him? He does spot him on radar, and somehow Neptune's still alive. Is going to allow some time for Snakebite to run this flag. Snakebite picks up a kill. Neptune picks up a kill, and what does that mean? That's flag number 2 going in, which is barely over a minute. Sentinels plus Neptune able to put in 2.
West gets 1 casting opportunity and 2 flags in that one moment right there. The game's already over pretty much here as Snakebite keeps the pressure up. Man, Wes, I gotta say, having Sentinels come in here full force on an esports arena Sunday, that just puts me in a good mood, man. We got top caliber Halo today, and look at this game. Less than 2 minutes. What is it? Less than 1 minute 30 seconds even. I think that was 10 minutes 35 on the board when they finally closed that out, but that's a 3-0. We're gonna be jumping into Plaza Slayer after this.
Yeah, the issue is who goose, because you know not everybody got a kill in that minute and a half. So we're actually able to go to the stats here, and with that, that's Nugget and Angel both ending up with 0 kills there, and that's a tough result. But that's what happens when Sentinels is able to get the early kills off the break. They get the power weapons, and then all of a sudden you're trying to get a kill. And every single time you go up against somebody, it's Snakebite with rockets, it's Frosty with the snipe, you're going in a one-on-one with Neptune or Royal 2. Those aren't winnable typically, so it's a tough scene. And nobody even breaking 4 kills is actually pretty insane to me. But that just shows that when Sentinels has control of the map and they're able to play efficient Halo, they do it just as good, or if not better than anyone. They don't need to sit there and slay you over and over and over to get the objective done. That's how you play Coliseum. That's a textbook Coliseum flag game from the boys in red, and they're world champions for a reason. Coliseum flag's always been one of their best game types, and unfortunately for our blue team, Lux Gaming had to find that out once again.
Just like when you look at the scoreboard, Wes, just look at the efficiency here. The total kills in the game was 13 kills, right? So that's equivalent to just over 3 rounds of slays. So they basically got a round of slays, cap, round of slays, cap, round of slays, cap. And somewhere in between, they got an extra kill. But like, my God, I can't believe how efficient these guys are. And it's only going to continue. Plaza Slayer's loading up now. We got the snipe on the map. We got Frosty. We got Neptune on this roster. Royal 2 just hit 62 accuracy in that last game as well. So these guys are going to start blaning. We'll see who wins this strat for the OS for the sniper, but I'm a little scared for blue team in this one.
I am too. I'm actually terrified for them. That cannot be a great feeling. It's like you're like going into the series, you're like, all right, going up against Sentinels world champions, like maybe we can create the upset, and then you blink and game 1's over, and you're like, all right, really? I don't even feel like I got an opportunity to shoot my gun. Probably, and that game ended. Fortunately, Slayers can't end in a minute and a half. It's physically impossible for Sentinels to get that many kills, so you're going to have more of an opportunity to get your reticle onto some players' heads, but we'll see what they're able to do with that opportunity, as Frosty is going to take the opportunity of his spawn to pick up that overshield in one of the fastest routes I think I've ever seen. And with that, he's going to apply this pressure onto the sniper, and this sniper's trying to get away from Frosty, but run as you might, Frosty's going to catch you at the end of the day. And a 4-hour lead with snipe overshield in the hands of Frosty is not what you want to see if you're a Lux Gaming fan.
Yeah, if you want to get better at Halo 5, you better clip that starting strat, add it to the repertoire, by the way. That was so damn clean. Jumping off the light, hitting the thrust, getting no clamber up the top mid. He's got the OS, he's got the snipe, he's got the body shots coming in, making a headshot onto Roach. My God, looking for another here. And these poor spawners, they got to get out of Cafe. Frosty is hunting you.
Yeah, when he missed the first no-scope, I was like, he's not going to hit this. And then all of a sudden, he actually predicted where the player was going to thrust, of course. It's Frosty. We know better. He's going to hit the shot. Ends up hitting that nasty no-scope. Still a 5-kill lead, though, and the snipe's off the map. So you kind of weathered the storm if you're Lux Gaming. You allowed Frosty to not do too much damage with that snipe. But what are you going to do now that you're still fighting for map control? Feels like you're stuck in blue, and you see multiple members of Sentinels still towards the snipe side of the map. You got to figure out a way to take them out and get control before this next overshield.
Something you got to watch out for with Frosty's no-scopes is the moment he takes a long pause before a shot. That's exactly what he did with Roach right there. He did the first snipe, whiffed it, and then took like a longer pause than usual and just snapped onto his head. That's usually when Frosty hits his best no-scopes, is when he takes that little pause, and it's just so damn clean. It's so damn strong. So just expecting to see a little bit more of that as we get close to that 10-minute mark here. Roach somehow surviving several nades, does eventually get taken down. Nugget now on screen here, going to try to stop the pressure. Frosty is on him, somehow staying alive there and getting the nade on him at the same time. Still kind of holding on here. It's 10-15 starting out here.
Yeah, still holding on. The deficit isn't expanding, which bodes well for their chances, right? That says that they're trading kills efficiently right now, but how well are they going to be able to do that with this overshield coming up is the question. They are going to potentially burn it. I believe that was a burn. And with that burn, a few unanswered kills go in Sentinel's favor. This could be where the game starts to get out of hand, right? This is where I expect Sentinels to have that opportunity to use the map control and the numbers in order to pick up a few kills. It's already up to 8. Are we going to see Lux Gaming respond with a few kills of their own? It doesn't look like, as the kill feed goes in favor of Royal 2, Frosty, and whatnot. But here comes Angel with a huge double kill into Yard, and that's going to subside the push we saw from Sentinels.
Yeah, big kill from Angel right there. Both those players had good time in getting into Yard. The moment Snakebite turned around, he turned back. 2 players came in, took him down. Neptune now on screen. He's got 3 players in front of him. Not sure he knows it just yet. And he does manage to get a kill before going down. Frosty has the snipe, and that's really all that mattered, though. They just basically had to distract long enough for Frosty to get this gun in his hands. And I would not challenge that glass angle if I was him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lux Gaming, Frosty is able to pick up his second sniper of the game, and he's able to continue to do work. It's now a 10-kill lead that they're playing with. They know these players are spawning glass and loot. He's recently put his back to Yard. He's got to know players are in Yard. He's going to be spotted and called out. Does land a nice body shot on the player walking out of blue, and because of it, Snakebite picks up that easy one-shot kill, and Sentinels is able to continue to control the middle of the map. They're able to apply pressure here, Loop. But another big kill from Angel is going to come in, and that's going to once again trade these kills out. But you need more than trades if you're Lux Gaming and if you want to take this to a game 3.
Yep, Snakebite looking to get a little more than trades right here with the snipe. 3 shots left to work with. Frosty right now over on Loop. He can work with him. There's some nice shots coming in from Frosty. Doesn't even need the help, but Snakebite going to make the rotation. Getting naded, though, does live. He's got the perfect angle here on glass to make this work. You can see they're just collapsing so quickly that it's hard for Snakebite to even get an opportunity to get a shot in or get a good angle in with just how efficient these boys are.
Yeah, it's so incredibly fast-paced, right? Snakebite trying to make the right play and take his time, but his teammates are almost disrespectfully pushing Lux Gaming
Look
at
at
this
this.
point. And with
Oh
the disrespect, somehow Frosty stays alive throughout that cast. It looks like for sure he was going to die, surrounded by enemy players from Lux Gaming, but all the kills go in favor of Sentinels.
Snakebite with an opportunity here in the window, though. Gonna get these shots into Cafe. Trying to clean up. I think that's Nugget in front of him. You can see Neptune with a nice double. Drops a nade behind him. Does not get the kill. I think Frosty takes him out. Frosty looking to break a couple ankles here. He doesn't get that back smack. Snipe does transfer hands to a player on blue there. That's Roach who has it. So maybe they have an opportunity here. But my God, Neptune, he's going to spring jump this. He whiffs the clamber. This is a tough clamber to grab, by the way. There you go. He gets it the second time around. And now he's going to connect it into a 3-shot beatdown. This man's feeling himself.
Yeah, Neptune was able to bounce his head off the sign right there on the side of the wall, and because of it, that player for Lux Gaming missed multiple shots. Neptune doing a phenomenal job of using the geo and the map and the art on the map to be able to kind of alter gunfights when he's down and at a disadvantageous position. Snakebite's going to win his one-on-one against Nugget. He is going to have pressure here from the players in Yard. That player's going to have a combo. Snakebite doesn't care. He's able to finish that kill and stay alive once again. That's 2 in a row for Snakebite. Make it 3. Looks like the players for Lux Gaming know this one's over, as you saw that player kind of standing still, allowing himself to be taken down with ease. And with it, that's going to be a 2-0. Sentinels goes on.
Man, I'm still thinking back to that Collie game and just how fast that was. Like, just if that's any, you know, kind of, I guess, peak or precedent into, like, what's next for this tournament, what kind of games we can expect from Sentinels in this tournament. Like, I just think these guys are in it to win it. I know they've been kind of struggling in the last couple weeks, but looks like they're looking pretty damn good so far, Wes. 19-10 from Neptune, by the way, in that game. I mean, that spring jump was just one little taste of what he was pulling off.
I mean, let's look at the assists though. Roll 2 and Snakebite, 16 and 13 assists.
Huge
It's not
assists.
often you see that many assists in a Slayer, especially on a map like Plaza. So unbelievable for Roll 2 to kind of have that much of an impact on that many gunfights. But that's just a testament to how strong the Sentinels team is. I mean, we know that their teamwork is on point, and when they have map control, they're able to continue to do like impact so many different kills. And I think that that's a testament to like Roll 2, the human turret we call him at times, is able to find so many different players, and 16 assists speaks volume to that.
Yeah, completely agree. Some pretty good games so far, Wes. We had a very intense series with just Latinum going up against, what was it? I think it was Golden Dawn. It's tough to remember all these damn names. We had a very close one, and then we had this one with Sentinels that was literally felt like 5 minutes. It went by in a flash. So Sentinels looking strong, just Latinum still looking strong. Close series for them, but they're expecting big things from them. And we are just getting started for today. I know we have other big teams to look forward to, so don't go anywhere. We got more winners bracket coming right up after this break. Welcome back. We're still on board with the winner side of the bracket, and it looks like we're continuing with Sentinels, by the way. I got them on my right-hand side, and their competitors are a pretty talented band of EU players here. Wes, we got Kimbo, Legend, Shady, and Shabby Dagger. Now, we've seen these four players on different rosters. Usually Legend and Shady are playing with the Legend squad. Kimbo has been playing previously with Power, but it looks like they all kind of came together to form this interesting I don't know, I want to say transformer for some reason, but some sort of a power squad here, power European squad. What do you think, Wes, of these guys?
Yeah, I think they're a very good team. I mean, we know those guys, and they've gotten top 8, top 6 at major events, even in Halo 5. So they bring a lot of firepower. Are they going to be able to take down a team like Sentinels? That's a different story, especially online with the way connections are going to be in place. Like, how much of a disadvantage are they going to be playing at being in the EU and what that's going to look like? But even on land, this team would have their hands full with one of the greatest teams in Halo 5 right now, right? This dynasty that is Sentinels. It's going to be tough to beat. I don't know if Kimbo and those guys have ever beat a team of this caliber before. I don't think they have, as my memory comes in. But this is an opportunity, right? And we always talk about opportunities for these guys to create those upsets. And this could be a potential upset where they catch Sentinels kind of sleeping on them, because these are very, very talented players. But we saw what Sentinels did to the last team, and it looks like Sentinels is here to play. So if Sentinels takes them serious, this series could be as fast as the last one.
It definitely could be. It's rigged strongholds, though, to kick it off. So we'll see how efficient they are in this map game type. We know Kali CTF Sentinels is right at home, but rigged strongholds might be a little different around this time around. But if Frosty gets the rail, this might be over very quickly. And you know that's exactly what he's doing. He's beelining for the rail to start this off. He's already got it in his hands, and he's already got a kill. Give him the camo as well. Oh, and a back smack, though. That's a huge play right there to shut him down.
Yeah, a bit of a selfish play from Frosty there. He wants to get the railgun and the camo combo that you can do so much work with, right? It makes sense when drawing up a game plan that that's what you want if you're able to draw up a perfect plan. Unfortunately, Frosty's perfect plan didn't go in the hands because Kimbo was there to assassinate him. You got to be a little bit more aware of your surroundings there if you're Frosty, but it doesn't look like too much damage was done because you see Sentinels already in control of 2 of the strongholds. You see Rule 2 in a prime position to contest this BR base. He might let it get transferred, but the amount of pressure he's going to be able to do from up here is going to be insane. Unfortunately, there's going to be Shabby Dagger, who does a nice little crouch jump up to top rail there, and he's going to be able to take him down. And Rule 2 losing the scatter shot there could have really done some damage. So a big kill for Legends there to subside that amount of pressure, but still, scoring goes in the hands of Sentinels, so they're doing a phenomenal job no matter what.
Yeah, that's 4 dead, by the way. They're all spawning Carbine side, especially with them now capping BR base. And you know Sentinels is hyper aware of this. They're going to try to make their way to basement. You got 2 dead already on the feed. There's 1 more back catwalk. Going to try to get the collapse on this player, but living up right now. That one player snuck his way through Long Haul. We'll see how much longer he can stay up. That Shady, Snakebite aware of it now. Going to try to chase him down, goes out to center map and gets killed. So some nice kills to kind of return the favor here. They got to stop this trip cap, and BR base is going to be the place to do it. But they're also trying to fight for Nest at the same time here. You'll see if Kimbo can be successful. That was a good attempt from him. Shady with the shotgun, trying to get basement at the same time. So nice little double dilemma here coming out from Legends as they hold on. Managed to get 2 caps. We'll see if they can get some points out of this.
Huge kill from Frosty there, right? And he's still continuing to be a menace here at Light Rifle. It's insane what he's able to do when those positions come in mites. And it's like, because Frosty was such a difficult kill, they have to spend so many resources and so much time trying to kill him. Unfortunately, though, camo is going to be coming up, and it does look like Sentinels is not in a position to get that camo. It'll be interesting to see if we see Legends in control of it right now. We do see Shady has the railgun control, but camo doesn't appear to be on the map right now. Let me know if you see anything different. So it probably was burned, so Frosty may have actually gotten that kill onto the player that picked it up, and because that player was shooting, we don't know if he had camo or not. But Shady is, the game is in his hands right now, right? He needs to make a play with this railgun. There are a few dead on each team. Sentinel's able to come off spawn here before Shady's able to do anything. A nice railgun shot, but unfortunately, he's not able to turn it into 2 because there's a player top rail in a perfect position to take him out. I love this position by Shabby with the scatter shot. If he's able to push the top rail, which we've seen multiple times so far fail so far for both teams. There's so much work that can be done in that position, but he's going to actually have to rotate back into the basement and try and get them out. He is able to pick up 1 kill, but Roll 2 is there as well. Roll 2 is actually going to be able to finish him off. Are they able to turn this one into control? Yes, they are, and with that, Sentinels is able to get control of it, but the Slays actually go in favor of Legends, so they're going to be able to turn that right back in their control.
Yeah, Legends answer back. They got basement. They're going to get Nest in a second as well. This could be a temporary trip cap here as Frosty just flying left and right, looking to put in as much damage as possible. He wants to overextend and kind of secure this perimeter and tower and give his teammates an opportunity to get that BR base, but they're kind of bleeding. They're bleeding points right now, hitting that 50-point mark here as Frosty in a bit of a jungle gym battle here. He does get the back smack. He's going to clean up his second kill for the double, so this is a good opportunity for them to get back that map control, start to capture some stuff, but they really got to jump in these points. I believe they got 1 in BR base to cap that. They already got somebody pushing up the Nest side, so Frosty with the rail in hand. He's got to put this to work because they did... See, this is why you can't have one person in the base. This is a bit of an unfortunate blunder there. They do manage to get 1, though, and Frosty does have camo, so they can turn this around.
Yeah, not only does he have camo, he has rail, right? And this is the combo that he wanted to start the game off with, and he finally got it into his hands. He's able to pick up the triple kill, and that's why he wants this combo so badly, is because he can do so much work with it once he has control of it. But unfortunately for Frosty, they only have 1 stronghold still, right? And he's forced to play defense with this camo rail. Instead of being able to help his team capture BR base, they are able to finally get BR base in, but the push to Nest is already looking pretty successful. Legends able to pick up 2 kills of their own, are able to turn into Nest right now. You see Roll 2 not able to impact the Nest control, changing teams, and with that, you see Legends continuing to score. They're 71-37. This is a great opportunity for Legends if they keep this up to steal this game 1 and make sure this game at least goes the distance to a game 3. They are gonna steal this one, it looks like, because of the phenomenal plays coming out of Shabby Dagger and Shady here. Shabby Dagger picks up that kill in the kill feed, and I love the rotation from Shady here to get into window and apply pressure onto the 1 stronghold that Sentinels has.
Such incredible momentum built up by these Legends. They're winning their pivotal fights as well, which is so huge. And the moments that they're not capping, you can see them taking these high ground positions, picking up scatter shot, grabbing that railgun, and just holding on to these perfect spots on the map to be a nuisance. Look at this play from Shady. Gonna sneak underneath Nest here. I think they're aware of the fact that he's here, and it doesn't succeed. They do manage to take him out in Nest, so they will cap that. And now on the back foot here, Shabby Dagger going to try to live up. He does get the nade in, so there's some damage, but we might see a nice quick trip cap to return the favor. You can see Sentinels in position. They're going to get that. New railgun is up. Just waiting for the moment that Frosty flies over to get it. You do have Neptune in position also, but I think Frosty is the one who does have that new rail. We got the new camo as well. So Sentinels is looking to turn this game around. This is the time. They have to do it now.
Kimbo actually picks up a double kill in the kill feed, and those 2 kills are going to open up the opportunity for them to go into Nest. Snakebite is going to try and rotate behind these players and counter cap the basement stronghold. He is going to go for camo, and Neptune's Frosty both pick up kills, and he's going to rotate back to basement. If they're able to get a trip cap here, this game could be in Sentinel's favor very quickly. You see Snakebite actually forced to go to Nest with camo. You would have wanted to see him be able to contest BR base and have one of his teammates go for this Nest control, but I guess it's going to actually end up paying off because multiple members spawn back wide rifle, and with that, you see Neptune pick up that kill, and a phenomenal job here by Sentinels to onslaught the players that are spawning back wide rifle. They're going to turn it into a 4-on-2, into another 4-on-2, and with that, the trip cap continues to melt this score line. It's an 89-69 lead for Legends, but the bleeding is going to be on. You have to see Legends get multiple kills in the kill feed, because if they're not able to, this score is going to end up going in Sentinel's favor. They are hopping in the basement, but Neptune's able to pick up 2 kills. Neptune's able to get the reset as well. Snakebite picks up the nade kill, and now players are going to be spawning back bunker. Snakebite already knows this information, though. He's a professional player. He's the best in the world. That's why he knows this. He's going to have his reticle in perfect position to get some good damage on, and now the score actually goes in the favor of Sentinels.
This is why Sentinels is a top team. They can turn things around so damn quickly. They know how to push for that trip cap. They know how to use their numbers to just fly in. Like that moment that Snakebite was in Nest and he saw them capping BR base, he didn't hesitate to thrust slide, get into BR base, get those kills, get that trip cap. It's the reason why they got 96 and counting West. This is probably going to be a game over. They're holding on to Nest, holding on to basement. Wait, I might have to take that back. They got control coming in. They're going to try to cap that basement. They might be able to do it in the last second, and they have, but things change hands. And they get the BR base in the Nest to finish off the game 100-90. Bit of a roller coaster there, Wes. We had like some ultimate map control come out from Legends for a good half of that game, I want to say. But Sentinels, the moment they got a trip cap, they did not let up. They played it perfectly.
Yeah, if you leave the door open, Sentinels will knock that thing over and bust into the room, take that game. And the door was left open from Legends. Like you said, all you got to do is all Sentinels needs is one opportunity, right? If they get 4 dead and they get total control and they know where you're spawning, they will get you on a terrible rotation. They were playing 4-on-2 for a majority of the second half of that game. And what I mean by that is they are able to kill the first 2 spawners so quickly that they force the other 2 to spawn across the map. And when that happens, they're continuously able to collapse 4-on-2, 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 and successfully trade. Yep. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it. It's about being able to minimize the damage and somehow staying alive long enough for your teammates to spawn and impact like your life. That Legends was unable to perform. And with that, Sentinels able to, although the score was out of control and it looked like Legends was really going to take that game one, all it took was one successful setup from Sentinels to make the difference and to make that entire deficit completely erased.
Exactly. And you said it as well, split spawning them in bunker and carbine kind of back and forth. And there is the chance that you can get yellow side, you can get nest side, but Sentinels, they're so hyper aware of where these players are spawning, and they're so good at keeping them on the back foot, at killing them nice and quick off their spawn as well. By the way, speaking of getting kills, Frosty went 24-11. He got 5 railguns kills in that game. So it's the moment that Frosty gets rail and rig, the guy just starts going off. He hits these insane shots. If you're ever watching Frosty's YouTube videos, it's either a Coliseum CTF or it's a rig Slayer where he's got a railgun, or rig Strongholds where he's got rail and he's just completely going off. But he's got another chance here, and so does Sentinels, to do the same thing in Truth Slayer. Of course, we got the camo, we got the combo on the map, a lot to fight for. Let's see if our European squad can fight back in Slayer. They had some pretty good fight in them in rig Strongholds, but things might be a little different now the Sentinels has the momentum.
You got to see more power up and power weapon control out of this Legends team if they want to try and create this upset, right? Camo is going to be up bottom middle, and or bottom pink, and that's going to be the one power up / power weapon on this map. But unfortunately for Legends fans, it's already in the hands of Snakebite. You cannot continue to give up these power ups and power weapons and think that you're going to compete with the best in the world. It's just not going to happen. Snakebite, with this camo, already able to pick up a few kills, and we're going to see the damage that he's able to do from front blue.
Nice round to Slays. 7 kills to start the game here. 7-3 on the board. Snakebite, like you said, already has camo. Playing it slow here, though he does opt to sprint. He's going to get right up to top mid here. He's got a teammate with him. Hopefully the collapse comes in. You got Snakebite with the nade onto the right side. So Shady going to fly into a barrage of bullets. Good luck to that, man. That's a double for Frosty. Pressure still on in the base. By the way, guys, if you haven't seen the YouTube video, I spent 50 minutes breaking down Truth Slayer and why Sentinels are so damn consistent, why they're so damn professional on this map. You're seeing it here. They're going to set up a base collapse and fly in from both sides, get around the Slays, and do it over and over.
Beautiful work so far with this camo from Snakebite, right? 13-5 in the scoreline, and Snakebite still hasn't died. He's got so much pressure that he's able to apply from Fun Blue, and finally he gives his life. Kimbo able to take him down, but what did it cost? Frosty able to capitalize on Kimbo's positioning on Snakebite. Frosty picks up the double off screen if he stays alive. Neptune and Frosty are going to be able to tag team their way through Shady, but unfortunately for Neptune, Shady's going to be able to throw that death nade, and Frosty actually gets finished. The good trades eventually come from Legends, but damage has been done. There's a 9-kill lead early on.
Neptune going to look to take this pick here. Big fight happening in P2. Kimbo, that was a bad decision to look away there. Neptune is flying and 5-ing right now. He gets the double. That's a beautiful nade for the triple. Where's the 4th? Looks like he's already been killed. Snakebite got him, so immediately pushing up on blue base. You got some bottom base spawners here. Neptune's push probably through the spawn out of whack, so those players probably spawning up at red side, but unfortunate for Kimbo. Nothing he could do there. You can see the rest of them up on card.
Just in case Royal 2 missed a shot, Neptune was going to be there to finish off Kimbo, but Royal 2 didn't miss, so no surprise there. And that's what makes this team so strong. It's not only they're in the perfect position to use this kind of teamwork, they're also not missing when they do it. So it just makes them so much more effective, so much more lethal, so much more efficient. 26-11, our scoreline. This game is nothing like game one. This is exactly the momentum that Sentinels needed from game one. They're going to choose to ride that here through game two, 28-12, and the collapse is continuing to come forward. You see multiple times. Every time it feels like Sentinels is pushing into a base, yes, you see Legends able to trade the first or the second kill out, but they're not able to continuously get all 4 trades, right? And that's just how it's going to work. Someone's always going to be left standing, and it looks like Snakebite is going to be the man left standing so far throughout this game. It's a big double on him, and he's going to be able to trap these players now spawning blue.
Snakebite doing such a good job as a teammate right here, getting that double kill and then rotating over to pink side, now pushing up into base. We got the nades coming in. Nice shots from him, by the way. He's hitting all his shots here, too. He's got his teammates collapsing on blue to get these kills. Got one up on car side. He will get taken down by Shabby. So nice double from Shabby to try to stop some of this relentless pressure. Now 35 to 19 on the board. This is what it looks like from blue side, by the way. Kimbo here just forced to play from under the base. Got to try to play it slow. Going to try to sneak up on Snakebite. Snakebite loses that fight, but Neptune will get the cleanup. 36-21 right now as we push that 40-point mark.
Yeah, and you see, finally, Legends able to get some unanswered kills here. They do have pink control camo probably coming up in 20 seconds, but how much damage is Sentinels going to be able to do in that 20 seconds is the question. Are they going to be able to fight for this next camo? Because if you're Legends and you want to take this to a game 3, you have to stop the bleeding. You have to stop trading somehow, and unfortunately, the answer, it's probably not in their book and their game plan, right? It's not in their playbook, because rarely have we ever seen a team be able to continuously force non-trade situations in order to come back against a team like Sentinels in the history of Halo. So it's going to be a tough answer to, or a tough pill to swallow here. Camo is definitely going to go in the hands of Snakebite after that huge double kill. He might turn it into a triple, but Frosty's going to take it. It does look like Shabby Dagger was able to get the camo, but he's not able to play his life with it, and that's going to basically close the door on any sort of comeback we may have seen. 46-27. This game is all she wrote, as we see multiple members of Sentinels just continuously, like, just flying at the pushes at this point, knowing that this game is in their hands.
At this point, I'm more concerned with whether or not Legends are going to be able to avoid this stake. They just need, I believe, they got to get 2 more kills. They got to get 1 more now. But if Sentinels can get this perfect collapse coming up on red base here, melee in for Royal 2, looking for another, they get it. I think that's 50-30, just 51-30. All right, getting a little greedy. We got an extra one, but that is a nice stake right there to close out this series. They took that momentum and they rode it through, like you said, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in that game, when you build such a comfortable lead, you're able to just, like, see bone, get bone. Basically, you're able to spot your enemy. You're able to just to fly at them and trade kills. And I think that that's kind of where Sentinels was satisfied, and they were okay with that strategy. But they also have the individual skill of somehow, when they're implementing that kind of a strategy, to still come out on top in favorable trades. Right. So, unbelievable job by them. They're going to continue on through the bracket. And it's no surprise, the second series we see Sentinels, and they don't look to be slowing down at all.
Definitely not. When you look at that scoreboard as well, you can see how efficient they are. The players who are getting slays, great. You know, like Snakebite, 16 kills, 5 deaths. Neptune, 17 kills, 9 deaths. That's amazing. But then Frosty and Royal 2, they don't have slays, but they don't have the same number of slays, but they have an insane number of assists. You got 17 assists coming out of Frosty. You got 13 assists coming out of Royal 2, and Royal 2 keeping his deaths super low as well. So they're so damn good at just playing their role in their team. If they're not getting kills, they're getting assists. If they're not getting kills, they're not dying. So they're just very, very good at playing those roles. Now, that's the thing is this EU squad is a very talented squad. All 4 of these members are incredibly talented players. Usually they're performing up in what? I want to say top 5, maybe top 4 in these tournaments. Maybe not with this exact roster, but if this is any sign of what's to come for Sentinels, they're looking way too dominant right now, Wes. Somebody might have to slow them down. It might have to be NV9, which we haven't seen just yet. It might have to be that Inconceivables roster, which we saw in the beginning. But we'll find out, of course, as we make our way through this winner's bracket. We got a quick break. We'll be right back with more Halo 5. Stay tuned. And we're back with more Esports Arena, more Halo 5. We're on the winner's side of the bracket here. We are staying on board with Sentinels. We know they're a fan favorite. It looks like they're going to be going up against KC Pioneers next. Now, these guys used to be called Fung 4. This is Druck, Soul Snipe, Taulik, and Manny. It's a very talented roster. Turns out these guys actually just defeated Just Latinum in winner's side of the bracket to make it to this spot. To face Sentinels. So Just Latinum currently in the loser's side. This, I believe, Wes, is the most stacked Esports Arena tournament we've ever had. There's at least 8 banger teams in this tournament, like insanely talented teams. Right now, of course, we got Sentinels Neptune, we got KC Sentinels plus Neptune facing off against KC Pioneers. That's this series. On the other side, there's Envy and Inconceivable that are going to face off in winner's side. And then in the losers bracket, we have Last Second, which is Ace's team, Ace, Sabinator, 2 others who are also, I think it's Jazero and one more. Arctic, very
Ace,
talented team. Yeah, and then you have Flyers, which is what commonly Super CC, Straight Sick, and one other very talented player. There's so many pro players in this. You got Legends as well that we just saw, just Latinum there in loser's side as well. So just nonstop energy from these guys. High level Halo throughout here, meaning we got exciting matches to cast. Wes, meaning we can't cover it all as well. It looks like we're going to miss a couple exciting matchups, but staying on board with the hot ones, we got Fathom CTF, Sentinels going up against Funk 4, or KC Pioneers to start things off.
Yeah, and this is a big series for KC Pioneers, I think, right? I think
definitely.
I don't know how KC did last weekend off the top of my head, but I know for a fact that the weekend before when I casted, they kind of let me down, and I want to see this team compete in finals. I want to see them at least be in the top 3, and it feels like since they've lost that slaying prowess in Renegade, and they've been plugging in the other fourths, they haven't been able to kind of play at that same level that Renegade brings them. Obviously, Renegade being a world-class player is going to be able to elevate any team to a higher level than they were probably before having him on the team. But you still got to be able to, like, as individuals on KC, you got to understand that Renegade's gone, and you're going to have to produce the same level of production you had with Renegade somehow without him, right? So it's got to be the individuals stepping up and playing better than they did back in the day, because this KCP team won a ton of these esports arenas tournaments early on before Sentinels and before NV9 and everybody was actually competing in these things. So you know that they want to prove that they are good enough to win, even though the big dogs are bad.
I do think KCP have moved on from losing Renegade. I think they have been improving, especially individually. Something I want to note as we get into this game here, though, is just recently, Soul Snipe and Druck won a 2v2 against Shotzi and Boo Boo Doo. That's right, Shotzi was playing a 2v2 best-of-5 series against them recently. I think it was a Money's Twos match. So that just goes to show how well Soul Snipe and Druck have been playing recently. Let's see if they can carry that skill into this series here. Of course, Talik on screen.
Talik, one of the players that's impressed me the most, and it's really with his objective play that he impresses me a lot of the times. Him and Soul Snipe both specifically stick out in my head as being very smart players for being so new to the professional scene. But with that, they're able to already plug in the first flag cap off screen, and a beautiful job by KC Pioneers to start this game exactly how they need to in order to take this series. They're going to start it off hot, and Druck still in control of the railgun.
Railgun opportunity for a flag, and he does take it. Gonna take it out elbow side. Thankfully, he's got a teammate to escort him as well. Take the brunt of some of the ammunition here, though. He leaves that flag behind. I think he could have taken it a little farther. Gonna opt to defend the counter pull that's already out, though. Bit of a double dilemma here for Druck, as he's got to kind of choose how he wants to do this. Does he defend the flag he can pick up? Does he try to stop the flag that's being pulled? It's already on the porch. So a bit of a tough situation for Druck here. Hopefully he can make that play. In the meantime, Neptune gonna live up with this flag on Silo. And he's already making it past the last links here. Druck with the rail, though, doesn't hit the shot. That was a big opportunity that he missed there, because you can see the pressure coming in. Royal 2 takes the top mid position, going to challenge him for the kill. It ends up being a trade, and now that flag's going into the window. They might be able to put it in here if KC can't stop this.
Does look like it's going to turn into a bit of a stalemate here for a second. Talik is going to be spotted out front the base, and with that, Neptune's able to finish him off. Neptune opting to push here, now that they have the advantages in the numbers. They do run into the railgun, and Soul Snipe picks up a phenomenal double kill there to stop Sentinels' push. Are they going to be able to get this return there? There's 3 dead for Sentinels for a second. The last player alive does get a touch on the flag, however, and it looks like no one in position to get that return.
Ooh.
And this stalemate could turn into who's going to win this first game.
The flag went in, by the way. We had the stalemate. I guess somehow KC Pioneers managed to clutch it up.
KC scored that a long time ago. It's still a stalemate.
Well, my apologies, Wes. You were correct. I was wrong. We got a stalemate. It looks like that stalemate's over because KC Pioneers just flooded the blue base, got the return. They're looking to... It might not be over yet. What did
it's still on.
Oh, they got the defense. They got the defense on the base.
They were playing defense. Yeah, all right.
You take over, you pass the rest of this game.
Now the onslaught's on. Frosty's going to be able to take him out. And defense stands strong for both teams now.
You got it.
It's tough to... Sometimes, I'll give it to you, it is very difficult to tell what's going on.
I was watching a different Fathom CTF. We got another one happening. I'm watching Envy and Neptune. Or what am I saying? Whatever. Let's just talk about this.
Absolutely. Still a stalemate, and both teams going to be battling for control here. It does look like, once again, Frosty's able to spot a player in front of his base. That player's going to be forced into bottom middle, but Frosty actually loses his teammate in Snakebite, and that's going to open up the silo push for KC Pioneers. The pressure is on, and Frosty, going to be the last line of defense here, is going to be forced to push out. I actually love this play by Frosty to be aggressive towards these players, and because of it, a couple of kills go in the hands of Sentinels, and now they're able to play a little bit of offense.
Yep. It's crazy to see Frosty sitting back here holding the flag, being forced to stand still and have to just play defense while his teammates do the work here, but we'll see what he can do with this angle. For now, it looks like he does have to drop the flag, pull the goalie. He's going to fly in for the rail here, but they got it. Druck with a big kill. All three members stay up, but they got to stay up a little longer there. Druck's got to back out. Soul Snipe making his way to top mid. They're going in for that flag return. Soul Snipe in position to get that flag in. I don't know why I said he was making his way to top mid. That was Talik making his way to top west. I don't know what I'm doing with the casting right now, but KC Pioneers knows exactly what they're doing. They're already up 2-0. They're hitting their shots. They're keeping that pressure up.
I wasn't able to spot who it was, but whoever on Kansas City Pioneers team that was able to get that return was able to do it because everyone in the game was so focused on that new railgun that had come up that Druck took advantage of and picked up and got a kill with. Everyone staring at the railgun, didn't notice the player sneaking in from silo. I got a chance to see him on the observer screen, and because of it, he's able to sneak in behind, get that one kill, and get a quick return, which gives Kansas City Pioneers a 2-0 lead against Sentinels. As strong as Sentinels looked coming into this series, you did not think that this was going to be the scoreline halfway through game one.
Definitely the best we've seen from KCP in a long time. This is the opportunity to make Sentinels bleed, but can they capitalize, or do they lose the momentum here? The pressure is on from Sentinels. Royal 2 touching flag, will opt to fly up on the Soul Snipe, doesn't get the kill. That's a huge upset from Soul Snipe to stay up here, and they actually stop the defense right there. Manny, in the meantime, has made his way over to red base to try to get a counter. New spawners up in the generator here, and Manny gonna opt to sneak through, try to work with Druck to get this kill. So KCP completely turning around from what was a situation on the back foot and just resetting things. Oh, actually, I take it back to flags. What is going on with Sentinels? They completely, they surprised me, Wes. They got the flag, they got it back in, they got a point on the board.
Yeah, it looked like both teams were trying to overextend and get touches and get cheeky pulls without having really complete control, and it's going to benefit Sentinels because they're able to get the plays they need in order to get that flag across the map. Does look like a attempt from Manny's going to come in, but Snakebite doing a great job of doubling back, is able to help Neptune get those kills, and with it, Snakebite and Neptune playing phenomenal defense are going to find what I thought was going to be 3 of the 4 kills from KC Pioneers, but Druck, once again with the railgun popping off in this game, is making a huge difference in the amount of pressure that Kansas City Pioneers. You need a player like Druck on your team to free up some space, but it's not enough. Druck doing so much, still not enough, because somehow Sentinels still able to overextend, get the flagpole, and somehow bring it back to their base. It's absolute chaos from what we're seeing. Sentinels is able to punch in 2 straight flags with what feels like very little map control.
Is wild to see, because the moment we're on KCP's perspective, we're seeing them get huge kills, we're seeing them stay alive and make these massive plays, but then the flags are still going in. They're still sneaking these flags in despite it, but Soul Snipe with yet another big opportunity on his hands. He's got to stay up. He's got to play this slow, though. He's in a lot of trouble on Generator. The nades are going to come in, but he's got Manny with the help here. So this could be pretty big for Soul Snipe. I like that he's staying up here. Druck flying in, getting some nice pressure on these players. Frosty's still living, though. They finally get him. That's a triple for Manny. Somebody's got to get that flag out, though. The new spawner's already coming up on the silo side here. So they got to do something to keep this pressure back. You know for a fact that these players are going to overextend as well. Wes, you can already see it. This is how Sentinels is getting flagpoles. They're taking advantage of that opportunity to overextend to get that touch. So you can see KC Pioneer is going to try to stop that in its tracks, but they haven't gotten a flag successfully while doing so.
Yeah, it looked like it was Neptune that was the last guy alive on the porch right there for Sentinels, and he was able to stay alive for what felt like an eternity, I'm sure, from his point of view. And because of it, the players that overextended bought enough time and allocated enough resources from KCP that Sentinels is able to get out of the spawn trap. So that triple kill for Manny, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, hopefully they can capitalize on a couple more triples a little later here. Frosty right now going to stay up on top mid. Rail is up. And he knows it, but he's going to opt to fly forward, be the first man in the fight here. Royal 2 and Snakebite get huge kills as well. That's 3 dead there. Spawning up on the elbow here. Going to try to pressure from front base. Frosty with the toss and a huge kill on the Druck. That's a killing spree. They're going to take that flag out through the sub. Can they get the overextenders in on time? What was once a 2-0 lead has dissipated and completely flipped around. That is a game for Sentinels. Way to return the favor. Wes, we thought that was going to go entirely different. But man, they are just so quick and so efficient. Sentinels take game 1.
The second game 1 that Sentinels has started very slow, allowed the other team to build up a huge lead, an almost insurmountable lead, and then Sentinels shows you what insurmountable actually means, because they don't even believe in the word, it feels like, because they're able to be down 2-0 in that game and score 3 unanswered flag caps, similar to the Strongholds we watched them in the previous series. They are the comeback kids. The game is never over when you're playing against these guys, and that's something that you really have to learn how to clutch up and close games out against these guys, which is one of the hardest things to do.
This is the thing with KC Pioneers is I find they're so good at starting with a bang. You have somebody like Soul Snipe, for example, who's so amazing at opening strats. He's one of the best players, I think, when it comes to opening strats. He's so quick, getting into the base, getting the flag, pulling it out, having an efficient run. But when it comes down to the long game, when it comes down to holding on to momentum and capitalizing on some of the defensive plays that they were making, the kills that they were getting, it just wasn't coming together. The coordination wasn't there. But there were so many times where we're praising a player like Druck for having the rail and staying up and getting these huge kills. He's in red base, he's killing everything. And then all of a sudden the flag comes in and they're capping it. So there's something that's not clicking as far as the team synergy there. Like the objective efficiency isn't happening on KCP. And now, thankfully for them, Slayer is what's next. It's going to be a Kali Slayer that we're loading up here. So maybe they got a shot to make a comeback here. But from what I've seen from these guys, they start with a bang and they're kind of out with a fizzle because Sentinels are so good at capitalizing on the momentum they get mid-game.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like KCP was playing that game almost better than Sentinels was, as far as like strategy and whatnot. It was Sentinels with the ability to like overextend off their spawn that really they were able to find the openings they needed. So I honestly liked what I saw out of KCP, and I think that Fathom Flag is probably the only game type that you can get away with doing what Sentinels got away with doing, which is like kind of losing the initial fight for map control and then using your like overextended spawn silos to like an advantage in a sense. It's a lack of KCP's focus on those overextenders that really costed him. Don't expect that to be the case on Coliseum Slayer, but once again, you're going up against Sentinels and they're good at every game type. They're going to be able to take advantages of all the small nuances of every game type. So we'll see what happens on Coliseum Slayer. Rockets are still up, it looks like. Neptune by himself battling for Snipe is able to finish off a kill on the Manny, and he gets taken out. So Snipe control favored by KC. We see Rockets in the hands of Sentinels.
Up until that point that Neptune died out on bottom mid, you got to love his positioning, just being so aware of the fact that he's alone on Snipe's side. He played it safely from the back of Snipe, then he went out to Silver side of the map to cut Snipe players out of the field to play there. So nice awareness from him to stay up as long as he did. Now Snakebite going to look to capitalize on these opportunities here. He's got one rocket left in the chamber. He's got a teammate up on Snipe. That rocket can't even get the kill because Neptune is lasered right now. He'll take down Manny. Pressure still coming on Snipe's side, and Snakebite looking to stop it. Talent gets picked up by Royal 2. This is it right here. Sentinels are so quick, so clean when it comes to picking off of each other's damage. There you have it. Snakebite with a melee kill. Manny going to answer back. Keep things somewhat close, but the advantage in Sentinels' favor here, 11-6. Maybe even more so, but Talent does stop that from happening.
Yeah, Talek almost gets embarrassed by Royal 2, but fortunately for him, he's able to finish him off just before Royal 2 finishes that kill. So that does get traded, and the damage is minimized to just 5 kills for the Sentinels team.
Oh, Druck right now missing the stick. Unfortunate situation for him when you have an opportunity you can't capitalize. Now Frosty.
He landed it. He got the kill on the Snakebite.
Did he land it? It looked like it went right under him.
On the toes. I think he stuck him in the toes. Okay. He did end up getting the kill with the nade and the kill feed I saw. But still, a trade is not a successful win if you're KC Pioneers, especially when you have the Snipe map control, right?
Right. I mean, a 5-kill lead right now. Sentinels looking to keep that in their favor right now, 16-11. Frosty does hit that stick. That one I can see. Though I like the movement from Soul Snipe to get right up in his face, make sure he trades it.
It's these next set of power weapons that I'm always focused on, right? Who's going to get the rockets? It looks like Druck was able to get control of the rockets. Where is his positioning? It's going to be bottom Snipe. I love the choice to use the pistol to finish off that kill. You still got one rocket left in the chamber. This could be what you need to get that entry kill onto the push that potentially could be on the blue flag and get a stream of kills in your team's favor. But they're not going to be looking to push, and I don't like this by Kansas City Pioneers. They're kind of sitting back and just trying to hold snipe, and because of it, Druk gets weak and then gets finished off from a different angle, actually loses that rocket, and it potentially could change hands into Sentinel's favor.
Definitely could. Frosty's made a massive flank here getting that kill. Now flying up on Manny. Early melee, though, somehow still gets the kill. Manny flailing with the melee as well, so they both kind of choke there. But Frosty, with the opportunity, he takes advantage. Sniper now in hands. And I've seen Frosty land so many nice shots with this damn gun. He's looking to do it again. He's already got one. 6 shots left to work with here, Wes. Let's just see how he decides to pull this off. Where is he going to take position? Going to take rock side of the map here. Looking for an angle over on Snipe. The moment he lines this up, it's just so deadly when Frosty gets you in his crosshairs. Just wait for it.
Typically, I would say that this is bad positioning for a sniper to be in, but it's Frosty, and there's no such thing as bad positioning when you're capable of things he's capable of. There's going to be a player bottom snipe. I'm not sure if they actually spotted Frosty out, though, but he's going to choose to relocate, bring the snipe back to blue, and somehow still kills going in favor of Sentinels without Frosty even having to shoot a bullet. As of right now, he is going to spot this player on the blue, and eventually Frosty's going to figure out a way to dissect you, because this is a double. Does he land a triple on the window? No. Opportunity at the no-scope at the last second, but he's not able to hit that one either, and he's going to have pressure here. Bottom rocket snipe side. He's going to try his best to stay alive, but Soul Snipe finally takes him down.
Yeah, they finally managed to shut him down there. That whip for the second shot, that was like a cross-screen whip to get that headshot with the scope. Really hard shot to pull off, but he does it. Now Neptune looking to pull off a couple plays of his own here. Going to fly up on elbow. There's a kill on the Soul Snipe. He's got the rockets up to worry about here. You can see the spawn over on blue cave side of the map here. So Neptune has free reign to grab these rockets, take them back out to red, join his teammates as they make the push up on Snipe's side here. Nice shots coming in from him. That's 2 dead. Player right above him, multiple players above him, but Neptune is aware of it. Just going to try to find his opportunity with rockets here. Try to work with his teammates as they make this collapse. Now 39-24 on the board. Going to make it 40 here as they might be pushing for a stake here, Wes. A huge lead surmounting in their favor. Sentinels looking way too good in game 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm sold on the stake, but this is an absolute blowout, right? This is nothing like we've seen in game 1. And once again, Sentinels, the game 1, they start off slow. They figure out a way to mount this miracle comeback. In both game 1 so far of the series we've highlighted, and then game 2 has been a Sentinel story headline, right? The Sentinels we expect to see comes out in game 2. So you know they're capable of playing very, very well today, because both game 2s they've proven that they can run away with some of these games and they can dominate even the best of teams, because KCP, we know they're a top 4 team, and this top 4 team is about to get staked.
Exactly. The competition keeps getting better, but Sentinels doesn't let up. They continue to dominate, now 48-32, so the stake has been avoided. But, I mean, we're pretty damn close to that territory at this point. 2 more kills to finish it off. Frosty going to cross the map with a thrust slide. Royal 2 looking to get this kill before Frosty can get to it, though. And there we go. Neptune gets it. And that's a game that's 50-33 and a series for Sentinels, and Neptune still looking dominant. Even as we get into winners finals, I believe we must be having, this was winners semis. On the other side of the bracket, we had NV9 that should be facing off with Inconceivable. So Sentinels they're already punching their ticket into winners finals with this series. Yeah,
a beautiful series by Sentinels. They started off game 1, like we said, slow, but I don't think they can afford to continue doing that throughout this tournament. So I want to see how they're able to step it up. Let's pay attention in the next series in winners finals, how Sentinels is able to start off, because that's going to be an important tone to set against a team like NV9 or Inconceivable is the ones coming on the other side of the bracket. Unfortunately for KCP, they're going to have to go into the losers bracket, and with that, they're going to have to make quite a bit of a run if they want to find themselves back in the finals. But this team is capable of it. They just played Sentinels very well. Unfortunately, Game 2 doesn't show everything that they're able to throw at some of these top teams, but I do expect them to rebound a little bit stronger than what we just saw.
Yeah, definitely feel like so far in this tournament, KCP have come the closest to upsetting Sentinels in a series. Sentinels just looking very, very clean. this time around. The Sentinels, we've seen them bleed in the last couple of weeks. They lost to a pickup team, a very talented player, but kind of talented players, but kind of came out of nowhere. And they lost to the Cloud9 roster as well. So they're kind of looking to pick up that energy, that dominance that we expect to see from them in today's tournament. And I so far, it's looking like they're that dominant, but they have yet to go up against this MV9 squad. They have yet to go up against Inconceivables if we get there as well. So definitely some massive matchups to look forward to with Sentinels as we go onwards in the bracket. KCP, as you said, gonna have to fight their way through losers, which full of heavy hitters in losers, some big teams there as well. But before we jump into break, before we get into those games, make sure, once again, type ! giveaway in the chat. We are giving away a monster backpack full of cans of Monster that feature this man right here, Thick Daddy Chief, times 2 XP.
Double XP.
So you can,
Absolutely.
Yeah, get ahead of the curve when you're grinding Halo Infinite the moment it comes out. So make sure you hold on to those cans, hold on to that receipt, and type ! giveaway to get that backpack, get those cans, and set yourself up for Halo Infinite. We'll be right back with more Esports Arena after the break. Welcome back to more Esports Arena Halo 5. We are on the other side of the winners bracket. This is winners semis. This time we get to tune in with NV9 going up against our Inconceivables roster. So this is 8 more players that are all pros, that are all insanely talented. This is Just Saying, Renegade, Eco, and Trippy on NV9 up against Bound, Boo Boo, Fallicated, and Stellar on Inconceivable. I've seen these rosters kind of like mismatched before. Like usually we see Boo Boo, Bound playing with Saiyan and playing with Fallicated, but they've kind of flipped it. It's like they're in an 8's lobby and they just kind of mixed everything up, and now they're going to face each other again.
Yeah, it's always fun when you see teams like this kind of form, right? Because it is like that 8's feeling where you get that new, fresh feeling that you get to play with people that you're not necessarily like training every day with, but you know and that they're like top tier players. You got respect for them. You know that they're good players and they're an individual. So great opportunity for everybody to kind of have like a bigger money 8 series kind of on the line here, because they're playing in a tournament format. You know they want to get the best of each other. It's not often you see Eco on one team and Stellar on the other, so a little bit of a inner team rivalry as these 2 world champions go at it.
Yeah, they're going at it there. Boo Boo tanking a melee there. Getting taken down. Stellar going to try to stay up in the back of Generator, but he gets killed. That's a big kill from Eco and an opportunity to pull the flag, so he'll take that out. He's got one teammate with him, Demon, which I believe is Renegade. Going to try to give him some support. They got the kills in the base, so this should be an early flag cap. There's only one player, I believe that's Boo Boo Doo Boo, in position to get the stop. Oh. One man can't do it all. That flag will go in, and that's one on the board already.
So when you're playing against your team, like your actual teammates, especially the ones that you're like under contract with for a while, and it's Eco versus Stellar, for example. When Stellar gets outshot by Eco there and Eco ends up turning that into a cap, all you can do as Stellar is sit there and be like, well, at least he's on my team for the long run, right? Like, it sucks that it's happening right now, but every time these two are going to go back and forth at each other throughout this series, it's always going to be like, I got that guy on my team for the future, so I guess at the end of the day, I'm actually the winner, right? Because we know how high the level is being played, but 1-0 Inconceivable early on in this series, and they're going to start off hot, but Fallicated, seeing if he has something to say about it, is able to get this fight not only across halfway, but he picks up a kill on the Renegade while he does it.
Yeah, and while you might be thankful to have players of this caliber on your team, there's also got to be a little bit of friendly competition here as well. You want to be the better player. Like, Stellar's going to want to beat Eco. Eco's going to want to beat Stellar in these 1v1s and return the favor and get this flag in, which is exactly what they did. Wes, we got a series on our hands now. 1-1 on the board here as Bound going to try to win that fight with top mid. He's going to have to back off, though. Fallicated with the cleanup.
Yeah, smart back off because he knew Fallicated was pushing top middle there, so great job by Bound to get that damage. And not going to know that there's a player his silo, and because of that, Eco able to take down Bound from behind. Does look like 3 are dead right now for NV9. Stellar, the last guy alive with the railgun. Do they know he's here? No, they don't until Eco spots him, and he's going to be able to take Eco down. And now it's Eco's turn to kind of sit back and go, well, I got that guy on my team for the future. So both getting the advantage of being able to say that about each other, because that was a huge kill from Stellar being the last guy alive.
Yeah, quick update here, by the way, Wes. Don't get confused by the overlay. NV9 is actually saying Renegade, Eco, Trippy. Inconceivable is Bound, Boo Boo, Fallicated, Stellar, so I'm sure we'll get a little flip on that in a second. It's very confusing because you've got members from Cloud9, you've got members from Inconceivable. Like, they've mismatched their rosters here, so I can understand. But the pressure is on right now for sure, and Fallicated looking to add that to the red base here. Going to try to get this kill, and he will back off that player for now. He's got to live up. He's got no team help in his immediate present, though. He will get taken down. There's a nice trade, though, just to keep that flag in play. Bound with the aggressive play, though. He does get the kill. It's a double. He's got his teammate with him. That's Boo Boo Doo Boo, so maybe a chance for a pull here. It might be scrappy.
Yeah, it does look like the player that was supposed to pull the flag, Bound, is taken down from the last one alive, and that's going to delay this pull from Boo Boo Doo Boo for just a little bit. Is that enough time for NV9 to impact how this flag is going to go? It does look like Trippy is able to pick up a kill. Sam picks up a kill as well, but Fallicated, able to get a kill of his own, is able to get another touch on the flag, but a beautiful job by Renegade to get that double that's going to be so crucial in getting this return.
Looks like they will maybe be able to get the return. There you go. Just going to get in there in time to get that You got Renegade now back on screen, going to make his way across porch here, back over to the treehouse. Going to immediately get into that perimeter. And he's going to have to play it a little slow from here. We'll see if he can get a nice opening pick. You got the rail that just spawned up on the map. There's a big kill onto Stellar. He's going to keep the pressure up onto the... Oh my god, he's already got a double here. should actually be able to convert this into a triple if he plays his cards right. Big kill nonetheless, has the rail in hand, gonna try to live up here. So Renegade making massive, massive plays in blue base. And as he stays up, he can get a couple more kills with this rail. Toss the flag maybe as well. He's doing everything for his team.
Yeah, beautiful play by Renegade. I mean, absolutely doing it all. Picking up a power weapon on the way, as well as the flag. Gets it across the halfway point, but actually gets a little bit too ambitious there and immediately goes for a kill, knowing that he's probably going to have to get slays, and because of it, he actually eats the nade. Trippy, however, able to get a kill, a touch on the flag, throw it into the window, and that's going to allow Renegade to come off spawn and punch that one in. Trippy doing a phenomenal job of being the relay man in that situation. Ooh. Doing it all for his team. It's going to allow MV9 to take the lead 2-1.
It was a nice little layup with the flag for sure. Grabs it, tosses it, lands perfectly on the rail of the window there. So those types of plays are the reason why these flags go in, why these teams are able to capitalize. Now Bound looking to do the same thing on the elbow here. He's the first man in. Bound's making very aggressive plays here, challenging these 2v1s. He does get the damage, but can his teammates get the kills? You can see them trying to do just that. As Boo Boo on screen now back in his base here. He's got a good anchor position here. He's got info on that player over on the silo as well, so should be able to maybe get the 2-shot beat down in. He doesn't. Takes the shields off him, so the defense strong still from MV9 as they hold on to that 2-1 lead. But Stellar, oh my god, the shots from Stellar. Still not enough to stop that flag from getting out.
No, Stellar was going to have to do something incredible to get those 2 kills and try and get a touch on that flag. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, and MV9's defense stands strong once again, and this is going to allow them a little bit of comfort right now as they fight for map control once again.
See how fast these players get up to high ground, then challenge back out, stabilize, take these awkward angles to finish fights. You can learn so much watching Renegades play here, and you can also maybe see him get back smacked, though it didn't happen. Nice kill in the elbow from Eco. He's going to have to stay alive. Trippy now on our screen as he makes his way over to blue here. Going to get back up to top mid. Camo, I don't know if it's up or if it's up in a second. Trippy seems to be aware of it. Nice shots from him. Grabs the camo as well, so that's a big play from Trippy. Flag's already out. It's bottom mid. They're running it past that 50-yard line, and can they stop it? I think the nades came in. The rails might be in the hands of... Oh, actually, the rail's in the hand of Saiyan. So this is a very, very rough situation for Inconceivable. They need to get the defense in. I don't think they have it, though, Wes. I think this flag's going in. That's a game. 3-1 for NV9, kicking it off with a ton of momentum on their side.
Yeah, I think we saw Trippy and Eco there at the end do a ton of work to get that flag across the halfway part, and because of it, they get themselves another cap to end the game. Trippy and Eco were actually making plays throughout that entire game, and I expect their score lines to result in that, and that's exactly what we see, right? 14, 12, 10, 15, 15, and 12. Those are some huge numbers for that game, and you could see it throughout the gameplay that every time there was a pivotal moment, it was Eco and Trippy that impacted that moment greater than any other player in the game, and that's why they were able to win.
Been watching Trippy's stream. He's been putting in a lot of grind time, and it's definitely showing. Not only just the 15 kills, 15 assists, and 12 deaths, but it's the damage from Trippy as well. 2,700 damage from him, significantly more than anybody else in the lobby. So man went off in all categories there. Saiyan doing a pretty good job in damage as well. Almost getting to 2,500. So these boys putting in work in Fathom CTF to start it off. Now, of course, we have seen this layout for the series already, so we know that Kali Slayer is going to be coming up next. What do you think getting into Slayer? There's so much power on both sides. I can't really give it to one side or the other, even though MV9 took that first game pretty convincingly. I feel like these teams are still very evenly matched on paper. Wes, what do you think?
Yeah, I think both these teams are extremely great, right? But I think this NV9 team is a little bit better and polished at this point in time. I think NV9 has players that have been putting in a lot more work in Halo 5 recently, and that's no shot to like the Boobadoobas and the Falcateds and whatnot, but I feel like those guys were playing Halo 3 a ton when the ACS was supporting Halo 3 not too long ago, and a lot of these guys were competing in the esports arena tournament still, like Renegade, Eco. Like we saw those names, I feel like, switch over to Halo 5 and put time in a little bit quicker than we saw the others, and because of it, they're playing at just a little bit higher level, so it wouldn't shock me if we see a 2-0 here from MV9.
Oh, we'll find out shortly. Of course, 3 kills from Inconceivable to start things off, so they did get the better exchange as far as the opening strat. Eco, last guy up in this situation. His teammate's now spawning, but he does get taken down. And still the pressure coming in. That's 4-2 on the board. Renegade getting wiped off the map as well. And now on board with Boo Boo Doo Boo. as he plays it slow here.
So far, so good for Conceivables, right? Like, they've got control. They've got these players spawning blue elbow. The rest of the team's going to be at red, and that's a great job by Boobadooboo to kind of change his focus from blue elbow to red window and pick up a kill before going down. Rockets, however, somehow still are up with almost a minute into the game. Rockets were still up. Trippy going to be the first player to pick those up, and he immediately gets taken down. So there's probably up for a good reason. That's because they were so highly contested for the first minute. Both teams prioritizing making sure no one grabs those rockets safely.
It is so hard to grab rockets if enemies are looking at you. It's right out in the open. Even if you grab them, you try to dive off. You're in low position, like you're in low ground, so you can get naded. Rockets, they're transferring hands like a hot potato. Eco does get a big kill with it, though, so that brings the score to 10-10. And now on board with Renegade. Already spotting Boo Boo off spawn here, just getting melted by Saiyan. Saiyan got the carbine. He brought it over to Snipe's side. You know how deadly that weapon is. 2 more players up on elbow as well, and Renegade gonna back off the challenge here and try to fight this player over on DMR. It looks like Saiyan's gonna try to take that fight as well, and big plays coming out for Renegade, though, to stay up here. Keep that score close. I mean, I said these teams are pretty evenly matched. I see this going the distance close throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. I expect these games to be highly contested, right? And these teams going back and forth in the kill feed. Really, the Rockets are what actually kept MV9 in this game so far, because when they got control, Eco was able to turn those into a few kills that allowed the map control that we've seen Envy kind of gain from that, and are yet to lose it since. But Rockets actually in the hands of Boobadooboo this time around. He's going to pick up 1 kill in the kill feed, and with it, that's going to open up the map for Stellar here to push Snipe a little bit easier.
Stellar pushing up. Oh, you gotta love that nade clamber. He tosses the nade right before the clamber. It banks off the wall, and it takes out, I believe that was Saiyan trying to thrust away from, yeah, it must have been Saiyan thrusting away from that situation there. So just great use of mechanics right there. Stellar does end up going down. Back on board with Fallicated, hitting some nice shots to get that kill. Gonna try to back out, gets taken out immediately. So trades across the board. The moment you get a kill, you gotta watch your back. There's always somebody in position to pick it up, to capitalize on that damage. And nice little 2v1 right there. Trippy getting a little aggressive.
Yeah, you see that happening ever so often, right? I think just a little bit of an ambitious play there, but it's only going to be a few kills difference. Like, it's not going to amount to too much. But the sniper, however, has gone into the hands of Stellar, so potentially the map control with that could be going in the hands of Inconceivable, as Stellar is able to do work with this snipe. Unfortunately, Stellar's going to have to deal with some pressure right now, because multiple members flying into blue actually take him down, and 3 straight kills go for NV9. So although they got the snipe, Stellar was unable to get into a decent position, and now it's switched hands over to Eco.
Eco with the snipe in hand. We got to take a look at this man's POV. If there's any way to switch over to him, let's do it and see what he's up to, because he just hit a double off screen here. Eco's still going off with that snipe, Saiyan doing work as he does. But I'm kind of curious to see if Eco's still going to pull off some plays here. Looks like we're not going to get his POV right away. There we go. We got him. I think he might have burned the ammo on it, though. But still a treat to watch Eco. I know how much he's been grinding. So he does get melted right there. We got a couple trades here, but ultimately those plays with the snipe that we've seen just previously, 34 to 26, I think that's what really allowed NV9 to pull away here.
Yeah, it's been the power weapons that have been able to separate the difference for them, right? The first set of rockets allowed them to climb back. That sniper just allowed them to kind of extend a lead to 10 kills right now. We thought it was going to be a close one, but it doesn't look like NV9 wants to keep this close at all. Renegade actually has the new set of rockets, and with that, the lead goes to 12. You know for a fact these players are spawning at red. This is such a dangerous position for Inconceivable to be in, and with it, kills continue to go in their favor. They're not able to get off spawn enough. The pressure from MB9 right now is absolutely insane.
Yeah, MV9 are in a flow state right now. You can tell from Eco's gameplay right now. He knows exactly where the spawners are going to be. He sees his team pushing up on red to collapse. He knows spawners are on blue side, coming out of cave, coming up snipe. He just head on a swivel. He turns around. He gets the shots in, does the damage. And now you can see it. Red side spawns. They're hyper aware of it. Going to try to make a collapse yet again. Eco with the shots. He's got the team help as well. Renegade gets a kill, so that's 46 to 27. And my God, it was neck and neck in the first half of this game. And this might be a stake as well. MV9 looking so dominant in Kali Slayer. Look at Stellar's giving up here.
Absolutely. And rightfully so. They know this game's over. They're more focused on what they're going to have to do to get back and have another opportunity of taking down this team. But this is not going to be the opportunity they're looking for. Bound.
All right, Bound.
Shooting bodies for the loss. not a good look, but Eco going to get that last kill for the killing spree, and with it, another stake for the day.
Man, I just peeked in chat. Apparently, it was 22-22 at one point, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely it was.
That's how much NV9 just popped off right there. They got a sniper in their hands. They got a round of slays. They got map control. And my God, 17-6 from Eco leading the pack. Just lost the scoreboard there, but I think I saw as much as I needed to see. NV9, they're looking like a different beast right now, right? Like, I mean, on paper, I thought they were relatively even. You gave the edge to NV9, rightfully so. When it came down to Slayer, though, my God, the difference was definitely apparent.
Yeah, absolutely insane. But it's kind of like when you look at this NV9 roster and you see how much time that they've been putting into Halo 5 over the past 6 months, it's like it really does make the difference up. You know the guys on Inconceivable can compete at that level. Like, they've done it in the past. They've done it throughout their entire careers. It's just at this point in their careers right now, they need a little bit more time to be able to catch up, because these guys on NV9, they're world-class champions, and they're proving it with every series they have the opportunity to show.
So, world-class champions, Inconceivable, what can they do against world-class champions, Sentinels? Coming up next. What's that?
It's NV9. But NV9 versus Sentinels.
NV9. My apologies.
Right.
NV9.
It's going to be a good series.
Inconceivable's up there too, but yeah, it will be.
It's going to be a good series. I think that what you have to pay attention to is how the Sentinels start, because they cannot afford to start slow. NV9 is the kind of team that will shut the door on these games that Sentinels has been giving up these massive leads in these game ones. So I'm looking at how Sentinels is able to do at the start of the Rift, and if they're able to get some momentum, I think it's going to be a great series. NV9 we could watch NV9 run over Sentinels if Sentinels start slow, because you are not going to have the time to come back in a game against the pressure that NV9 can put on a team when they're playing with momentum. So that's what you want to pay attention to.
Yeah, so definitely going to be an exciting matchup. NV9 going to be going up against Sentinels. That will be our winners finals, and that will be taking place right after our break. So stay tuned. Coming back with probably the biggest matchup of the tournament next. Probably the best teams in the tournament right here about to face off. It's Sentinels going up against NV9, and it's going to be a truth CTF to kick off the series. What do you think coming into this one? Both teams looking pretty damn good so far.
Yeah, I think it's winners finals. So typically in winners finals, you see the two best teams of the tournament. Sometimes there's some upsets, but that would probably mean that those teams are the two best today, right? No shocker here, NV9 versus Sentinels. If you were to do a pre-tournament predictions, you'd probably put both of these teams exactly where they've landed. It's who you would put ahead of each other that really is the question, right? I think we have a huge opportunity for both these teams to showcase some very high-level Halo 5, and we're going to be getting the action underway. It's going to be true CTF.
I want to give the edge to Sentinels. They have a better track record typically, but the last couple of weeks for Sentinels have been a little rocky as far as Sentinels history goes. And it's specifically because of teams like this MV9 roster with Saiyan, Renegade, Eco, and Trippy that they have been struggling. But just from what I've seen from Sentinels today and how dominant they've been, I think they've already collected just about 2 stakes or maybe almost 2 stakes, just incredible performances from them. So I want to give him the edge, but of course we're going to find out coming into this Truth CTF. We're going to kick things off with Neptune as he makes his way over to Car.
Yeah, let's pay attention to how they start this game off, because they started slow off in 2 straight series. They cannot make it a third. Unfortunately for them, they are going to lose 2 players right off the rip. Rule 2, unable to finish that kill that's owing into his base. The flag is already pulled for NV9, but fortunately for them, or fortunately for Sentinels, Snakebite, the last guy alive pink side of the map, is able to kill that flag carrier and get the return before any damage is actually done. NV9 though, the onslaught is still on. The kills still go in their favor. Eco and Renegade find 2. Roll 2 still stuck in his bubble. This is going to be a flag run going pink. Is it going to be able to get out of the base so far though? Saying if knocked to no shield is going to be forced to slow this down. He is going to turn around, pick up that kill on the Frosty, but this flag run is taking so long. And not only that, but he actually missed the flag, and because of it, Roll 2 in prime position to get that return. Saiyan, a huge blunder by him that could have put his team up early in this game.
Very rough situation for Saiyan. Pretty surprising that they almost kind of got to where they did, though. Snakebite had a massive shutdown with that melee to stop the first attempt, and they almost had it a second time there, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. Now it's Sentinel's turn to put on the pressure. You can see they have top map control here. Neptune, aware of the fact that there's players on card, there's off to back down to bottom mid to clean up this player, and he does just that. That's Trippy out of the field to play. The dropbacks coming out of Neptune. The man is still living, though he does get taken down by a flanker. Gonna make his way into the base. Royal 2 still living up on top mid here. Kind of an interesting situation for Sentinels right now to stay top mid without the perimeter. So I like this play from Royal 2 to fly into base to get the pressure as Snakebite tries to get this flag out. It's a little scrappy though.
This is such a tough situation for MV9 to be in right here, but they do get 2 straight kills, make it a third. Last guy alive is going to be Royal 2 top the base, and he actually gets taken out. So a counter cap opportunity here for MV9. Perfectly played the pull from Sentinel's pink side, and now they have control of Sentinel's base. Are they able to get the slays? It looks like Trippy finds one, and the flag gets pulled. You got to make sure this time around, saying you don't miss it, and I'm sure he knows all too well that he can't afford to continue to make those mistakes. I think there was a hesitation there to try and get his shield back, but at the same time, Camo was coming up. So an interesting situation Renegade finds himself in. He's going to have to win this one-on-one and does, and because of it, he's going to reward his team with this first flag cap.
Big plays from MV9. They got the momentum in the start of the game. And like you said earlier with Sentinels, this is what we've kind of become accustomed to seeing with Sentinels is they have a rough start to the game, but they always manage to bring things back towards the end. So we'll see if that happens. Of course, now Frosty under the base. You can see Sentinels are still under pressure. I like the backstacks coming in from that player to stop it. Frosty going down though in the feed. Snakebite still taking some pressure from Eco. Please get this kill. He doesn't. Somehow Eco, well, no shields, gets that kill and stays up just a little longer. They will take him down. They'll finally push out of the base here. So Sentinels under a ton of pressure to start things off, and it's not letting up. You can see Renegade on car 1. He's got a teammate on P2, though they're losing that fight. And it looks like we got oh, wait. Sentinels making a play on the flag.
Yeah, a little bit of an OE opportunity for Sentinels. It's going to be Car versus Pink for a little bit as we see multiple members of MV9 having to push back into their base. They do find 2 kills as we see in the kill feed in Roll 2, unfortunately, because he's not able to finish that kill. He's actually going to get taken out as well. And Renegade in prime position to throw this flag out and potentially create some chaos here. Somehow kills Frosty throughout this chaos, and his teammates already picked up that flag from bottom middle, and he's got it running into the pink side. There's only one player in position from Sentinels to stop this, and unfortunately he's a second late, and Neptune gonna go down as well, and 2-0, NV9 takes the lead in game 1. Once again, Sentinels starting off slow.
I think Neptune just pulled off a triple there as well. So despite the pressure, the damage coming in from Sentinels, they cannot stop NV9 from capping flags. Now Snakebite with the double. Look at this movement from Snakebite. The stabilize stopped his momentum coming out of the lift there. That was some big brain plays from the man to stay up. Now doing damage as well. Gonna try to keep that flag in play. Back off the lift here. He knows Trippy's up in the attic. Though he's now alone. Big play on the Renegade. That's a killing spree for Saiyan. A spawner out in Pink Street, but that spawner might get melted. Snakebite doing a great job, though. He gives his teammates the chance to secure camo and Pink side of the map, but can Frosty stay with the camo in hands? It looks like he can. Neptune with a nice double, and he's gonna hold on to it. So Sentinels with an opportunity to make a big play here.
Sentinels doing a great job of protecting the VIP, which is Frosty with this camo at the time, but unfortunately as they try to push into the base, the respawners of NV9 are able to pick off 2 of the kills. Another kill goes in hands of Frosty, so that could potentially keep this push alive, but Roll 2 is knocked down to no shield, and now Frosty is going to have to make a play like by himself here. Is going to be able to pick up Trivia into 3 straight dead. Sentinels able to somehow spawn across the map and get the kills they need in order to help Roll 2 and Frosty in this situation. Now are they going to be able to take this flag all the way back?
Yeah, this is a situation where you need to capitalize and get a flag cap. Now, there was one player who had already overextended, got that flag pull, so that's huge. I think that might have been Saiyan, who had already gotten in the back of the base. Despite that, they're still going to fight for it. You can see their flags away. Neptune dives in for the return. He should be successful. And I think they still had that flag in play. They haven't quite got it through the pink side of the door there. Frosty's going to have to push out and try to get the touch here. He doesn't go for it yet, though. He's going to push forward for kills. And he will get this touch. This should be a flag coming in for Sentinels unless Eco gets in the way of it. He gets a huge kill. Eco sitting on the return. Nobody there to stop it. They can't Can they get it? They do touch it. What is going on in this base right now? But somehow, despite the plays from Sentinels, NV9 do get the and they got another flag out all the way across pink side of the map. This might be the game here, Wes. There's nobody to stop it. That's a 3-0 from NV9 with a massive counter cap to take the game.
You want to know why? When you ask Sentinels players who the player to watch out for in this scene is, they always say Eco. They have so much respect for Eco, and it was Eco that made that play at the end there. Somehow stays alive after winning the one-on-one, unable to immediately get the return, but he's no shield. Somehow dodges whatever nades and whatever fire is coming his way in order to impact that game and make that play to get that counter cap and deny the first flag to go in for Sentinels. And it's those kind of plays that Eco is capable of, and because he consistently is able to make those plays, he's become such a threat to the Sentinels dynasty as we know it.
And this is the difference with this MV9 roster in comparison to the other rosters as well, is MV9, they'll clutch up, right? We saw Sentinels in that position where they were down 2-0. We've seen Sentinels go down in the beginning of a series before, but then they turn things around. They get the momentum the moment they have control. And the next thing you know, the game's over. They were trying to do that. They had the flag. They brought it into red. But MV9 didn't let up. They sent Eco in last second to get the kill, get the return, and pull that flag out. So it just goes to show the caliber of this team and how damn scary they are. They 3-0'd Sentinels in game one. They win this game. They punch their ticket into grand finals. It's going to be Rig Slayer coming up next.
Yeah, and if you're a Sentinels fan, you have to hope that the game twos are going to repeat themselves from the series before this, right? Sentinels has been so dominant, winning multiple stakes, no matter who they've played so far throughout this tournament in the game twos, that this could go to game three. Unfortunately, this MV9 team is not anything that they played earlier today, and MV9 is going to take advantage of everything that Sentinels gives them. We're going to hop on board with Frosty here as he lands great shots on the Renegade as Renegade picks up that snipe over here towards the snipe spawn. Unfortunately, Renegade's going to get his shield back, and because of that, that melee is not going to actually finish him, and Frosty loses his life thinking that it would. Slays do go in favor of Sentinels towards the snipe side of the map, but Roll 2 is going to lose scatter shot in basement.
But I want to know who got that snipe. I think Trippy might have it. It says he's got it on the overlay. So if it is possible to see what Trippy's up to. I know Saiyan also has the shotty, so we got a couple power weapons here on the map, and they're both in the hands of the NV9 roster. Though I don't see Sniper anymore. I don't know if it's been put in the back pocket or whatnot. Either way, Renegade does get taken down in the hallway there. Some big trades coming out back and forth here as Frosty gets a nice double. And Sentinels right now going to try to push an advantage.
Yeah, as we see Sentinels try and push up a beautiful stick onto the scatter shot player from Frosty. And is Sentinels going to look to push behind this? Neptune does get spotted out with the flank back engine, and Trippy's not really going to pursue that kill. He's just going to try and contain Neptune. And unfortunately, Renegade, who probably went looking for Neptune, found Neptune and Snakebite and lost his life because of it.
Trippy looking to take out Snakebite once again here. Does manage to get the kill, and nade comes in to take him out. I'm not even sure if it was an enemy's nade. I don't know either way. There's Snakebite's nade, okay.
That was pretty wild.
Either way, it
off
did.
the players off the wall, and it hit him right in the face.
Like a ping pong machine.
Yeah, anyway. That was pretty wild. But both teams really trying to fight for map control right now. We got 25, 30 seconds until Camo comes up, so all of these kills are basically going to be focused on trying to get control of that inside of the map in that white hole. We saw a little bit of an overextension there from MV9, but the kills felt like they did a good job of trading right there to the point where it probably benefited them, but they've got to focus on getting inside.
Big moment coming up as well. Saiyan does get the trade here, but the camo's going to be up in just a couple seconds, so we'll see who's in position to control it here. Renegade right now in a pretty good spot, but he does have a lot of pressure coming in. He gets melted. Neptune now on board. Snakebite, I think he's the one to die for the camo. Looks like there is a battle happening for camo entrenched there, so one person will get away, and it is Snakebite spring jumping his way back over to the catwalk here. He's got a huge opportunity for his team to make a play, and we'll see how he puts this together. You got two outside going nest. You got two over on tower side. Snakebite in between all the action. Here's the spring jump and make his way into a nice sneaky position. Center map. It's a beautiful 5-shot. You got to love the consistency coming out of Snakebite when he puts himself in such a risky spot. He capitalizes.
Love what we're seeing right now at a Snakebite, right? This camo control is what Sentinels does best. They get the power weapons and then they find success. It's basically like textbook Halo is what Sentinels does best. It's like MV9, not necessarily textbook, but
Ooh.
They'll throw the kitchen sink at you, and it'll work 9 out of 10 times. And the amount of aggression and individual skill they can do that with is why they're so special. Does look like Snakebite's going to be taken down. A great job by that player top rail. I didn't get to see who it was. It might have been Saiyan
Trippy.
there. It was Trippy doing a phenomenal job of trying to defend kind of his position on the map and that power control against the world, it felt like. But Eco Smith snuck away with the snipe, and now he's got it back bunker.
It was good that he just sat in top tower with Shoddy and just waited, you know, played it patiently, played the corner. Eco, by the way, can play this spot in bunker with snipe. He's already got a headshot. Gonna make a bit of a rotation here. He knows the spawns are outside, so he needs to get some sort of an angle, and he's gonna try to look through engine to get that opportunity. 2 players up on tower. He's got 1 over at engine side, so you can see they got a nice setup here to work with. I like this rotation. Sneaky angle from Eco, though he doesn't hit it. He's got Saiyan to clean up the kill instead. Frosty gonna dive in. Nice kill from Eco. And he's got his teammate with him over on engine for the defense here. So the setup from NV9, if they can continue to capitalize, Trippy has the Shoddy as well. And this is going to bleed over into camo coming up. So as long as they hold mid-map here or inside map, they can turn this into a camo play as well. Nice shot as well. Saiyan going to clean up that kill. You got a big fight going on tower here. Eco switching to Magnum. Smart play from him. Oh my God, he is blading. Camo coming up as well. They got kills at the perfect time to pick up this camo. So NV9 going on a tear.
Yeah, beautiful job by NV9 to allow Eco the presence on the map to be able to sit back bunker and just pick people off. He's not really getting shot at. He's not the focus of anybody right now. He's been able to sit back and relax and just hit shots, and that's what Eco can do best, right?
Ooh.
Love this play by him to be able to stay alive.
No way.
Renegade's going to find the kill, and somehow he's able to play his life behind the crates. No one on Sentinels in any position to figure out a way to finish him off. And now Eco gonna kind of relocate and try and find an advantage somewhere else with this snipe.
For a second, I thought he was gonna get an angle from behind that box onto rail. Like if somebody pushed forward, that would have been a nuts kill. But either way, his teammates are doing the work here. They got some nice, they got a nice 3 dead. 35 to 30 on the board. 2 shots left in the snipe for Eco. He's putting his snipe to work, honestly, holding it down. Final shot does land. That's 2 kills on the feed there. Now 37 to 30. Pressure still on for Sentinels. Finally, the power weapons are out of the picture. But Sentinels need to turn the tide here because it's running out of control.
Yeah, Sentinels needs to figure out a way to take this to a game 3 if they want to go through winner's bracket. And unfortunately for them, Eco continuing to dominate on a killing spree after that perfect kill. Still has the snipe in his back pocket. I believe it's out of ammo, but he doesn't even need it because of the amount of dominance he's able to perform with just simply a pistol, right? Spots Neptune up on the catwalk. Is he able to finish Neptune? No, but Saiyan in a perfect position to capitalize on Eco's damage. Eco is just staying alive so well. And the Slayer, like, he's turned so many unanswered kills into his team's favor. That's what the scoreline is actually replicating, right? That 6-kill lead now for Envy is all because of plays like we've seen Eco make.
And the thing is, he's not playing fast. He's not playing flashy. He's sitting in these low positions. He's playing like he's listening to his teammates and just finding awkward angles to chip into fights. Like, look at this coming up from underneath right now. Gonna wait for his teammates to maybe get the damage or get the back smack onto Saiyan. I mean, Snakebite. There's just so much going on here, but the camo should go into the hands of Blue. So that might have honestly sealed the game right there, Wes, to get that camo and get that massive back smack. Now Saiyan has it. And I mean, they're gonna put on the pressure here. Sentinels might be knocked into the losers after this.
Yeah, it'd be a miracle for Sentinels to win this the way that Saiyan is positioned right now with this snipe. He rips 1 head off. He only needs to find 3 more. Misses the shot on the Neptune, but he's just going to try and play his life and buy time for his teammates to push. Does look like no one's in position to finish that kill on the Neptune off, but it's 47 to 40, so a little bit of signs of life out of Sentinels here late after those few unanswered kills. But what are they going to be able to do now that the game has slowed down? Because it's almost, it's so hard to not trade kills when the game slows down in this kind of a manner. It's so difficult for MV to get a kill and stay alive after it because of the way that Sentinels is, because of the way that MV is going to be positioned.
They got a pick. 48 to 41. A trade happened. Inside control for Sentinels right now as they get 2 big kills. They basically have to play perfect Halo here. They cannot afford to lose any deaths, any trades. Trippy not really in the action right now. He does opt to switch or to move back to Carbine side. Sees his teammates are dead. And to get some shots into Royal 2. You can see they still have the inside map controlled. And Demon Renegade is actually making a big flank play as well. Nice melt, by the way, on Trippy. Royal 2 up on top tower. Neptune gets a kill with a nade. They're making this comeback right now, Wes. 3
It's
kills separating
absolutely
these
doable.
teams.
Saiyan gets caught as well.
Totally doable.
Rule
Ooh,
2
big kill.
actually gets hit by a nade and cannot stay alive, and because of it, it's going to be a 1 kill needed for MV9. The pressure is on. They know players are back here, and the amount of damage that Renegade is going to be looking to do is just going to look to fly. Eco to follow it up, and the Renegade Eco duo that we know is so strong says absolutely not on our watch, and they find the last kill. 2-0 MV9.
Really good fight from Sentinels right there. They were down by a pretty large deficit. I think it was 40 to 47 or maybe even 48. And they still managed to bring it to such a close game to the point where I thought they might turn it around, they might take it. So that's just testament to, how good Sentinels are. But when it came down to the power weapon control, the map control, my God, did NV9 have it, right? We saw those plays with Eco when he rotated that site back to bunker, he got huge kills. And his team had this great formation controlling inside map. They had the shoddy as well. Saiyan then picked up the snipe a little later, got a couple blaners. So NV9, just looking like the stronger team in both games right there, Wes.
Yeah, I think it's kind of as expected. This MV9 team has looked so good for a few weeks now, and even though they change pieces here or there, it's like the core is just still so strong. We know Stellar Renegade. We know Eco and Renegade and what they bring to the table. Saiyan has been playing Halo 5 nonstop, it feels like, since the beginning of 2020. And because of it, yeah. Saiyan's dividends are paying off, and he's found himself as a top 5 player in the game right now, right?
For sure.
So all these fantastic pieces combined to really be a dominant force. And even against some of the best teams in the world that we've seen in Sentinels, we've seen MV9 still find a way to have a lot of success.
Yeah. So that does it for the winner's side of the bracket. NV9 have made it to grand finals. They're going to sit in grand finals and wait for their challengers. We know on the loser side of the bracket, there's a ton of competition. Sentinels has now been added to the mix. And we're probably expecting Sentinels to, make their way through that bracket, probably end up fighting, up against MV9 for the close. But we'll see if somebody can come upset them. We saw KC Pioneers make some big plays in their chance. And we know there's some other great rosters as well as Inconceivable in the loser side of the bracket that are going to be fighting their way through, trying to make it back to that grand final. So we've got one hell of a bracket to look forward to on loser side. We'll be right there after the break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to more Esports Arena H5. It's time to take a journey through the loser's side of the bracket. And the first matchup we've got is just Latinum back on a screen here going up against a new team that we haven't seen just yet, Wes. And this roster, pretty interesting. I believe they're called All Brain or All. Wait, one sec. Let me find it. All Brain, No Gunny is the name of the team. This roster is Brainstorm, Bohm, Cloud, and Eli Elite. We're talking like Cloud from Halo 3 Cloud, Wes. I know you have experience playing with this man.
Yeah, that's my duo. Cloud brought me up, man. We have too much experience playing twos together. A lot of success as teammates, as anybody that kind of followed my career or knows of Cloud and the Hype roster that we were a part of. And not just H3, but Reach. But yeah, man, it's great to see Scotty get another chance to put his hands on the sticks, because he was one of the best to ever do it, man. And the things that I saw sitting next to him when we were a duo, man, there wasn't a whole lot of people on this planet that I've seen repeat those kind of things. So he's one of the best, and I love that. I don't know what kind of form he's in right now, but I love the fact that he's just competing, right? So hopefully we see some glimpses of what I prefaced there, but I don't have my expectations up to be seeing the 2010 or 2009 Cloud that I know was probably the most dominant player in the scene back then.
Hard to expect that he's at peak form. As far as I know, he just recently came back to Halo 5. He's been grinding, playing some arena and whatnot, getting the skills back, because he definitely has the talent. But you're right. It's been a while, I think, since he's kind of pulled the sticks out as far as for Halo 5 goes. So a bit of a learning curve going up against some of these guys who've been grinding nonstop for almost the past year. But he does have some pretty good teammates with him. He's got Eli Elite, Bomex, and Brainstorm as well. To be honest, all four of these guys, I think Eli Elite might still have been grinding. Bohm, I think, is one of those high-level players that might have also come back recently as well. I feel like this squad itself might be comprised of great talent that kind of disappeared for a bit, and now they decided they want to compete because there's so much great competition happening with Esports Arena.
Yeah, I think anybody that's trying to get their hands on the stage, just get back warmed up, that has any thought of competing in Infinite, this is potentially like the case, right? You just want to see them ease back into it, get into the flow of things. They don't expect to just come onto the scene and find themselves competing for top 3, top 2. But this will be an interesting series. I think Just Latinum, we've seen them continue to grind ever since Halo 5 stopped. They're going to be going against people that haven't been putting in that same amount of time. Exactly. And with that, I kind of expect this to go heavily in the favor of Just Latinum. But in the series we watched earlier today, Just Latinum actually did not look good at all. So there is a huge opportunity for them to once again disappoint and be bounced very early from the bracket on their standards. And maybe All Brain no Gunny creates the upset, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
It does seem unlikely. I'm going to still, like I assume you're predicting, I think it's going to be a 2-0 for the series, but you're also right in saying that Just Latinum do seem a little off in comparison to what we would expect from them. And it's not that they're individually playing off, because I feel like they're hitting their shots. They're making nice plays. Apparently we got Just Latinum replays coming up, I just heard. So let's see that. Because speaking of which, we had some amazing plays, and Coliseum showcased that as well. I remember Drift at the end of the game getting that incredible overkill. But it wasn't the plays that they were making individually that was the problem. It was their ability to coordinate and pull proper flag caps, right? Take advantage of flag opportunities and make the right flag play, pull it the right direction. Even Drift, after getting a disgusting overkill, pulled the flag to snipe and had to double back over to Rockside. This might be the play here. He makes a huge play. So this just goes to show that individually these guys are going off. He gets the first kills. His second has the awareness to look into the back of the base to get this triple kill, grabs flag. He'll toss a nade here as well for a beautiful over. And then watch, takes it snipe side. And he's like, wait, they're spawning snipe side, and he's got to double back over to Rocks. So it's little inconsistencies like this where if that was a better team, he would be dead. There would be no opportunity for the man. So hopefully Just Latinum is warmed up. They're kind of playing together a little better this time around, because Truth CTF is just starting up now.
Yeah, and I expect them to be playing better. These guys are veterans at this point, and in order to play better, you need to play, Drift. So we're going to hope that Drift is at his setup. Eli's going to spot Drift, and he's going to stand still top middle. So there's an understanding there's an understanding that's going on here that Drift was not there. So they're going to be able to replay this one. No harm, no foul. Hopefully Drift back to his setup by this point in time. So we're able to get back into this game one very quickly.
Remember to let your team know if you're taking a washroom break, because if you don't let them know, the game just starts and then you just don't play off the rip. I don't know, assuming that's what happened, but either way, we will be getting right back into this. Truth CTF. I mentioned a bit about teamwork, consistency, whether or not they were kind of playing well off of each other. Do you think that's really the factor with just Latinum? What do you think is it that was kind of lacking in the series we've seen so far?
It's just like they were like so eager to try and get the series over with. It looked like that they were like playing too aggressive at times. They weren't necessarily playing their lives. There's just so many times where I saw them like overextending or like pushing by themselves, and it was like they just expected to run over the last team they played. I think they might have underestimated the last team they played a little bit. I don't expect that kind of to be a mindset that is continued, but the fact that they were able to kind of avoid the upset back then and then and find themselves still in a solid position will tell you that hopefully that mindset isn't contagious and it doesn't stick with them throughout the whole tournament.
Agreed. Well, we'll find out shortly. I assume Drift was with us. He's not with us. He will be joining us in just a second, I assume. When he does, we'll get this game going. Once again, it is a true CTF for the series. As far as the layout for the series overall, I can probably grab that for you. The format right now, we should be in losers. Of course, loser side of the bracket, round 6. So CTF, Truth, and then Slayer on the rig should be the next match to look forward to. If we get there, we'll have a Strongholds on Plaza to close out the series. As far as CTF Truth, you got the camo on the map to control. You got the combo to control. Any keys to success you're looking for in this map coming up, Wes?
Obviously, the camo control is going to be huge. I think, especially for players that haven't been playing a ton of Halo 5, you're going to need that camo in order to give yourself some advantages, in order to be able to control the pace of the game sometimes, because the pace of Halo 5 is going to be very fast. With a camo player on the map, the other team is going to be less likely to recklessly fly at you and push things. They're going to be a little bit backed up on their heels knowing that you have camo. So even just the presence of having a camo player alive on your team does a whole lot for your team's ability to traverse the map at like your pace and not have to play the other team's speed. So I'm looking for all brain no gunny to hopefully get some camos that are able to try and make this a more intricate game and be able to control the pace a little bit more than they would without it.
Agreed. Camo is going to be so important. Of course, when they're pulling flag, typically what we tend to see is a pink side run with the flag. They'll open up the car side spawn and then run a pink while they try to block out the car spawners, take them out. Something that they got to be aware of, though, is the bottom base spawn as well. That's so pesky. Even if you're flying and grabbing the flag or taking it out pink, that bottom base spawn is still open. So hopefully these teams are aware they got a player looking into bottom base, blocking that spawn, or at least stopping players spawning there so they can get that successful flag out. But we are about to get into this match. Drift is back, and we got a real game in our hands here. Eli Elite going to kick things off with the starting strat.
Let's see what Eli Elite brings to the table here, and it looks like Cloud actually starts it off with the first blood. Eli Elite still knows that this player is bottom car. He's going to try and push him, but does get hit by a nade, so he's going to have to play his life tapping buttons. I don't know where he threw that nade off of, but that was a phenomenal nade by tapping in order to finish off Eli. Bohm has pulled the flag, but he needs to slay, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do all of the slaying as there's more than one player for Just Let Him there in a position to contest that flag.
Slaying still happened, though. You can see Cloud in the bottom of the base. Eli making his way over through pink side. Nice shots into top mid. Does clean up Pelu. And they got 2 players over on pink side. Defenders over on the car door. So a brawl going to happen in the base here. If they can win this exchange, this is huge for our all brain, no gunny roster. We're going to call these guys Brain or something. We got to give them a short form name. But in the meantime, trades happening here as Cloud going to have to live up on P2.
When in doubt, go to the acronym A, B, and G.
A, B, and G?
And move on.
All right.
Cloud and Brainstorm both pick up kills, and I love seeing this out of Cloud right now. It just reminds you of how dominant he can be when put in a good position. Solid shots on the ad zone, and wisely he's going to back up because he knows that there's going to be more than just one player trying to push pink here. It does lose his teammate and actually gets 5-starred from the player that tries to push pink. Tapping buttons finds the kills over on the car side of the map, and all of A, B, and G going to be going down here with control. Ooh. And unfortunately for them, they're going to have to rely on their defense because this is going to be an opportunity for Just Let Him to push.
Yeah, big setup forming here. Going to channel some of Coach Callis there. We had a U setup from Carr all the way over to Pink. Full map control, but tapping leaves Carr to go down to bottom base to get this huge flank play. And these are big slays coming in, but can they capitalize? They lost 2 of their teammates in the process here. Drift making his way into the base. He's got 1 on Carr side. This could be a Carr side run. You can see Crack, that's Atso blocking the Carr side spawn. So I love the awareness and the decision making here from just Latinum to make this a Carr run, and they pulled it off successfully. That's a beautiful cap right there.
A beautiful cap will give Just Latinum the lead they need to kind of build confidence throughout this losers bracket. We want to see them get this confidence and then make a great losers bracket run that we know they're capable of. Having a hot game 1 to this series could really bode well for their future and series to come if they're able to close this one out easier than what we saw them compete with in the winners bracket.
Exactly. They need to do this in dominant fashion so they can get the momentum necessary to take out some of the bigger teams coming up later in this losers bracket. We know Sentinels in this bracket as well, so pretty scary situation for them. But of course, you can't sleep on these guys on screen here on A, B, and G. I expect some big plays to come out from them, even if they do, even if they happen to maybe be a little rusty coming onto Halo 5. We'll see, because Brainstorm hitting some nice shots here. He's got his teammate with him. That's Scott Cloud making his way under the base, one flying into window. The base collapses coming in. They need this round to slays. I'm starting to see it on the feed. That's Pelu going down. Adso with a big trade, though. All these trades going to cripple their ability to get in this base and get this flag out. Brainstorm getting taken out. Doesn't get the kill. They're still going to pull the flag. They're taking it out window. It's scrappy, but they got it pretty damn far. Pelu right now going to try to get some defense on it, but it's a fight to get to that flag. Unless Pelu can get behind and maybe go for a counter. We'll see.
I love this positioning by Pelu. He's going to stop any player from being able to go for that flag before they take him out first. Unfortunately, they do take him out, but he's able to trade the kills, and with that, I think that this flag is going to probably be dead. Bomax still alive under the base. He's actually going to fly in for a touch here.
Oh my God.
He does get the touch, but what did it cost? The overextension is very an alive possibility here for all A, B, and G, right? You don't want to see them overextend and have this cap turn into a counter cap. And unfortunately, that's looking like what's going to happen. But 2 kills go in A, B, and G's favor, so I think it's going to be all for naught. Both flags are going to be returned here shortly.
That's a good point, though. You got to be so careful diving out into bottom mid to get that flag. If you play too desperate and you lose your life without taking anybody with you, then you put them at a numbers advantage, and they can just counter cap right on you. Halo 5 moves so damn quickly, and right now, the camo should be up, or should have been up at least. You can see Atso's got that pink side control. Teammate up on top mid to help with the cross here. I'm not sure if that camo came up. It was grabbed. I think there was a player just sitting on it a second ago, but he got burned, actually. That was Eli Elite. We tried to pick up the camo so we can see that's out of play. But just Latinum putting the Nikes on. Going to make their way through pink side here. Going to have to clash with the player spawning up in Carr, but they got an opportunity for another pull here. West, by the way, do you see that bottom base spawner? You see Cloud coming up, but Atso's ready for it.
He's got to win this one-on-one, Cloud. And actually, phenomenal job by Cloud there to get that player to no shield and then stay alive, right? He's just a nuisance, and he actually ends up picking up a kill later on, but because he doesn't just go for a 5-shot kill there and like challenge like a typical player would, he's able to play his life, and the situation actually pans out in his favor. He was in an unfavorable position that ended up working out. Now, his team's looking to push pink side of the map. They've got all these players trapped Carr side of the base. Unfortunately, he loses 2 teammates in the process, and tapping buttons is going to be flying into the base with Atso. Brainstorm does get a kill, but he's forced to trade, and now it's Cloud versus in a 1-on-3 at the enemy base, and he's not able to win or at least trade that kill. Unfortunate for A, B, and G. We've seen them in such premier positions in order to kind of get control of the enemy's base and get a good opportunity for a flag run, and it's just like they haven't been able to do that last step to the puzzle that would have secured a few caps.
I feel like they made a full team commit to the base too quickly. They sent 2 under the base. Like, everybody was inside of the base, but they had no form of perimeter. I feel like one player at least could have maybe stayed top mid, tried to get the cross on Carr spawners and put that damage in from another angle rather than throwing them under the base and not having those angles. So, bit of an interesting push right now, but they might have another opportunity here, though. Eli gets shut down with a big melee. Multiple slays coming in. Cloud still living up in the bottom of the base, so he's got a nice position right here, but he gets taken out quick. And now the camo is going to be coming up shortly as well, I believe. It should be a later camo, maybe in the 30s or so. So Looks like just Latinum going to look to control this side of the map, get up to top mid, get up to pink, get in these power positions, try to take out these new spawners and keep them away from the pink side so they can grab that camo and start to capitalize. I think they got an overextender as well, though. Somebody from blue made his way all the way to red base to get the flag, and he's going to try to attempt a run while the camo's up at the same time. Bit of a tough situation, but somehow they got that flag in the pink door. I don't know what they did, but they might cap it.
Absolutely, and with this camo, they're going to be able to, oh my, the flag gets pulled right underneath his feet. And is this going to actually be a cap? Because pressure coming in from the window and below here, Atso trying to do it all and get the return, is unable to actually stay alive and get the return, but this flag still being so difficult to be punched in. Cloud finally able to get that flag punched in, but it was not easy for this team. What looked like was going to be an easy walk in the park routine flag cap, Latinum made A, B, and G really sweat and have to extend all of their resources for it. So the game is tied up 1-1 on the bright side of A, B, and G. But if it's that hard to get a flag cap every time, you're probably not going to score a lot of flags.
Yeah, extremely scary capture for sure. They almost lost that flag. It took Eli X getting the camo and bringing that flag in to get it as far as it did as well. So all the resources they had to pour into that one flag cap while tapping buttons makes a huge flank into the back of the base. Just wait. See, he does get first shot on Cloud. Gonna try to finish him. That's a big kill for him. And watch, he's taking this flag out center, though somebody gets behind him. That's huge. That kill is massive because flag's coming back. This should be 2 points on the board. I don't see anybody in the immediate vicinity to stop it, so that's 2-1 on the board somehow. ABNG are still making these plays. They're still putting Latinum on the back foot.
Great job by ABNG. To get a much easier cap this time around. Take the lead, and now you feel the momentum shift within this game, right? If you feel ABNG starting to heat up, starting to play with confidence a little bit faster. The rotations are there. They are in the enemy base still. There's a player getting the return, so it doesn't look like this third cap is going to be in the store for this ABNG team just yet, but they do have a ton of pressure on the map. Cloud's going to end up actually getting swarmed by 3 players, and with that, the flag's actually already in pink too. Just Latinum has an opportunity here to tie this game up if they're able to get this flag all the way across the map, and they are going to be able to do so. Punched in 2-2, the next flag will win.
Just Latinum answer back strong. That's exactly what you want to see, and this is the exact type of series I want to cast. So one flag left to close it out here. Tapping buttons with a big kill to stop the car side push. But he's still going to have to put up these numbers, put up the defense. Shots into Cloud. Team helped to get that kill. Still went up on top car there. That's Eli. In the meantime, Drift with a big fight over on P2. Going to opt to back down. Oh, when the reach out comes in, Brainstorm getting a little aggressive there. Drift gonna have to go back for some defense. You can see ABNG just putting on the pressure consistently here. Drift gonna opt to play it slow. He's got tapping with him in the base. If they can just get their picks, they can push back up again. The camo though. Actually, the camo's super late. It must have already been up.
Yeah, camo is gonna be next minute, I believe. And it does look like Just Latinum is in control of car and pink at the moment. Having to fight Cloud on the street. Drift gonna be able to win that one-on-one. Is he able to stay alive? It looks like he's gonna be able to dodge the nades, buy enough time for his teammates to advance in the map, and beautiful shots from Drift to win him. So once again, win a one-on-one, and that's gonna allow his team so much room to push up across the map.
You can see they already got a player in the back of the base there. That's a huge play from Atso to get there. Drift now joining him in the pink door. They're already spawning up in Car's side. There's no way they can spawn anywhere but Car pretty much, though. I think one player might have somehow gotten behind them. They did take him out, so these are big plays right now from Just Latinum. They got an opportunity for a flag pull. You can see tapping buttons already on top Car blocking the spawners. I feel like there's no way they can stop them from getting this flag at this point. Drift getting under the base to stop the bottom base spawn. Now he's going to like to get the flag here. And oh, a huge nade comes in to stop them. It seems like no matter what Just Latinum does, they can't seem to get a nice clean pull out. I feel like they had all the pieces together in the right positions. But despite that, the re might be coming in. They still got nades, they still got defense, they got a touch. And they got the camo as well. They might be able to close it out here, Wes.
Yes, absolutely. I think they will be able to. It doesn't look like anyone's in position from ABNG to punch that in. And Just Latinum does just enough to once again win a very close-knit game. ABNG had the lead at one point, but Just Latinum had just enough ice in their veins to be able to come back and close that game 1 out. Game 2, I feel like this series could go the distance the way these two teams are playing. You're going to need to see more out of Cloud, right? We know he's fresh back on the scene. We know what he's capable of at his peak, but he's far from that peak right now, and it looks like just Latinum. We know how practiced and tried and true this team is, and they're not going to give up any openings for free.
ABNG definitely looking good though on the board though. When you take a look at the slays overall, I'd say they are pretty damn close. I mean, 27 coming out of Brainstorm, 25 from Eli X versus 26 from Tapping, 20 from Drift, and then you got 18, 19 Etzo and Pelu, and then 14, 17 Cloud and Boom. So you're right about Cloud not really performing to the standards that we would expect from the man, but he could continue to perform for the rest of the series. He does have a chance in the next game coming up as well, of course. But very interesting situation at the end of that Truth CTF, just trying to kind of watching how just Latinum tried to control all the different spawns there, right? They had forced car side spawn, but then you had Tapping who pushed up the car 2 to assault car spawn. And if he goes too far, if he's too aggressive, he's just going to force spawns over on pink side or bottom base. So that there was just so much for the team to kind of deal with at the same time. It was very interesting kind of situation. They pulled through, they made it work. It was a little scrappy, but we should be getting a Slayer, I believe, coming up in the next game. So things could be a lot different for this one. This will be a Slayer on the rig. Will be the next match.
Yeah, and Rig's such a tough game type, I feel like, to play if the pace is going against you. So it could get out of control very quickly if we don't see power-ups and if we don't see the power-up and power weapons go in the hands of A, B, and G, right? You want to see if Just Let Am are able to get the camos and the snipes and whatnot, this game could end very, very quickly. Or it could feel like it's a quicker Slayer game than most, because Rick Slayer is a very difficult game to turn into a stalemate, to slow down, and then to find success there. It's more of like timings and understanding your timings and how to press your advantages. And I think Just Let Am is in a much more prime position in order to do so with all the practice that they have had and all the work that they've put in.
Definitely want to have a lot of team coordination as well, especially with Rig Slayer. When you got that inside map control, we saw it in the last series as well with Sentinels versus MV9. When we had Eco with the snipe and bunker, they had a team setup. They had one in tower, they had one, I believe, over on white corner side maybe, and then one in engine. So they were blocking kind of all entry points while Eco was trying to line up shots with snipe, and they did that long enough to secure the camo. And that's the beauty of having that inside map control, is you're all kind of huddled around that camo, which is such a crucial power up to grab. So if they can form that kind of control, that coordination with each other, then they can definitely get the advantage. And like you said, I think just Latinum are in the better position to do so. We'll find out once we get into that. Though the lobby looking a little funny to me right now, Wes. I only see 5 players in here apart from myself and our observer. So I think they might be reforming this lobby. Not quite sure what's happening with these guys, but I'll keep tabs on it as we go. But in the meantime, we know it's Rig Slayer coming up next. We know we got Strongholds Plaza if we get there, of course. So far, just Latinum kind of looking like the better team. But is there anything you think that ABNG can do to kind of turn things around before we get there?
I think we're going to jump into a break. But before we go,
think so too.
I think there's not a whole lot ABNG is going to be able to do. It's just like a matter of time put into the game recently and understanding the meta of Halo 5 and the pace that it's played at. I think that's such a huge advantage for Latinum to have over this team at this point in time in their like respective careers. And I think because of it, it's just like it's watching 2 different speeds to a sense. And we saw ABNG actually put up a great fight on Truth Flag, but I think that's one of the more like stereotypical Halo games. When I think about competitive Halo across multiple titles, across like its entirety, from Halo 2 with Midship, Halo 3 with Heretic, like Truth Flag is something that you know how to play. So as a professional player that you haven't had as much experience in Halo 5, especially as of recent, you still understand how to rotate around a map like Truth, like you would Heretic, like you would Midship, and so on and so forth. I don't think you're going to have those same benefits on other game types and other maps like Rig, like Coliseum, like Plaza, for example. So I wouldn't be shocked if this went a different way.
That's a good point, is you can kind of directly compare a map like Truth to something, in a classic Halo game like a Midship or a Heretic, but you can't compare Rig to anything. Rig is its own beast of a map with the winding corridors. It's asymmetrical, very different in the way the gameplay flows. Though it looks like we don't need to go to a break. The players have come back in the lobby. We are now loading up Rig Slayer. We know we got the snipe to worry about. We got the camo on the map. Ultimately, it's going to come down to how well these players coordinate and can grab these weapons. There's also the shoddy, which is going to be so useful in just kind of ricocheting it off the walls in these tight corridors. But just Latinum, we know how well coordinated they are. Can ABNG fight back? Can they kind of match him slay for slay? We'll see.
Yeah, this break is going to be utterly important for ABNG's opportunity to try and take this to a game 3. I think if they can win the break, they can kind of dictate the pace from there on out. I'm not sure if we're starting into the game, but I know I'm looking at myself. The game has started. Eli Elite already has the snipe, and some damage is done. He's going to be able to spot this player no shield, but this player is going to expect him to be pushing, and tapping buttons actually able to take down both those players. So not the start you want to see if you're an ABNG fan, but Latinum, you started this game just how your fans want. 4-1, you got the power weapons in hand and tapping buttons, already finding a second kill on the Eli Elite.
Yeah, Tapping doing a little extra just for you, Wes. He gets the back smack, looking for a headshot. He gets that, looking for a new spawner now in bunker, and if he can even get to him in time, because Pelu's already on it. Atso gets a kill on the Eli. That's 2 rounds of slays right there. 9 kills to 2 on the board, a nest side spawn, and they already know it's going to be outside map here. Look at the angle coming in from Tapping buttons. You know he's going to get that headshot. Maybe I called it too early, Wes. He doesn't have it just yet, but soon.
10-2. This game could get ugly. This is what I feared could potentially happen. You see the sandwich coming in from both angles, both Carbine and Scatter are both being pushed right here. Tapping buttons, landing the no scope in the body shot, or the killing spree. Nice. Is he gonna throw the snipe off the map when he finds himself in danger? But the damage has been done. A 10-kill lead.
You gotta love that from Tapping. The moment he knows he's in trouble, he tries to get that whip no scope, doesn't, but then he just jumps off the map, takes the snipe with him. Nothing you can do in that situation if you're ABNG. And Cloud right now up on top tower, taking a big nade. Gonna opt to back down here. A little bit of a scary situation there. Up on tower 3, gonna try to stay up. His teammate does get a kill, that's helpful. As they maybe should make a push, a collapse forward. I like this. Eli Elite pushes forward. A center map play right here from Cloud. He gets right behind one. So nice little round of slays here coming out from ABNG. You like the fact that they answer back. And they should be opening bunker spawn by making this play. You can see Cloud now outside. Already coming up from bunker through to tower. Shots onto Atso right now, but then you got to be so aware of those players getting into engine. I feel like they pushed outside. They didn't turn around to capitalize on the new spawners.
Beautiful job so far, right? And at 9:52, we know this next camo is going to be coming up, and I love this play by Atso to focus back on the inside of the map, make sure they get the kills they need to on the player spawning bunker, and force these Carbine spawns once again for ABNG. You see 3 players now stuck Carbine side of the map. This camo has got to be in the hands of ABNG somewhere on the map. There's a double kill that goes in the hands of Latinum as well. This camo player kind of stuck out in a tough position. He's going to try and win this one-on-one against Brainstorm, and unfortunately, Brainstorm actually buys just enough time to get some help, and Camo not doing the same amount of damage you would think you could have done.
Definitely the worry about playing Camo outside map on Rig. There's just nowhere to hide once you're exposed. Inside map might be a little safer, but despite that, Camo now off the map. 17-24 on the board here as Brainstorm tries to live up, does go down. Nice attempt with the stick there from Tapping, doesn't hit it. Gets the melee, though, instead. They're going to hold on to that lead with 26 kills. Atso flying into center map here. Shots in. Look at this teamwork coming through. That should be an easy kill on the Eli. Another kill on the Nest. New spawners up on Carbine side, and Drift's got a sniper. I can hear it on my POV here, but I can only imagine he's lining up some shots.
We'll have to wait and see what the outcome of this is going to be, right? I think Atso's in a tough position here back Carbine. You don't want to get your teammates spawning stuck back there while the inside of the map is free for the enemy team. It's still a 10-kill game, so there's a lot that ABNG is going to have to do in order to come back in this game. And with Snipe in the hands of Drift right here, there's no reason to be pushing the inside of the map. Camo's not for another 20 seconds. You just want to have Drift be able to relocate, find some picks if he can, but I do like ABNG's ability to kind of push up into Whitehall here. Unfortunately, Cloud not expecting Drift to be low right there with the snipe, and a beautiful no-scope from Drift is going to land that double kill, making this an 11-kill game, continuing the score towards 50 without his team trading. This is a recipe for success, and when you're hitting shots like that, it's just the icing on the cake.
That snipe was so slick, Wes. He did a thrust slide and just had perfect reticle placement, hits the reaction shot. Like, you gotta love the fact that Drift somehow he perfectly knew that player would be in that exact spot on the bend, and he hits that shot with such confidence. Like, it's just so satisfying to watch that happen. So great work from Drift there. Of course, 36-26, no doubt in part due to those big plays. We got a 10-kill lead on the side of just Latinum. They take this. They're going to be knocking ABNG out of the tournament.
I'm not sure what it's going to take for ABNG to come back in this game, right? I don't think that there's a lot that they're going to be able to do. I love what we're seeing out of Latinum. Like, they're slow playing this situation. And I said Rig is a game that typically doesn't turn into a stalemate, but I guess when you're up 10, 11 kills and you want to turn it to a stalemate, it kind of works in your position. We'll see if ABNG is able to benefit from this, but Pelu landing some beautiful shots on the Bohm is actually going to get the better of him. But a great push by ABNG towards the Carbine side is going to get them a few kills, but it looks like those kills got traded out in a sense. It's just a 7-kill game now, so 4-kill difference in that little sequence of events has helped ABNG crawl back into this game a little bit. They're going to need to repeat that if they want to come back the entire way.
Yeah, Atso pulling off a high wire act outside the map there. His teammates get some kills in the meantime, though, and he should be able to collapse, though. Gets lit up from tower. That's Scott. That's Cloud controlling tower side. His teammates spawn up over on the yellow bend here, but 42-33. Kind of a rough situation. They can't really afford to make any mistakes. They can't really afford trades in this situation. Drift already all the way out on Nest side. His teammates inside map here, so anybody who opts to go outside is going to have to face the sniper. That's not a battle you want to take with somebody like Drift holding it, so he'll make his way back to inside map. He could probably rotate over to bunker, or maybe just hold this angle as well. He knows that outside is a threat. He's going to land the body. He'll back off. He's got his team to help him here, but this is just the perfect spot for Just Latinum with the camo coming up shortly as well.
Yeah, perfect situation for Just Latinum right here. They just want to slow play this, play for this camo. There's two players pushing what seems to be bottom engine. They're going to back up, it looks like, and might have actually just secured camo for themselves. Drift not really having an angle on anything that's going on that side or towards camo, but he's going to actually push and get an angle on Eli X's face right there as he quick scopes it around the corner, backs up, lets his teammate get to death, but lands a nice no-scope on a Brainstorm to kind of make up for it. And Drift showing you how to use this snipe to a perfection right here once it's a stalemate.
It's just wild to see ABNG flying into E1 when they know Drift is hard aiming that angle with the snipe. Like, I feel like they kind of knew it was over a little earlier there, but 50-36 closes it out. Just Latinum, the stronger team, gonna move forward in losers bracket. Man, we predicted it, Wes, but damn, did they capitalize. This is exactly what Latinum needs to do if they want to move onwards here, because the competition's only gonna get tougher with these guys we got on loser side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Just Latinum, like, you needed to make slight work of that team, and it wasn't exactly the prettiest series, but you got the job done. Unfortunately, on the in the next little brick on the bracket, you will be seeing Inconceivable. So you have a completely different beast to go up against now, and you're gonna have to step up your gameplay just a little bit in order to compete with those guys.
Speaking of beasts, though, Drift went 18-7 on the board, so man went huge, 2,800 damage as well. So Drift definitely carrying the lobby in that one. Tapping buttons, always a big performer, got 15-11, so great kills from him. Overall, Just Latinum looking good in that game. You said it wasn't the prettiest win. We wanted to see them get a very confident 2-0, and I think Rig did kind of seal it out. Though it does look like we are immediately jumping into the other side of the losers bracket here, Wes. So like you said, Flyers is one side. I believe it's already happening. I think we're jumping right in. We're mid-series, and we're jumping right in. We've got KCP going up against Flyers. This is still game one, but you can see it's 20-14 on the board here.
There's no way it's game one because it's the Slayer. So this is going to be game two. It's KCP. It's going to be up 1-0 and 5 kills here in game two. Druck finds himself under red, tries to overextend and flip the map, but it looks like Flyers had the same intention, pink side of the map. So just trading control right now. It does look like Flyers is going to have control at the top, though. As you see, Druck take in the grenades. He does have multiple players pushing top mid, and Talik actually finds himself a double, which is going to open up this map for this push right here. And I love this by Druck to just immediately start sprinting towards blue. And another flip of the map. I like the strategy by Flyers because you're in such a disadvantageous position, but it's not going to pay off. And 3 actually go down. Spartan, the last guy alive, stuck under red. He's going to lose his life. And all of a sudden, what was once a 5-kill game, now a 10-kill game.
KCP moving so quick here. You see how fast Druck is making these rotations. Maybe a little too quick right there, though, because he hops into a 2v1 on blue car, but he'll get taken down. Talik, in the meantime, looking for a flank right here. He can see 2 of his teammates are dead. He's got 1 below him, so can't really afford to be super aggressive here just yet, but shots coming in from him. Nice into Envor right there. Will back him down. You can see Tyler, I think that's Sparty over on top mid. Envor getting melted by the shots. Hitting a bit of a teammate as well, but Talik will stay up. Still, fights happening on car here. Ultimately in the favor of KCP, though, as they get the majority of the trades here. Now 31-22.
Yeah, I think KCP is just a different beast when we're comparing these two teams. I think they're just so refined and practiced in Halo 5 that Flyers is going to have a tough time trying to compete towards the mid and late game of these games, right? Unless they're able to get these overshields that are coming up right now. And there is a player that looked like he was in prime position to get it, but that's going to be Manny's overshield, it looks like. KCP actually able to get that kill onto the player going for the overshield on Flyers and get it for themselves. Manny turning these into kills himself, shooting some dead bodies along the way, and a 12-kill lead now for KCP as they look to go into the winner or the loser semifinals match.
Just a couple body shots right there from Manny, like just enough to make him think, like, did he mean to do that? Was that like, did he hesitate? He's like, no, wait a second, I don't want to shoot their body. I'm afraid somebody might turn on me if I look a little too cocky. I don't know. Either way, they're gonna clean this up as far as I can tell. Okay, right. No, he hears me. He hears me. he's
made his decision. And I think he was hesitant because he's like, is it time to shoot bodies yet? Is it not time to shoot bodies yet? I think he was uncomfortable with the 10-kill lead, but now that it's up to 18 and it's 44-26, he's a little bit more comfortable with disrespecting some bodies. So, yeah, I think as a player, Manny's still so new when it comes to like competing, especially like at a high level, that he was probably like, it's not exactly the matchmaking to where I can like. If they were to like mount this miraculous comeback, I'm gonna look back and look like an idiot. But finding the right places to get your bags and your body disrespected is very key. If you want some VOD on that, go watch Sprosty. He's kind of mastered it by this point.
Yeah, I mean, he did earn that mastery though too. The man's kind of the GOAT of Halo 5. But either way, Manny, you got to make a name for yourself somehow. We'll start by shooting bodies and hopefully dominating these guys. They're still at 45 kills. After he shot those bodies, things did slow down a little bit, but should be a pretty dominant game over here. Talik almost landed a sick 5. But not quite right there. A 10-kill lead still in the hands of KCP. Manny back on screen, gonna look to finish this kill, but doesn't. Sparty with nice shots will take him down. New OS should be up, or it is already up, and it's actually in the hands of Super CC. So a little bit of momentum forming on the side of blue here. I still don't believe that the comeback is in the works, especially when Druck is hitting shots like that. But you never know.
Nah, I don't think this comeback is gonna work. I think these players are too good to let this slip out of their hands. Unfortunately, Druck is gonna get 1v3 there at top car, and they are going to lose a couple more. So actually, this comeback does become a little bit more realistic at a 47-41 scoreline. Talik pressed under towards the plasma pistol spawn is going to need to try and get up, or he needs to try and get up top and help his teammates fight for control, because he's actually ended up getting sandwiched, and Sparty picks up a double. It's a 3-kill game.
They're not getting kills right now. This is looking a little scary for KCP. They have a big advantage. If they get a couple trades, they will be able to close this out, but you can see Soul Snipe has slowed it down heavily right now. They are used to being in tough situations like this, so no doubt they can capitalize. But Super CC gets a big kill. Soul Snipe might go down here if he doesn't live up. He's got to be careful. He's going to lose his teammate as well. Doesn't get the kill on Sparty. That's huge. They just tied the game. Manny might be regretting shooting those bodies because things might turn around right here. Sparty looking to capitalize. He's got nades coming into blue. All players spawning in blue base, and they got a setup. Wes, this is completely turning around.
Yeah, Manny, it's not looking good. 49-49. Super CC's going to try and push blue. He's got a teammate that needs help under blue, and unfortunately, Manny actually gets the 50th kill. And Manny, thank God you got that kill, because you were body disrespecting, and we kind of joked about knowing when to do it and when the games are over. And that game was not over, as we see in the scoreline, 50-49. That'll get the blood pumping and the adrenaline rushing for both teams, but KCP makes it out of this series with just the nick of time, and they're probably pretty happy to get rid of Flyers and to move on, because if they lose that game too, the way they would have lost it, momentum could have definitely shifted in this series.
Oh, for sure. That was the scariest situation ever, and that's I guess that's the risk that comes with shooting a couple bodies against pro players. Is you turn them on, and then all of a sudden they just start, lighting you up. They're hitting perfect Halo plays. So that was an insanely close game, Wes. I thought it was long over. There was a 10+ kill lead at like 46 or 47 or something, but a massive comeback came from Flyers. What was it?
It was 44-26.
Was it that bad?
It was an 18 kill lead.
Holy crap. But I mean, anything's possible in Regret Slayer, I guess. So good fight from Flyers to try to fight back there. They still had fight left in them, but unfortunately not enough to take that series. They will be out of the tournament. KCP will move on in the losers bracket. We are taking no breaks. We're going right into the next match. We're jumping into the other side of losers west. We've got Inconceivable now going up against Just Latinum. Now, Just Latinum have a lot of momentum from their previous series, but this is Inconceivable we're talking about. These guys are champions.
This is going to be a good series, I think. I think Inconceivables could definitely steamroll LATAM, but if LATAM plays up to par, I think this could potentially be a game 3, right? I think we haven't gotten to see Inconceivables too much today, so it'll be very interesting to see how well they're playing. But at the end of the day, if they're playing like even towards their A game, I think the series could get ugly quickly.
Well, so far, Boo-Boo's got the camo, and you know what that means, Wes. Every time this man picks up camo, big plays happen. Don't want to jinx it. So far, things looking pretty good for Boo-Boo. Gonna get these shots, though he does get taken down by Pelu. That's a huge kill from Pelu to shut down the camo beast himself. And Drift has the OS with an opportunity for rockets, so things could be pretty good for Just Latinum here.
Yeah, Drift, Overshield, Rockets, check. I need to see you go towards the stronghold, though, and that's exactly what he does. He goes to Blue Bend. He's going to try and help his team contest Red Nest with that rocket. Doesn't get the hit markers he needs in order to follow up on that damage, so he's just going to fall back, try and get Blue Bend. And Overshield kind of goes to waste here as he uses it to collect that stronghold. But I guess the rotations end up in their favor. The scores are going in their favor right now, so it's not all for naught, but a poor choice or a poor use of the rockets and the Overshield are not going to land him any important kills. And with that, you see Blue Bend being taken over by Inconceivable.
Just on screen, we've got Atso here, going to try to defend Top Cat. Looks like he should be able to. He's got two teammates over on tower side. One player going to opt to give him some pressure here, but Fallicator going to get shut down. Great shots from Atso to hold on to that, and that does give his team an opportunity to get that red nest. So capture on their side once again. And he's going to continue to push it over for Blue Bend for a trip cap. So I like this play from Atso. Not going to let these guys breathe. He knows they're spawning over on blue side. They're going to try to fly to Catwalk. He's going to try to take this fight. Actually, don't. Oh, he does manage to pull it off. So temporary trip cap. The top map control now in the favor of red here. So it's a bit of a risky trade. What do you think about it?
Yeah, a bit of a risk taken, and I don't know how it's going to play out right now, right? I think Latinum has started this game off the way they've wanted to. 21-7, continuing to score, but how long can you keep Blue Nest and Red Bin? You need to get some catwalk control eventually, I think. So tapping buttons, trying to make his way over towards the catwalk, is potentially able to stay alive with a great use of the clamber and the use of the map to be able to get out of the situation he was in. And it looks like Slays have gone actually in favor of Latinum as well. Overshield is in the hands of Boobadooboo, but Boobadooboo in no position right now to really capitalize with that. So Atso with these rockets is going to be one of two players alive on his team, and with those rockets, we're going to have to see if he's able to hold Red Nest.
Well, right now it does look like they have the camo as well. Boo Boo doesn't have it, but a teammate's got it. Need to hold on to that. In the meantime, gonna make his way through blue base, put some pressure into blue. Nice shots into Drift to take him down. Still, Latinum leads in the scoreboard here. They will try to get Blue Bend and should be successful. You got the Slays coming in. Stellar, Fallicator getting 2 picks there as they rotate back to blue. Now you know it's a tower side spawn as well. You can see those spawners coming up, trying to make their way outside a tower here. Red Nest will be the objective to capture if they can get this round of Slays. They might be able to push it to a trip cap if Boo Boo gets this kill. So big kills right there. Bound. Boo Boo get their Slays. That's a double, I believe, from Boo Boo as well. And he's going to put pressure on the Blue Bend so they can very quickly turn things around. And my God, Boo Boo still hitting all his shots. Connects that 5 for yet another double as they're forced back on spawn. We got a trip cap on the board, and Inconceivable making a massive comeback here.
This trip cap is exactly what Inconceivable needs, right? They need to be able to hold this for just a little bit longer to tie this game up, potentially take the lead, but more importantly, get back into this game because it wasn't a pretty early start from them, right? They've been able to get this trip cap, control it for the time they've needed, and because of it, this game is now close. They're able to play through the mid game and the late game now, comfortably competing and not playing from a larger deficit. That being said, Latinum, you need to figure out a way to stop the bleeding a little bit faster. It does look like the trip cap has stopped, but Inconceivable is still in control of 2 strongholds. Is going to continue to be able to score.
Yep, Valkyrie making a big flank rotation right here. Nice shots from him. Stops the Rockets. Going to get the double as well. So, I mean, he should have got the double, but ran out of ammo there. Should probably reload the pistol before you move up here. OS coming up. Does manage to grab it, so that's a big play from Foul. He's got a huge opportunity on his hands, and Tapping buttons looking to be the first victim here. I like the play from Tapping, getting a ton of damage onto Foul before going down. You gotta love that, but at the same time, Foul, I don't know about that push outside of bottom red. He gets melted. And Latinum, despite the control that we have with power-ups and power weapons, they're doing a pretty damn good job at fighting back. Though Stellar looking to shut that down.
Yeah, Stellar did a great job of using those rockets to make sure that they don't get a trip cap in Red Nest, because that's where this game gets flipped on its head. Stellar just trying to play defense for a little bit, let his team open up the map while he makes sure that his team doesn't fall basically subject to a trip cap. Now that he's out of rockets, he's able to kind of be the aggressive player for his team, and he's going to look to push blue.
Things getting a little rough for Latinum at this point. Once you can see Inconceivable's get this momentum, this control, they're just not letting up. You got a player over here on blue Sneak who does get taken out by Bound. Bound gets taken out as well, so Atso has an opportunity for Blue Ben. If they can get top catwalk as well, which they do, they can very quickly grab themselves a double cap. So I like the answer back from Just Latinum. Despite the fact that they lost some momentum from early on here, they are still fighting back. They are still showcasing that they can, they can hang with Inconceivables here. But can they hang in this fight? Boo Boo with the nice shots. He's got a teammate to help him out here. And they might be able to cap this blue band once again. Drift looking to stop it. Oh, and he actually gets some big shots. He does just that.
He has Stellar behind him, though, and if he's able to stay alive long enough to buy time for his team to get back to blue band, that's where this game could really get out of hand. But unfortunately, he goes down. They are going to be able to contest catwalk from this position in Red Nest, though. There is a player red side of tower that they have to worry about. They're not able to get the reset, and Pelu actually choking on these jumps is going to actually cost his team great, because if he doesn't get this reset, which he finally does, that could have been really bad. But fortunately, he had teammates in positions to get out of it. Calculated him. I mean, that could have costed his team the game right there. But fortunately, his teammates kind of looked over his shoulder and were able to get that player out of catwalk that potentially could have captured that catwalk stronghold.
Yeah. Sometimes you miss a jump so many times that you accidentally get the perfect timing when you finally land the jump. So who knows? It was low-key his objective. I don't know. Either way, that's a big burn on the camo right there, but the damage is done. Just Latinum had a temporary trip cap. They already took back the lead, 77 points and counting. Atso with the rockets in hand, making his way to catwalk. Gonna blow himself up, because he might as well. He gotta at least burn the ammo there. With the pressure back in the field here of Bound, making his way up the top cat, getting melted, though. I love this from Just Latinum. They're fighting back. They're looking to take this game. They are not letting up.
Yeah, Booba gonna be forced to try and push catwalk. He's got to create a miracle, and with that nade, he actually does create a miracle. Somehow he turns 2. 3 dead for Just Latinum. It looks like Inconceivable is going for a trip cap.
You gotta love that from Boo Boo. Just tears through catwalk, leaves it behind, and he's just right back in blue bend immediately. Wastes no time whatsoever, lets his teammates clean up what's left of that top catwalk, though he doesn't succeed in getting blue bend. That's a big defense right there. Tapping now on screen. Gonna make his way over to Red Nest. Knows that players are coming out of tower, and he can't get the kill onto, I believe that was Bound who took him down. Bound still living up on the red catwalk here. Drift looking to finish off the capture. Oh my god, Bound being such a hard kill. But it does look like they're successful. They will get this. They're going to push that 90-point mark, so just let them get to the final 10 points in this game right here. Can they hold on? Can they make this work?
Does look like Red Nest is only going to be pushed by Bound, and the rest are going to be pushing Blue Ben. Is Drift going to look to overextend here, or is he going to try and push Catwalk? He does look like he's opted for the Catwalk push. There's a player that just spawned tower, though, and that player is going to come from his side right now. He's unable to find that information out in time, and because of it, the reset comes in for Inconceivable, and now they're in control and starting to score points, but they have very little of room to work with, right? If they mess up one time, this game is going to be over, and Atso wins a big one-on-one into tower right there that could potentially decide the game.
Yeah, I called it a little early. They still have a chance to make it work. If Latinum do get a double cap here, it could be over. Camo up. Pelu, at the very least, he can burn it, and he does that, so that's not a bad play from him to keep the camo out of play. Tapping in the meantime, going to try to live, but he can't. If they can push for a trip cap, that's going to be game over, and Inconceivable will take it. So just Latinum, at this point, they are running out of time. They do need to get this capture, but Pelu can't afford to just fly in right away. They got to get Slays. Atso's already dead. 2 players hiding for Red Nest right now. Pelu would die here. So this is huge from Inconceivable. If they hold on, they're going to take this. 1 player left in Blue Bend. They're capping with 1 player at a time, which is the worst case scenario for a team like this. Watch them dive in the catwalk. They'll stop it yet again. And if they do this, Wes, oh my God, they're still fighting back though. But they still capped it at 96.
And they got the reset on Red Nest, which is huge. It looks like Just Latinum is actually going to win this game. That push on the catwalk somehow works out in their favor, and because of it, they get the 4 points they need to close this game out just in time to cut off Inconceivable's run. An unbelievable game 1 will guarantee Just Latinum at least forces a game 3 with this series and potentially can create the upset here for game 2.
Way to throw all the bodies at Top Cat there. That was very scary because you got in that situation where you saw Pelu walk out to Nest, gets melted. You see 1 player in Blue Bend gets melted, right? You never want to be in that situation where you're just an ISO player trying to cap a circle. But to have that 1 player in catwalk and then have his teammates dive in last second to join him and get their kills, I think we had like drift and tapping up there. Maybe either way, it was just massive plays. You can see in the kill feed here, Slays weren't totally ideal for Just Latinum as well. I mean, Pelu had 9 and 21. Not a good look for him. Drift won 25 kills, which is great to see. But I mean, Just Latinum was playing from the back foot most of that game. But they still managed to make it work.
Drift played out of control that game, 25 and 19. The only player on his team to go positive, but it was really the rotations and the early control that allowed Latinum to kind of play from the lead, or at least play from a competitive position the entire time. If they do not have the start that they had, they fall victim to a trip cap probably at some point, and they're forced to play from a deficit or a heavy deficit at any times. Fortunately for them, because they started off so strong, they were kind of able to like make decisions based off like, I have time to make this decision, not to feel pressed to make a play. Right? Only at the end at that catwalk where they press to ever make a play. And if you can kind of keep games close in that manner and find a scrappy way to stay in games, you can somehow come out with the wins, as we saw right there. Game 2, however, is going to start in a completely different fashion. Inconceivable. 4-0, the overshield and Bound's hand. A nice perfect kill to start off for Bound. And now they have all of these players spawning at red. You see Bound take his time perfectly to make sure that he doesn't block any spawns. He doesn't force splits. And with this overshield, he's actually going to end up getting beat down 3 straight times. There was a lot of potential for an upset right there with that kill. But Bound secures that one, uses the overshield to just get 1 kill, but an 8-1 score lead is exactly what the doctor ordered for Inconceivable to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, despite the scary situation with Bound, this is just perfect gameplay pretty much coming out of Inconceivables, just collapsing on bases, forcing the spawns here. They got 10 kills now to 2. And they're going to keep this pressure up. Bound getting the double. Forced it back down for a second here. You can hear that player above him. Going to try to get the shots into Pelu. He's got a teammate to help him out, so thankfully, not the greatest shots from Bound. But with that help, he does land himself a killing spree. Now 11-2 on the board. And now things get a little dicey because it's harder to predict where the spawners are. You can see 2 are on car side. There's 1 in the needles below. And Bound now getting shot in the back. So this is a chance for Just Latinum to get a couple scrappy kills and maybe claw their way back, reset the momentum.
Huge opportunity here, and this game could have snowballed continuously out of control, and we could have been looking at a stake, but it looks like Latinum maybe have stopped the bleeding. You see tapping buttons picked up a kill on the Stellar, and another one on the Bound, so just a 4-kill game after the start that they had, and tapping actually sticks a player and gets a double with that stick, and because of it, Pelu is able to turn around and immediately focus on the player spawning at red. He's going to find the kill, and now just a 3-kill game. So it was once really starting to spiral out of control early on. Latinum have actually stopped the bleeding and, in fact, started actually gaining momentum themselves.
Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me, but it almost looked like tapping through 2 sticks, and they both blew up, like, simultaneously taking out 2 players. Like, that just sounds too good to be true, though. So I'm going to assume it was 1 stick that got the collat. Either way, this is a huge flank from Atso with perfect timing. Stellar, no way is he going to fly to that OS. Atso's going to fight his way for it. He does get it. Now you got red side spawners, and the pressure completely reversed. Latinum putting it on right now. Atso, first one into the base here. He needs some help, though. He doesn't have immediate help, and he gets completely melted. So much for OS, and a nice return the favor there from Inconceivable to stop the pressure.
Yeah, if you're LM, you need to turn that overshield into some favorable kills, right? You need that to make up the score difference and to gain some lead, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like that was going to be the case, although they've tied this game up. So they've been able to kind of minimize the loss of that overshield and still continue the momentum that they built for a while now, right? They still have map control. They still are starting to flip spawns. They've caught players off guard so often. Drift finding Bound with his pants caught like between his legs in front of Red. It really looks like Inconceivable isn't expecting Latinum to be where they are in a lot of these positions.
Well,
I mean, Bound once again getting 5'd in the back of the head.
He literally thrust slided off of spawn straight to bridge and got 5. So rough situation for Bound there off the spawn cycle. But I mean, Latinum just capitalizing, like you said, they're playing so damn well, and they don't let up, despite the fact that it was what 11-2 at the start of this game. We had perfect collapse in the opening strap, but just Latinum are so good at slowing things down and getting their picks and resetting the situation. But now Boo Boo making his way into bottom base, though then he gets pushed by Drift, but then he destroys him with the 5. So here I'm thinking just Latinum have perfect team coordination, but when you're a laser like Boo Boo, you can still make this stuff work.
The game virtually tied as we go into the 30 kill mark. You know this is going to go down to the wire. Stellar looking to try and push bottom blue is going to get hit by a nade, and tapping buttons once again just getting kills in disfavorable positions is going to allow his team so much comfort. And I love this push by Drift. He's going to actually get 2 kills with the plasma caster. Great use of that power weapon. We don't see it often be used successfully in a high level, but tapping buttons there to make sure that Inconceivable actually burn the overshield, and tapping picks up another double kill. How many kills does tapping buttons have right now?
Man's got to be going off. I can hold back right now and check. 14 and 11 coming out of tapping right now. Pelu with 10 and 8. Drift with 5 kills, but he's got 12 assists. So just Latinum doing some great job slaying, working together. But both teams doing a great job because it's a relatively even game here. 37, make it 38 to 36. Just Latinum trying to pull away here. They got a couple slays. Bound trapped at the bottom of the base. Now one shot. You know his teammate's going to come in for the collapse. They're both on top and from below. Not much Bound can do to live here. And those are beautiful slays to pick up in the second, or not the second half, but the end of the game here. 42 to 38. 8 kills left to close it out here. And Inconceivable's on the back foot. They need to rally together and turn things around.
Want to see just let them close this series out, because you have that feeling that if they lose this game, it's going to be all for naught, and Inconceivable is just going to naturally take game 3. But this is the upset we've always wanted just let them to kind of like figure themselves out and produce. It does look like tapping buttons is going to be pushing onto red, and a nice nade from Boobadooba is actually going to land in his own face and help tapping button take him out. So a great job from tapping button and just let them to press after getting that kill onto Boobadooba. They press the kills in red, and 47 to 41 our score line now. It's all in the hands of just let them. Even after the rough start to this game, they've been able to manage this steamroll throughout to be able to mount this lead. Just 2 kills needed, just 1 kill needed, and on a map like Regret, you know that this kill is going to come in favor of just let them. There's absolutely no way that they don't find a way to trade this kill out. A little bit of an overzealous push by Drift is the only way that this recipe for a comeback happens, but Atso there to get a kill when his team needs it, and now Latam advances.
That's wild, Wes. Inconceivables came in like a wrecking ball. They literally got 2 full squad wipes. I think they lost 1 player in their 2 full squad wipes, and then they had maybe 12 kills to like 2 or something on the board. They started out so strong, you would think they would carry that energy, but that's just the thing with Regret Slayer is the moment you get your footing and you kind of hold on to that momentum, you could completely reverse even like a 10-plus kill deficit. We almost saw it in that previous series with Flyers as well. But man, just Latinum icing up. 16 kills coming out of Pelu, by the way, going 16 and 12, 15 and 13 from tapping buttons, 11-10 from Atso, and Drift with 8 kills, but 14 assists to his name, just showcasing the fact that if they're not getting kills, they're working together, they're putting in the damage they need to do to be a unit as a team. So just Latinum, they take out Inconceivables. That knocks them out of the competition. Wild.
Yeah, and a shocking upset for Inconceivable. But
even shocking for the doggo.
Yeah, she's upset about it. She's a big Inconceivable fan. It's unfortunate, but she'll get over it, right? She's stuck in the room, so now she's trying to figure out how to get out. But Poppy is not not happy with the performance that we saw Inconceivable put on, as you see. But shout out to Latinum and all the practice that they put in, and hopefully they're able to continue to compete with some of North America's best teams in the future.
Completely agree. Gotta love the hype from the doggo and the hype for just Latinum as they take that series and they move on through losers bracket. They only got bigger fish to fry, though. I believe Sentinels might be the next big boss to go up against. There might be one more team in here, but we know Sentinels is still in here waiting for them. So that's going to be a big series to look forward to. Of course, before we jump into our break, before we get to that series, make sure to type ! giveaway in the chat. Guys, we're giving away a backpack full of cans of Monster. Even if you don't like Monster, there's a good incentive to get this backpack because you get ×2 XP on the back of that can there. That ×2 XP is going to apply to Halo Infinite the moment it comes out. You can get ahead of the curve. You can hit those ranks. Who knows what you get for hitting ranks in Halo Infinite? You might get goodies. You might get, who knows, what do they call them? Skins? They're not skins. They're coatings? Maybe you'll get some coatings. Who knows? Either way, type ! giveaway in the chat for your chance to get that backpack full of Monster Energy and ×2 XP. And we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. We got more intense matches with Losers Bracket. Stay tuned. I only heard 10, but... Welcome back to our Esports Arena Halo 5 4v4. Turns out in our next matchup, these boys could not wait to play. So we are already in our match. This is Kali CTF. This is KCP going up against our Just Latinum squad. And flag's already out, and it's already on the way here, just over on the blue bend right now. But Talik with the sniper, gonna look to hold things down, pick up some kills.
Yeah, it was actually going to be 3 dead for KCP when we first joined, so what looked like was going to be a potential opportunity for KCP to run a flag was shut down by the defense of Just Latinum, but Talik doing some defense of his own, making it 3 dead for Latinum, and with that, he's going to advance on this map with the snipe.
Yeah, up on top cat right now, should be aware of the fact that his blue side spawns, but he's going to look over to the table instead, and maybe he can line up this body shot, doesn't quite get it. Gonna re-peek once again, teammate gets the kill. It's a nice double from Soul Snipe right there to keep him back on spawn once again. Beautiful headshot the moment Pelu spawns. It's gotta be rough for the man. Still trying to put the damage, got 1 shot left to work with here, tosses a stick, takes pressure, and I think that snipe might have still fallen on map, went into the hands of tapping buttons, and tapping, you guys didn't get to see it, but he immediately hit a body shot with it. Took down a player. Atso got one as well. So nice slays coming out as they do get this return. Good defense from Latinum.
Yeah, Latinum doing what they need to do in order to stay in this game, make sure no early caps go against them. Tapping, though, unfortunately, unable to find that stick or the melee on that player, and because of it, he's going to lose his life for doing no damage. They do trade it out, but it looks like multiple players for KCP are in their face. They're going to have to run this rocket side, and it's going to be up to Pelu to try and make a play with a guy in his face. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make the play he needs to stop this flag cap.
Ooh, love this movement from Pelu, though. He gets shots in, he jumps up, and he's still going to get to the flag in time. Wait, he got a pull, tossed it out, but I don't know if they got enough pressure in this base just yet. You got Atso, he's got to fly in, he gets melted. Yeah, it's not good enough. That's a flag, going to be capped.
Hell of a spring jump and hell of a chance to get, or hell of an opportunity to give your team a chance to stop that flag. But it just wasn't enough, as we saw the rest of KCP there to back that player up. And it looks like because of that overextension and because everyone tried to desperate so hard to try and stop that cap, a potential double cap could come in, but multiple members fly in the window, and they're going to hop on the return. I'm not sure if they were, it looks like they were able to get that return. 3 dead for KCP. The flag, fortunate for them, is stuck in the back of their base, even further behind the stand. So it's going to take a lot for Latinum to try and get this pull still.
Still a great overextend from Latinum. Last time we had 1 or maybe 2 players kind of come in, one at a time to try to stop that flag. Instead, this time we had 3 players fly into red together to stop that flag in its tracks, get the immediate return. And now they have snipe control as well. That snipe is in the hands of tapping buttons. We got to see what this man's up to. He's in the cave trying to live up. Doesn't hit the no-scope. That snipe's going to transfer hands, but we don't know who's going to pick it up because I think rockets were going off in that cave. But I do believe Talik has it. Lands a body. Should hopefully back out just a little bit here to get a nice angle. And he hits a beautiful headshot. We know it's an elbow side spawn here, but does he have teammates to help him capitalize on the flag? Talik's putting in work, but there you go. Teammates finally starting to join him as they collapse on the base.
Yeah, Talik doing a ton of damage with the snipe from the cave area and blocking spawns, so he gives his teammate with the flag a comfortable place to run it. He needs to go back with the flag, though, because there was a player that snuck by. Fortunately, Manny's there with the rockets to take that player out. Atso going to be the last guy that has anything to say about it, and he's shut down as well. The flag gets punched in, and a 2-0 lead for KCP.
KCP are so fast with their flag runs. That's the real differentiator I find with this team versus others is the moment they grab that flag, they're so quick, they're so efficient, and it's hard to catch even just that one player running the flag, let alone the teammates who come in to stop you, delay you, putting that damage. And right now, Talik's been doing just that. He got 2 on the feed, 2-3 players pushing up through window side as they fly in for flag once again. Players down on spawn on cave side. They might be able to capitalize and close it here. Pelu cannot die here. Pelu getting stuck, trying to thrust back to Silver. Manny with the flag. Look how fast they're taking it. West, they might be able to close it out here as he gets it to elbow. This is a great checkpoint, but you got one final length to take this flag. Latinum right now in red base and in bottom mid. Latinum need to ice up here and stop this flag in its tracks. They got the counter out, so good play from them to stop things. Just
even better job by Manny, I think, there to stay alive, play his life, and buy enough time for his teammates to come off spawn. Is it going to be enough to help contest this flag and turn this into a stalemate?
Might be. Right now, Pelu's got flag. He can hold onto it just for a little bit. So a bit of a calm before the storm here. You can see the pressure starting to come on, though. Drift tapping got big kills. They're going to come into the base. They're going to look for a return here. So we could actually see the first flag on the board here for just Latinum. There you go. Return coming in. That's 2-1 on the board. We have a game on our hands as they look to pull yet another flag, or at least hold on to this map control. Pelu with a good position.
Yeah, both players of just what I'm in KCP space go down. Rockets are coming up in 15 seconds, and unfortunately, Pelu, unable to get out of that situation, gets taken down as well. So these Rockets probably going to go in the hands of KCP now that they've got control of the map. The snipe also coming up. Drift trying to contest for something on the map right now. Needs to find some help from his teammate. Unfortunately for him, though, Pelu does come off spawn and find a kill, but as I say that, Manny and Soul Snipe answer it.
Drift taken down. Talik with the third snipe of the game, I believe. Opportunity once again to make some big plays here. Druck, Manny, get some kills. Gonna give Talik an opportunity to push up, get the cave here. You can see the spawner already. There's one out bottom base there. The rest of them spawning bottom or back base and elbow side. But Talik, he's gonna reposition himself. Maybe make his way over to DMR or try to fight this player bottom mid. Bit of a rough situation for him. He's got to stay up. He's got to keep this snipe in play. You can see there's already an overextender on the elbow though, so they kind of let one slip through the cracks there.
I'm wondering if that player's been spotted out yet. Do they know this guy's behind them or not? The player in the window that was no shield still alive. Talik unable to land that body shot, and because of it, it looks like that return's going to come in. Player did spawn elbow, and Talik unable to spot him as well. But I kind of like this idea behind this position, but as I say that, Talik actually bodies his teammate in the back, bodies an enemy player, and he's going to try and make up for that mistake with a kill of his own, but is that going to be enough to stop the push from just Latinum?
That was pretty crazy from Drift. He does manage to get a kill, though. The push still coming in. Latinum, they should be able to get this flag out just a little bit. Nice kill right there from Atso to get rid of the defense. Manny right now trapped under the base, gets taken out as well. You got a spawner on the elbow, one on the cave side, but the flag somehow did not make it past the trench. Right now, the defense going to come in strong from KCP. They should have an opportunity to get the if Drift has something to say about it. He's got the positioning, but he's going to be in so much trouble. Yeah, that was very risky from Drift to keep pushing up there. Either way, Atso got some links on the map here as well. Might be able to go for, I was going to say sneaky pull, but right now he's compromised.
Yeah, right now in a very difficult situation. Going to find two players here. Does get a melee onto one and somehow stays alive for the meantime. Eventually gets finished off by Druck, and Druck going to be bottom snipe right now. In a very similar situation, being collapsed on by multiple players, unable to stay alive. Tapping buttons finds a double in the kill feed, and that could potentially open the map up for just let him to push the snipe side.
I like this from, I was, did he just get backspec? I was going to say I like that from Soul Snipe. He slow played Rockets, then thrusted over that player, and I think he just got punched from behind there. Those Rockets are still up, though. And right now, Manny on our screen here, going to look to control Snipe side. The Rockets, they're going to leave out of play for now. We'll see who ends up grabbing him. In the meantime, Manny gets a nice kill. This is an opportunity to control at least Snipe and go through there. Soul Snipe did make it back to the Rockets and pick them up, so that's huge. They got a multiple slays. I think they got 3, make it 4 as they get this kill. An opportunity to take it out elbow, and they might be able to close it here. I love that rally. Let's see if they can execute.
Yeah, players on the catwalk trying to nade the flag carrier as he crosses bottom Rockets. They do get some damage onto him, but trades come in, and the kills go in favor of KCP. There is a player in the window that pulled the flag out, and Atso actually going to land the nade kill onto the flag carrier. He's going to try and push elbow. Knows that one of these players' elbow is weak. Does he know there's 2, though, is the question. Unfortunately, he's going to lose his life, but the flag did get out, and it is going to be a stalemate situation.
Amazing work from Just Latinum to stop yet another flag. And by the way, Tapping Buttons has Snipe. He's on top cat with it, getting lasered by the flag carrier. That's Soul Snipe, of course, with some nice shots from him. Going to try to play defense. In the meantime, Tapping could open things up with that sniper. So if we can see what the man's up to, I think he's got 4 shots left to work with. He's currently on the window, looking for an angle here. Of course, Pelu, other flag in hand, flag standoff. Right now, as they both hold on to things and slow it down, Tapping just going to look for picks. You can see him out in the elbow in Pelu's POV here. We'll see if he lands some shots with that and gives his team an opening. He got one already. I'm seeing it.
Another stalemate for Latinum gives them an opportunity to win. They won the last stalemate and were able to get that first flag cap of theirs on the board. Are they going to be able to win the second stalemate, or did KCP figure out a way to break this setup? Talik does have the snipe still in his back pocket. It does look like Drift goes down on the elbow, so I do think that the push is going to be on for KCP. It looks like Drux found himself the rockets as well as he sits on elbow. If Drux able to get some damage in and find some time for his teammates to push, this could be the opening KCP needs. Drux doing a phenomenal job of getting a damage in, picking off a kill, landing a nade on the Manny as well, or a rocket on the Atso as well, and that's going to be the return. KCP takes game 1, 3-1.
Yeah, nice plays from KCP right there, winning their picks, getting the return, seal the deal. They did seem to have the pressure advantage throughout. Of course, 3-1, the final score shows that, but just multiple flag pulls coming out from these guys, and they're so damn quick the moment they grab that flag. Let me just see actually how many different pulls we had. Flag grabs, 5 grabs from Manny and 3 from Soul Snipe. So you can see who the I don't know if I want to say designated flag runners, but it does feel like these guys might be the designated flag runners here. Well, in the meantime, we had Talik, of course, controlling Snipe for most of the game. Man went 26 and 13, by the way. Great score from him. 29 kills from Druk. So KCP, you know, they're really firing right now.
Yeah, what I thought was going to be a much easier game for KCP ended up actually being pretty hard and going a ton of the distance. What I'm actually kind of rebounded, found the footing, won that stalemate, potentially could have won a second stalemate to tie that game up. But at the end, KCP ended up figuring out a way to get that third cap in the board. But that game, what I thought, like, at the start of it, I thought it was going to be a very fast 3-0 performance because we saw the first 2 caps go in very quickly. But Latinum,
right,
they're very resilient. They're always playing at a high level, especially in these esports arena tournaments, I feel. So it's no shocker that they're able to kind of compete midway through that game and find some success. But now with their backs against the wall, this is going to be a true test of like the story for this weekend for them, if they're able to compete here in game 2, or is this just going to be a 2-0 for KCP?
Right, this is the comeback grind right here. It's going to be Plaza Slayer, which will determine what happens next. Of course, Sniper, we got the OS, we got the combo, we got light rifle, which is basically a power weapon as well. So a lot to worry about here. And we know if Tapping can get his hands on one of those snipers, might be able to turn things around for his team here. But we're going to start it off with Manny as he looks to defend this OS. Beautiful nades come in, by the way. Manny gets one. Soul Snipe and Talik get their own as well, leaving that final player on the bottom of the map here. And you know Manny's going to collapse, just fly on this guy to try to get that damage.
Yeah, unable to finish that kill. He's going to get the damage and the information of where that player is, though. And Manny actually has a sick flank right now on these unsuspecting players. Finds one. No idea where the other player is. I guess he went back into yard. I'm not sure if that's the same player he saw above him. But his teammate is in yard to be able to finish that kill, it looks like. But Pelus trades it out and immediately gets traded out with Manny once again. So great job by Manny there. Unfortunately, though, Soul Snipe actually by himself at Snipe for a second. Under a lot of pressure. Eventually gets some help from the team and stays alive, but has to waste a lot of snipe ammo trying to desperately no-scope. But does land a bullet right there onto Pelu.
Soul Snipe makes it count. 10-4 on the board here. Looking for another pick. Druk already getting a 5-shot of his own here, and he spots one. But do you challenge that? Yeah, exactly. Back down. Rough situation to challenge when you got a sniper like Soul Snipe here. It's in his name. I mean, you expect the man to hit the shots. But right now, no angles for him. You can see his teammates are fighting up in Cafe here. There we go. Nice one into the side of Pelu's head to take him down. You can see Talik right now, one shot. If that player opts to challenge, Soul Snipe's got the cover fire. Though he doesn't get it. Nice flank right now. They managed to get all the way over to Nest side and stop Soul Snipe, take his attention. Manny, in the meantime, going to try to pick up the pieces here and at least stop this sniper from making plays. And it looks like they will be successful. So big slays right there. 16-8 on the board as KCP lead by quite a margin.
Yeah, this is all KCP right now. They've controlled the entire map for basically the whole game. 17-8 the score. Second overkill coming up, and it looks like Latinum is going to be in a very difficult position to try and contest this one.
Yeah, stuck in Cafe right now. You can see there's a bit of a setup for KCP. In the meantime, they got Nest all the way through to Light Rifle here that they're covering, and Manny right now sitting right beside OS. The easiest grab he could have had right there. No real contention for the man. So OS in his hands. Hopefully combo in the hands of one of those players. I think, yep, Tapping has combo. Tapping going to be the first one to make his way through the hall. He hits the combo, and that's a huge melt on OS right there. A 7-kill deficit for just Latinum, but getting that kill right there makes things winnable, I'd say.
Just a 7-kill game, so Latam still finds a way to minimize the damage done from the second overshow coming up and
Nice
whatnot.
nades.
They've got themselves out of this position. A huge nade by Drift, actually, is going to open up the map for this snipe spawn coming up in 15 seconds to be in the hands of Latam. You see all of KCP stuck in yard and loop due to the observer mode, and the snipe coming up in 5 seconds. We'll see who's able to kind of contest for it right now. It's 3 players trying to push loop right now, and they've got the pressure on snipe they needed. They've got the opening kills they needed, and Manny actually finds a second one. Talik, top yard right here is a serious problem for these players. You see Drift trying to stay alive, but it looks like snipe has fallen in the hands of Manny.
Yeah, KCP are just capitalizing better right now. You saw that timing that they pushed Nest. They sent 3 over to Nest, and you saw Drift's POV. The man had, like, there was nothing he could do. He just got melted immediately. If they're timing pushes and coordinating pushes like that, just Latinum is in a very, very bad situation. Now 29-14. I mean, the scoreboard tells the story as well. Manny trying to see if he can get something. He does get a body. That's a big one right there. Soul Snipe with a kill as well. The remaining 2 players up in Tramp side of the map, and Manny's aware of it. Talik right now already on light rifle, so his teammates are already pushing forward. They're going to opt to play aggressive, and if they do this, it opens up the Nest side spawn, so you can see the other 2 members of Blue going to make their way back to light rifle here. Manny looking for shots, does land 2 bodies. That'll take the kill. Shots into the light rifle player as well, and 33-17, 35 now as this game barrels out of control. Wes, do you think it's even in the cards for Latinum to make this comeback?
No, absolutely not. There's nothing that Latam has showed me right now that they even belong competing against this team at this level right now. Right, ever since that snipe came up, this game has been a wrap. It went from a 7-kill lead to a 20-kill lead in less than 2 minutes. The trades just did not come in for just Latam, and with that, KCP has been steamrolling the spawners, trapping them wherever they have been kind of like coming up in pairs. And with this, Talik is actually going to have some sloppy shots on the Atso, but ends up getting the kill, and it really doesn't matter at this point. Having this 19-kill lead, as long as you're able to trade every other kill, you basically have this one in the bag.
I want to believe that Latinum can fight back just a little bit here, bring it closer, maybe give us some hope, but I mean, 41-23, it's hard to hope at this point. But we'll see. Atso on screen right now. They need to play perfect. They can't afford to lose any lives. Pelu did get a kill on Soul Snipe, which is great. Soul Snipe now on our screen, recently spawned up, of course. Lost 2 of his teammates from Atso and Drift, so they are kind of clawing their way back. 27 now, bringing the score just a little bit closer. Still very difficult situation for just Latinum. Can they hold on? Can they get this map control? Druck with a kill. And that's not what you want to see right now. Still collect, like Pelu getting caught with his pants down, bottom mid. Rough situation for just Latinum. Big back smack right there from tapping. Need to see more of this.
Yeah, so some kills go in favor, and tapping buttons actually picks up a double. Just a 14-kill game now. It's
just a 14.
The cards are there, but you need to almost play perfect. And I don't even like to entertain things before they start to happen even further. But I am doing what they can to make this game competitive. You know that they're veterans. You know that they want to put on a good show, so they're not giving up just yet. Tapping actually lands that back smack that's going to land his kill on the Talik as well. Overshield is coming up. If they're able to continuously get these unanswered kills as this overshield comes up, maybe there's an opportunity to apply some pressure and get some rotations going on. But just 4 kills needed for KCP. Make it 3, not did the shots from Druck here. It finds a double.
Oh, it's over.
Triple on the player. But man, he steals it. The overkill would have been there if you potentially had a nade as well. But 50-33 your score line, and man, he's going to end that one as well. Great job by KCP to find themselves advancing to the losers finals.
They threw everything they had at that final OS, and it was a little tough to watch. You just saw Druck up on top yellow, just 1, 2, 3 go down as they just try to get to OS. Rough situation there for just Latinum, especially considering how well I feel like they played throughout this tournament. They started out the tournament with a bit of a rough patch with their coordination going up against first rounders, and it was a close series. But since then, they continued to level up. They started to get back to that form that we expect. And not too shabby overall. I think this final placing for them will be a 4th place finish for just Latinum, but just considering how well they seem to play, how consistent they seem to be as a team, I feel like every single week we hope to see just a little bit more from these guys.
Yeah, I think we got to see them upset Inconceivables, right? And that was huge.
We did. That was huge.
But creating multiple upsets like that just isn't in the cards, I don't think, for this team just yet. You're going to run into some of these teams and players that are just like competing at such a high level that you're going to need to be able to individually make more plays in order to open up the map for your team. You got a solid they have solid teamwork and they have solid ways of going about like the strategies that they want to implement. It's just a matter of like making a little bit more individual plays to keep themselves closer contested with some of these teams that have individuals like Renegade, like Frosty, that really just pop off in just a moment's notice and just change the outcome of games with one snipe.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just that Plaza game as well. Just they need to time their rotations together. Also, we saw some massive rotations come out from KCP, especially pushing into Nest there for Snipe side. They sent 3 of their numbers with great timing, came in, collapsed, got their slays, grabbed the snipe, and then they capitalized. They get the slays that they need with those power weapons. So things like that, definitely allowed KCP to pull away. Either way, great performance from Just Latinum. They will go out of the tournament, and I believe 4th place. That means that KCP are going to move on to face the juggernaut in losers finals. That's going to be Sentinels that we're waiting for. And then, of course, whoever wins that has to go up against NV9. NV9 looking incredibly strong in this tournament so far. So a lot of great matches to look forward to. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back after a short break. And we're back with more Esports Arena. It is time for losers finals. 3 teams remaining in this tournament. And the 2 that are about to go up against each other is Sentinels up against KCP. We're on board with Snakebite as he makes his way into all the way to the other side of the map to start as a starting strat. These guys wanted to get right into the action without any delays. So we're getting right into it.
Snakebite gets taken down right away, actually. And KCP having a good start, it looks like. Early on in this game, Frosty does have himself the railgun though, and we know the damage he can do with this gun. So we're gonna have to wait and see how it plays out. Frosty able to pick up the first kill, does spot the second player, forced to dodge the nade and not have an angle on the player capturing Nest right now, and that's gonna be a great job by this player in Nest. Soul Snipe, a phenomenal job by him to kind of buy time and end up actually getting Nest control, and now points in favor of KCP.
And a nice double from Druck at the same time, though he does get chunked by that shotgun. Royal 2 is the one with it. And he's going to play this slow, maybe on tower here. Drops the bounce nade and finish him off with the shotty. Nice work from Royal 2, though he does get taken out from behind. And a trip cap on the board for KCP as Snakebite and team look to stop things. They're going to start with Nest. They succeeded in that. They got basement right after. So you got to love the way that Sentinels can return the favor, get back that control so quickly as they try to work for another trip cap here.
Sentinels starting to heat up, it looks like, as basement actually goes in control of KCP. And actually, the second I say that, Sentinels actually loses control of what looks to be the entire map. Fortunate spawns for KCP there to be able to separate themselves to Nest and basement and kind of force Sentinels back into the inside of the map towards the R base. This is a phenomenal job so far by KCP to rotate pretty much to a perfection as the second camo is coming up. They find themselves 22-7 in a great position to get this next rail and potentially take the mid game by storm.
Talik doing work right now as well. He got 2 pivotal kills. The rail as well into Snakebite. You can see them collapsing on that bunker side spawn. They're going to push for that trip cap, and Talik already aware of the carbine spawners. Looking for another kill with the rail here. Can't line it up on Royal 2. I like that reach out from Royal 2 as well. And the turnaround from Talik to get a nice kill, but Frosty shuts him down. Finally, he's got a rail. He's got a camo. He's going to get a couple kills of his own and hopefully return the favor with the map control here. You can see Neptune and team, they already got a few slays there. I think that was at least 3, maybe 4 dead. Now spawning up on Carbine's side. Manny goes down on the feed. They're going to get back Nest as well. Talik and Druck drop. So big slays coming out as they take Nest. Now Frosty, he has a decision to make. Will he be the first one to get over to basement here? Oh, instead he might have to play defense.
Interesting decision by Frosty to continue to push this. They are going to know he's around here with those hit markers on the nade. Doesn't finish that player in the sewers. Does find another player and get him to no show. So the amount of damage Frosty's actually been able to do is insane right now. And with it, Sentinels is starting to creep into the deficit that they've built themselves from KCP's hot start.
Yeah, something we noticed with Sentinels in the past with this map is they do tend to have a rough start on this map, at least as far as this tournament goes. But the moment they get full control, they really hold on to it. They can swing things around very quickly. So we might start to see that. Royal 2 right now up in tower, of course, making his way through center map here. They're going to try to get back Nest. You can see KCP are doing just that. Melee trade between him and Manny. So they do get back Nest. So good return the favor here from KCP. Going to throw nades into basement at the same time. But I think PJ has that on lock. Just about to get it. There you go. Soul Snipe with the shots into Snakebite does manage to get the trade there. That's only enough to just stop their pressure just a little bit. But you can see flying into BR base as well. KCP looking to stop this capture from happening. But there you go. The reset. And still Sentinels with points.
Yeah, double kill from Neptune is going to stop any chance KCP had there of stopping Sentinels from having control of 2 of these. And actually 3 immediately dead in the kill feed. Roll 2, Neptune, Frosty all find the kill. Are they going to be able to push Nest off this, though, is the question. You got players spotting back Carbine, it looks like. They're going to be trying to push towards basement. There is a player in sewers trying to compete for this next camo. doesn't look like he's going to have success. And Neptune and Snakebite pick up the first 2 kills. So 3 dead, and now the onslaught is on. This is a very dangerous position for KCP to find themselves in. A player does opt to OE all the way into basement, and as I love this play by Neptune to leave Nest and to make sure that they keep control and to sandwich these players. 2 kills again go in favor of Sentinels, so it's a 4-on-2 and another 4-on-2 situation as these players are going to be spawning back bunker, and the teamwork is there for Sentinels. Frosty, a double kill in the kill feed as well. Neptune just rotating perfectly, not really worried about getting like the reset on basement, but more so helping his team secure these kills in order to be able to like transition back to the objective later on.
Yeah, it's so beautiful how Sentinels take advantage of timing there. Like, you called it out already when Neptune rotated off of Nest. It's just the fact that the moment he rotates off, he knows that there's Snakebite behind him who will go grab the Nest instead. And because Neptune was already pushed up that far, he's going to be the first one to get the basement. So they don't waste any time in their rotations. They get to exactly where they need to as quickly as possible, and they're so efficient in these collapses as well. So they will make their way back to Nest here. 65 points on the board. So that little momentum spree that they had just a second ago allowed them to turn this lead around. And now, of course, they're in the favor here. 65 points and counting, 2 caps to their name, both basement and Nest under control. With KCP, it's up to them to try to fight back, to try to break this setup right now. Druck looking to do just that, but Royal 2 going to try to prey on him from below. 3-shot beat down. There you go. The last one goes in, and he does get the kill. So that's big from Royal 2 as he stays up. Now that Rail's up, we got the camo coming up shortly after. Very crucial point in the game to control these power-ups.
Very crucial point for KCP because ever since the hot start they had, Sentinels has kind of dominated so far throughout this game. They are in control of basement and BR base, but those are 2 strongholds that are very difficult to contain. You want to get control of Nest at some point, but they're not really in a position to contest that as of right now. A player does try to drop down with Railgun into the basement and contest it, but he immediately gets assassinated. A big blunder by Soul Snipe to just hand Railgun to Frosty. That's a big no-no, and you typically get punished when Frosty finds himself the Railgun. And with that, he misses the first shot on the drug, so not a punishment just as of yet. And 2 players are able to freely jump in the Nest and convert.
2 shots left to work with in Rail. This is scary if you're up against Frosty in this situation. He will finish that player off. Looking for a second here, just trying to line it up. He's got multiple challenging him from different sides here, and Frosty can't connect it just yet. He's got 1 more to work with. But still, as long as he's fending off this pressure, you can see 80 points and counting. KCP with the double dilemma. Do they fight Frosty? Do they try to get a capture? They're going to try to get to the basement. And I like that use of Shoddy from Druck staying up. They got to keep their numbers up, though, because the pressure's coming into basement right there, and it does look like KCP successfully get that capture. Neptune goes down as well. So KCP taking full advantage of their momentum to go for the trip cap immediately. And only 2 need to be here. You can see one of them flies out. They're starting to leave as they get back to basement, back to Nest to keep up that pressure on the spawners.
Huge opportunity for KCP right now. Total control is gone, but they still have control of 2 of the strongholds, and slays are going in their favor, so they're able to potentially turn it back into a total control. But are they going to be able to contest BR base? I'd rather see them take Nest, give up BR base, and then try and collapse on the players at BR. You need to stay alive if you're Talik in this situation. He does a great job of not falling out of the window and staying alive, because those nades would have hit him, and then he finds Snakebite caught off guard trying to make a play. And with that, that's going to allow the opening Talik needs to push BR.
Should be able to get BR base here. Neptune right now going to try to be a pesky kill, living up as long as he can, but not enough to stop the capture. So trip cap in the favor of KCP, and the best time to get that trip cap is they push that 90-point mark. Big kill on the Neptune. That's a big 2 dead. 90 points in counting here. Camo just came up, and Snakebite just died with it. So that camo's burned out of the picture. Talik with the killing spree, still keeping up the pressure. Now looking to cap Nest here, and if he gets this, that is guaranteed game over. So they need to stop. At the very least, they got to be in BR base or something, but it looks like they will succeed somehow. Talik stays up, and that will be our game 1. KCP will take it narrowly, 100-85.
KCP and Talik, the plays at the end there, like, let's talk about that last life from Talik. To be top rail, to not fall out of the window, to where the nades don't kill you when you're no shield. You're rewarded with catching Snakebite off guard, You get that kill, you drop down, you get the damage on the Neptune, which eventually gets finished off by Manny, which allows you to keep BR base control, and then you rotate over to Nest, and you dodge the nades, and you play basically perfect from that point on. A huge wipe out of Talik. That will not result in like too many like numbers in the scoreboard. Will change the outcome of the end of that game and give his team the win. That's a fantastic play by an up-and-coming player. You'll love to see it. 18 assists on the scoreboard as well, so a little bit of a reward there from great plays being made to transition into the stats as well.
Right, but pretty wild when you look at those stats, though, because I feel like the favor went to Sentinels as far as, I mean, slays are very close, but if you look at damage, like damage is definitely Sentinels' favor, like over 3,000 damage from both Neptune and Frosty, and then over 2K on the side. I mean, I guess it's like a low 2K for the other two players there, Royal 2 and Snakebite. But either way, it just felt like Sentinels, they had these great bursts of momentum, but it was the end of the game where everything really came together for KCP. When they capitalized, they got that trip cap, they made it work. But we are going right into game 2 here. It looks like it's a Truth Slayer. And this, because it's a best-of-3 series, this is match point right here. If Sentinels can't win it here, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, Sentinels with their backs against the wall and a very... like they've been focusing on their Slayers, but Slayers are definitely something that I would say Sentinels, you can win against Sentinels, right? So to be able to take that Rig Stronghold game is such a big momentum boost for this KCP team going into True Slayer, because now you have the reins on this series. Now you're able to kind of control your own destiny. You need to win this True Slayer to make sure that you kill any momentum that Sentinels might try to build. Unfortunately, it does look like Neptune and Snakebite are going to be able to pick up a couple kills and close the deficit of the early lead that KCP had. Just a 1-kill game early on.
Sentinels definitely pretty comfortable on this map here, so we'll see what they can do. Try to capitalize right now. Still a close game. Right now, Royal 2 in a great position to finish off Soul Snipe, and he does so with perfect shots. But Druck answering right back. Royal 2, risky chow right there, because the man was a laser from Pink to Car, and he knew he had a teammate there to try to help out, but it just wasn't fast enough. Manny, though, on screen. Aware of the fact that multiple players are up on Car's side here as he just holds on to Pink. You can see all 3 of those players trap Car. Ideally, they want to get themselves over to a base or try to control something here, but look at 2 players onto the base as they try to get a collapse here. Frosty, first one in trouble right here. Big play coming out from KCP to get those slays, but ultimately trades across the board as we keep things even.
Yeah, trades across the board, but it's Sentinels that has the control at the end of the trades, right? And that's what's important to pay attention to, is though, even though these trades happened and 1 kill might just be the outcome of the benefactory of Sentinels, it's the positions on the map that they're actually rewarded with at that point. Now they have all of KCP spread out. It looks like one's red bubble, one red 2, another one spawns red car after going down at blue. But the Sentinels was able to collapse on blue because they won the trades. They actually came out just 1 player on top of the kills over at Pinkside Red, and this is all like manifested because of that.
Yep. Right now, Neptune's continuing to capitalize with a nice timed shot into Manny. That's a good reaction from him, and he only had a split second to hit that shot, and he's still keeping it up. What's that?
I was saying bop. He just poked his head up and he got bopped immediately. Neptune just predicting the Manny coming up car 1 like that. That was beautiful by Neptune, but that's just game awareness and situational awareness of understanding the situation you're in. 4 players actually blue side car right now, and I don't think that that's what Neptune thought he was going to see when he turned that corner, but he had to have an idea that there was going to be at least 1 player there, so all players spawned up, but you blink and you miss it. Sentinels has actually built themselves a 10-kill lead.
Bit of a wild situation for our KCP team right there, basically sitting on top of each other in the car bubble, forced to try to get trades. But right now, Talik on screen will try to get something here, something going. You can see pink side control heavily in the favor of Sentinels, and Snakebite already with the first pick here. Snakebite out front base, so he's going to get double teamed here. That's a great play from Snakebite to make that rotation as they push through the pink side here. So Manny, there you go, gets taken out by Frosty, who rotates into the base. So they're just collapsing in the base right now. Now force them to spawn over on Car's side. Soul Snipe up, trying to get some damage in, but ultimately Sentinels is really pulling away with this game, now leading by 11.
Yeah, this game is in Sentinels' hands, right? They have come back from a Game 1 loss, and they have rebounded very strongly here in Game 2. Roll 2 and Frosty really stepping it up here in the kill feed. Roll 2 finds another one, and Neptune, he does lose his life, but not before taking one out himself. So extending the lead to 14, Camo coming up in about 25 seconds. If KCP has any chance of mounting this comeback, you have to think that it's going to involve a great Camo play.
Find out. Snakebite gonna look for the opening here. Can't seem to find the opportunity to land that shot though, so that player does live up. Like you said, Camo is the priority, so they don't want to go to... I mean, I was going to say they don't need to fly to car just yet. They can keep themselves tethered to pink, but Snakebite going to turn things around completely. Talik and Soul Snipe, though. Big kills from them. Nice trades to keep things in their favor here as they try to get over to pink side. Snakebite with a huge rotation in the meantime, and thankfully he's got his teammates behind him to make this work. So by the time they get back to pink, maybe they can sync it up and get there on time for the camo. You can see 2 players of KCP already up in top pink, so I'm not sure if the camo's been grabbed. It is up, actually. Soul Snipe has the camo up on top mid.
It's going to take a hell of a play from Soul Snipe to try and come back in this game. He does find a kill there onto Neptune, who was top blue. Another player onto the pink street, and that's a double kill to make this just an 11 kill lead. Multiple players at red right now for Sentinels getting collapsed on. It's going to be roll 2 getting collapsed on. PJ trying to get out with his life front the base. Talik's going to shut him down, and now they know exactly where Sentinels is going to be spawning. They're going to be over at blue. Sentinels needs to figure out a way to get out of blue base without unsuccessfully trading in order to make sure this comeback doesn't become a reality.
Yeah, you can see they're split up 2 and 2. And look at Sentinels answers back by splitting up 2 and 2 as well. So they're basically just taking 2 separate 2v2 fights, and Sentinels won the side on car. Now 40-31 as well. Getting into the last 10 kills in the game. Soul Snipe and team, KCP need to be so careful with every single one of the fights that they take. While Snakebite can just drop a sticky before he dies, and all of that is money for Sentinels.
Yeah, these trades are just benefiting Sentinels right now, but 7 kills is the lead right now, and it was once like 14, 15, 16, and you see KCP fighting back, but I think the deficit that they've built themselves is too far to try and ask anybody to try and come back, especially against a team like Sentinels. Frosty able to trade that kill from under red, and a few more kills go in favor of KCP. This could be a dangerous position if Frosty's not the best player in the game and figures out a way to get out of dodge. Takes down Talik, which opens up the rest of the map. Now Frosty knows where they're spawning, and because he's able to get that kill, that's going to shut the door on any chance we saw KCP have coming back here in Game 2.
Yeah, it's time for the cleanup crew. 49 looking for the final kill here. Sentinels looking to punch their way into Game 3 in this series, and Frosty looking to be the man to do it. Though Royal 2 steals it last second. Either way, 50-37 to close out Game 2, bringing our series to 1-1. And one more match, of course, to find out who is going to make it back to Grand Finals, who is going to face off against NV9 on the winner's side. Read him and weep on the stats here, though. Let's see what we got.
Talik 5-12. That's not going to get the job done, especially against the slaying squad like Sentinels. You're going to have to step it up, but fortunately you had so much success in Game 1 that you probably have a lot of promise when it comes to objectives and being able to compete with this Sentinels team. It was the Slayer that eventually got out of hand for them towards the mid-game that kind of lost them that Game 2, but they had that comfort of winning Game 1 to be able to make sure that they have the opportunity to compete for Game 3 and the series on the line.
Yeah. Now, it looks like Coliseum CTF is going to be the final match in this series. And this is a map game type that, both teams are very, very comfortable playing. So very curious to see how this plays out. Of course, we've seen time and time again the type of flag plays from Soul Snipe, from Manny, how quickly they get in the back of the base and grab that flag and run it through. I wonder if Sentinels are kind of going to be positioned to counter that. Definitely they have some speedy players on their side as well, in the side of, Neptune and Frosty. So expecting some big, flag or objective-oriented plays coming out from them. And, of course, the sniper as well. I mean, whoever has it in their hands is going to make some big plays, and expecting to see Frosty go for that sniper, maybe even off this starting strat as well. But it looks like we will be getting into it. Game 3, losers finals. Loser out of the tournament. Winner gets to make it into Grand Finals. This is going to decide it right here. So Rocks, Snipe up on the map. And this first opening strat, Wes, we've seen it time and time again. The first 30 seconds could be literally a flag cap in all the momentum for the game.
Yeah, this is going to dictate a lot of how this Game 3 goes and who's going to be the favorite going into it. So very excited to see how this game starts off. I think these are 2 of the best Coliseum flag teams I personally have ever seen in Halo 5. I think when I think of KCP, I think like Coliseum flag is one of their best game types. Soul Snipe's I've started paying attention ever since you said it, and Soul Snipe's known for that elbow overextension to where he pulls the flag and creates chaos for his team. Sentinels, we know how good they are on this game type. It's probably their best game type. So, you know, Sentinels fans are very excited for the opportunity for this to be the game that decides the series. Frosty, cheeky little nade, nades the snipe to himself. He's going to catch it in the air. Going to knock down Soul Snipe on his elbow and immediately take a window position to try and get an angle on another player.
Yeah, Sentinels played that so perfectly. Frosty just playing it passively, launching the snipe to himself. They got their picks as well. They shut down Soul Snipe, too. He couldn't even leave elbow. And then Frosty finished him off with a headshot. You can see the Slay still coming in. PJ with elbow side control. Trav, Neptune living up, taking the flag out window. And now it's up to Frosty to get some big kills to help Trav make his way with that flag through the red side. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Just got to line him up, knock him down. And Frosty needs to hit some huge shots right now. And so far, not landing them. So far, he's under a ton of pressure. He does get taken down, so I think KCP may have weathered the storm on flag 1. They'll get the re. They'll get the snipe with 1 shot left. Maybe it'll be planted in PJ's brain here. You know Talik wants to do it. Just whiffs it, though. Frosty, new spawner, just gets taken down, though. That's a killing spree for Talik right now as KCP try to hold on. This flag standoff, though, might go over to Sentinels. You can see they got another flag out in the trenches, and the fight continues here.
That was a great job by KCP to focus on Frosty and make sure he doesn't get any free kills with the snipe, but it does look like Snakebite staying alive in their base is going to end up paying what I thought was going to be paying off for them, but unfortunately somehow KCP gets that flag returned and Snakebite's flag run caught a little bit short. Great job by the players on elbow there to buy enough time from KCP to once again stand strong on their defense, but for how long can they last, right? It feels like so far Sentinels has been the aggressor, KCP has been the defender of this game 3.
Maybe up until this point, though. Talik up on the cave right now. He is first one to push here, so he's got to be careful because he could get melted nice and quick. There's the push coming in. Does he hit the stick, though? He just missed it. That would have been huge. Despite that, his teammates pushing in. Druck with the stabilized angle, trying to put some damage in, but ultimately gets ripped. His life gets ripped away from him. Either way, Soul Snipe dead as well. Look how fast Sentinels collapse as they take advantage of these spawners right here. Snakebite up on the apple just needs to live as his teammates join him. He got one up on Snipe's side here. He's got a teammate pushing up through rocks as well. One overextender taking the attention. That's Talik. Gets a huge kill on the Snakebite. Will slow down their attempt once again. And a stick also. So great answers from KCP here as Frosty tries to land that triple. So a couple trades across the board here as we see a bit of a stalemate here. No proper runs just yet.
Yeah, so far, KCP showing they have exactly what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Sentinels, but for how long? Only one team is going to advance from the series. The winner of this Game 3 is going to be who that team will be. And it looks like so far you haven't seen KCP really have any opportunity to flag grab, but 2 players now jumping in the window of Sentinels. A snipe over their, trying to watch their back right now. Does have an opportunity to try and make a play, but both those players look like they're going to lose their lives, and the snipe in Talik is going to be forced back.
Yeah, so Talik is repositioned to window. He's got a teammate over an elbow, but look how carefully Sentinels are playing this until they do jump out elbow side, though. Talik going to get a big kill right there to help out Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe going to try to stay alive in the elbow. Somebody flanked to the opposite side elbow, though. And he got one up here. That's Neptune over on DMR, so big kills from him. The flag is out, though, and he misses the touch. So it's just going to sit on the window. Dicey situation right there. Now for KCP, we're going down here. Snakebite with the snipe on elbow. And they might be able to return the favor. He's hitting shots too. Trying to line him up, but he just can't stay up. And this is what I've seen time and time again, is they can get to the enemy base, but they can't seem to stay up long enough to coordinate a pull. But the rocket's now up. Maybe things will change.
Yeah, this is a desperation pull by Neptune. He doesn't get the trade, but if he ends up getting that kill,
okay.
I like the idea behind that because he could have potentially gotten it to the elbow and successfully made it across. But now Roll 2 kind of feels forced to continue that play that Neptune made, and because of it, he's actually going to lose rockets there. A great opportunity for Sentinels wasted, I would say, because of a little bit of an zealous push from Neptune, and then Roll 2 following it is going to cost them that opportunity and that setup and control that they had.
On board with Druck. Up on top rocks here. Soul Snipe has those rockets that Snakebite lost, though it doesn't look like he's able to get much off of it, though. Druck will push in, capitalize on the damage. Big kill on him, or on Royal 2 from him. Either way, he's still got to stay alive here. Somehow he stays alive a little longer than I think he should have. But can they capitalize off that damage? Snakebite living up, tries to chow. Big kill from Manny, but Manny's kind of the last guy up here. He will get taken down. So once again, the perseverance from these teams as they try again to get in this base and get a flag out, but they're just so damn efficient at the defense that nobody can get a successful pull. But maybe Soul Snipe with another opportunity here. A spotter on Cave will take him out. It's such a rough situation on both sides here.
Both teams fighting tooth and nail for control right now, and it just feels like Sentinels cannot break the defense of KCP. Every time you think they have the opportunity in like the best case scenario that you always see Sentinels take advantage of, you see them just fall short every time. KCP makes the one play they need in order to stop Sentinels from getting the cap.
And Frosty gets taken down as well. Royal 2 ripped off of his life too in the bend there. So the moment they get into the enemy side of the base, just get taken out by those new spawners. Rockets back up again though. Snakebite gonna try to stay alive, but he can't live with those rockets. He does have them down a red side trench. They gotta capitalize on these slays here, but Manny gonna fly out to Blue Bend to pick up those rockets. Soul Snipe has the snipe as well, so he might be able to capitalize. Oh, he had the perfect reticle placement, but just barely whiffed it. Gonna have to take the snipe off map now. He does land the body before he does it, so nice attempt there from Soul Snipe, but Snakebite finally getting into the base, pulling the flag, takes it to window. But can he get any farther with it? He does manage to toss it, so good throw from him. But can they get the defense here? Neptune kind of out of position, gonna have to relocate. You can see one up on top rocks as well. Big kill right there from Frosty. Last player up to get that defense right behind Neptune, and he gets the kill. So the patience coming out from KCP once again as they slip through the cracks. They got the touch, though. Massive touch from Sentinels. They might be able to put that one in, and we might have one on the board. Frosty with a huge outplay, by the way. And that seals it. That's 1-0. It was a hard-fought battle, but we got one on the board for Sentinels.
You just felt eventually the defense was going to have to break for KCP. It's only so long that you can hold off the onslaught that Sentinels is going to put on you. You have to find a way to find some offensive success if you're KCP. And unfortunately, this entire game, you've been forced on your back feet. You've been forced into your base. You've done a great job so far playing defense, but eventually you're going to break.
They did break, but just a little bit, honestly. They just barely got away with that flag. They managed to touch it the instant before it disappeared. So great work from Sentinels to capitalize, but definitely don't think KCP are out in the running yet. They're going to put that pressure right back onto the cave here. Neptune trying to live up. A beautiful nade from him. Manny in a tough position here. Can he get at least a trade or something before he goes down? Looking kind of rough for the man. He can't hit any of the shots, and he's taken out. Back on the Soul Snipe's POV, going to make his way back to Snipe once again. 3 shots into Neptune. Beautiful nade. Doesn't connect. Frosty rechalls. I love the damage that we're seeing from Soul Snipe here. And goodbye, Frosty. And he will get control of Snipe's side. But can he make it to the flag? This is not the first time we've seen this happen. But Soul Snipe going to try to take advantage here. Once again, caught in the middle of the action here. The Rockets spawned up once again. So maybe they can bring the Rockets into play. We got to reconvene here.
Yeah, this could be the opportunity they need, right? They have multiple players on Catwalk. You want to see the kills go in favor. They have to figure out where Neptune went, and Neptune gets behind enemy lines. Frosty gets a triple in the kill feed, and Neptune immediately runs for the flag. The last player alive is going to be Rockets out of the map. There's no way they're going to let him finish Neptune at this point in time. Neptune actually does miss the flag, and because of it, he tries to go back, but unfortunately, there's a nade exactly where the indicator for the flag is, and it takes Neptune down. The flag is continuing to be ran, though, so no harm, no foul. Neptune, you did your job on that flag relay, and Snakebite's going to punch that one in to go up 2-0.
Definitely got a little scary, but when Frosty hits a triple like that and Neptune's already in position to grab flag, that's how you know it should be a guaranteed cap. So Sentinels do pull it out. 2-0 on the board here. One more flag to close out this game, close out this series. Remember, this is game 3. We're getting down to the final 3 minutes here. A Snakebite and a hell of a brawl there. They both go down. Neptune right now, 3 players looking at him. Will take him down, but Frosty looking for the cleanups despite that. It looks like KCP managed to make their way through Snipe side yet again. They got to get a clean pull here, though. You got the Snipe in the hands of Talik. You got multiple players up with him. But while he does this, somebody pushed through the other side. A counter pull is already happening. You can see flag away on Talik's screen. So if he dies, this is game over. They need this counter pull because it's already coming back to their base on the other side. So big kill from Talik. Takes the flag out, so we might have a standoff here. I like this play from Talik. He's got to get out, though. Look at Frosty. Look at Frosty's positioning. He might break this whole game because of that positioning.
The flag did get returned for KCP, though.
Got returned, okay.
They do have to just try and worry about capturing this flag, but unfortunately, Frosty is going to shut that down with the help of Neptune. They get the return. Neptune has the snipe now. Picks up a headshot on the player in the cave. Royal 2 is going to be able to get the second kill. And now players, the last two alive for KCP, have got to play defense, or else Sentinels is going to end this game a little bit before regulation time is over. There is a player in cave, and a nice trade from Neptune is going to be able to land himself 2 kills. Is Sentinels able to get into the base and pull this flag? If the answer is yes, the flag player is weak, but it doesn't matter because Frosty's there to back him up.
This definitely should be it. Royal 2 making it past the last links here. Flag out. One player in the cave looking to stop it, but Neptune and Frosty get huge kills, and that will seal it. 3-0. That is a game, 2-1 series in favor of Sentinels. It looks like they will run it back. They're going to make it to grand finals.
What an unbelievable series that was. Absolutely. Yeah. KCP proving that they can compete with the best in the world, and a great showing out of them. You would have wanted to see more aggressiveness and more objective. Like, they never were really able to play on the offensive side of that map in game 3, but unfortunately for that, they're going to have to go home because of that. But they had a hell of a series, right? Game 1, they definitely earned that win. Game 3, felt like there were a few moments they could have capitalized on, but for the most part, they've got to work on how to deal with a team like Sentinel's aggression and how to figure out ways to have aggression of your own throughout that chaos. It felt like every time they had a player, they had like 2 guys on catwalk at one point. They had 2 guys like jump in the window at one point, and it was like both those guys need to be like more separated. I understand like trying to use teamwork and rolling in pairs, but I feel like at both of those opportunities, those players were like so close together that potentially they either both got hit by the same nade, or they both get spotted out and drilled out from different angles. It's like they don't have multiple angles to kind of capitalize on a situation like that. But we have ourselves a hell of a finals with NV9 and Sentinels.
Definitely.
I couldn't be more excited to watch these two teams go at it. I think NV9 kind of has the advantage, especially coming through winners and not having to win 2 best-of-3s. But Sentinels had that opportunity to kind of heat up, get some momentum, have a great series with KCP, and that can really build and help your confidence going back into the series against NV9.
For sure. Looking back on that series real quick, though, KCP, of course, great work from them getting to that game 3. But once they got to game 3, it looked like they could never actually get that flag out. So there was something that wasn't really clicking. Like you said, I think maybe if they took separate lanes that supported each other a little better so they could get the Slays pull the flag out, because it just seemed like every single time Sentinels would spawn, they would stop them, and there was just no clean pull. Whereas Sentinels, at least they were making pulls happen. They did succeed, of course, in the 3 to get those captures. When I look at that scoreboard, I feel like Frosty's got to be a big part of this. I don't know if you noticed it, but he went 35, 16, and 19 with over 4K damage. So Frosty went off in the Slays department in that game. That was definitely a huge part of that. So just massive plays from his team overall. It sets them up well, like you said, gives them some momentum going into grand finals. They're going to need that momentum because they lost 2-0 on winner's side up against this NV9 roster. So exciting series coming up next. All we got left is grand finals. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back after the break. All right, this is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. It's time for grand finals. On the winner's side, we've got NV9. On the loser's side, trying to make it back through the bracket, we've got Sentinels. Now, we just watched Sentinels play. They got a lot of momentum on their side. They're looking pretty damn good. But NV9, they have yet to take them down. Now, I was peeking into chat. I'm not sure if this is a real statistic, Wes, but I saw somebody mention that apparently NV9 has beaten Sentinels 4 times in a row, 4 series in a row, and they're looking to do it 5 times. I don't know if this is true. Either way, we just saw them beat them in winner's side finals in a 2-0. And I mean, they might be doing the same. This could be a 2-0. This could be a bracket reset. It might go the distance. I don't know. We got a hell of our series on our hands here, Wes.
Yeah, I think after hearing that, it wouldn't shock me if MV9 makes it 5, especially after watching the winners finals, right? I think MV9 just plays with that like Splice mentality where they kind of like don't respect the Sentinels like map control and whatnot. They play at such a fast pace that they're able to kind of throw them off. They have the individual skill to compete with these guys, and it looks like they're clicking pretty well. Sentinels plus Neptune, that's a scary like statistic to hear on their end, right? I know they're just getting back into Halo 5 still, and going up against players like Saiyan and whatnot that have been grinding Halo 5 for a long time is difficult, but you think eventually they would be able to break that kind of a streak. So will it become 5, or will they be able to finally break it is the question. They're going to have to win 2 best-of-3s in order to do so. So they definitely have their hands full with this one. And it looks like Sentinels is in a favorable position early on here with 30 seconds into the game. Neither team able to get Catwalk as of yet, but Snakebite trying to make a play for it is going to need some help because I know there's multiple members around.
Yep. All comes down to this moment right here. Eden Strongholds as Snakebite tries to stay up under the catwalk. Unable to do so, though. Somebody must have called it out. Got under there. Finished the kill. Saiyan now on screen. Nobody has yet to cap two spaces here. You can see multiple players in Sentinels flying to top cat, so they will be the first ones. I believe. They should have been. They left catwalk, so they will not get 2 captures. In the meantime, Royal 2 going to try to defend Nest, and he does exactly that. Beautiful shots from him to land the 5. All spawners over on the blue bend side of the map here, and we'll see what they can do to kind of collapse or set up around them. Multiple players up catwalk. You got Royal 2 just slow playing his way on Red Nest. Looks like this is his sole objective here, is to just defend Red Nest. Let's see what he can do here on the Renegade. Nice shots from him. So honestly, doing his job perfectly in this situation, staying up and just covering Nest and top cat.
Yeah, phenomenal damage by Royal 2, and positioning is going to land 3 straight kills into Sentinels. Even though Royal 2 didn't get any of those kills, he actually was responsible for 2 of them, and helping his team secure 2 of them. It does look like they did spawn red, though, so you got to watch out for MV9 to be able to flip the map right now. I'm not sure where the rest of Sentinels is looking right now. You had to think that they were probably focused on blue bin there, but that's not where NV ended up spawning, and because of it, they've been able to get not only Red Nest, but it looks like they're going to be able to fight for Catwalk early on.
Well, finally, NV9 have points on the board. They got the OS as well, so good opportunity for momentum here that Renegade has if he can make some plays. But 3 members of Sentinels are in tower, and they already got the camo. So Renegade in a tough position if he does opt to challenge this. Tries to get this kill here on... Oh, who even was that? That's Neptune flying so quickly, just completely ignoring Renegade, trying to do as much damage as he could. But a player hiding in the back base, I think that might be Frosty, making a big play right there to take out Renegade, keep control of tower and Blue Bend, and now they're pushing for a trip cap yet again. So Sentinels starting out with a ton of momentum. They still have to reset a bracket in this series, but this is the type of energy we need to see if they want to do it.
This isn't like resetting a bracket in 2 best-of-5s. 2 best-of-3s seems so much more feasible, and if you win game 1 of the grand finals, that's a huge momentum boost to getting that snowball rolling down the hill, right? Well, we're going to have to wait and see what Eco has to say about this, though. It's only a 34-6 lead, still very early on in this game 1, and Eco, with plenty of time to make the play, is able to find Frosty, and with that, Trippy, Renegade, they both find kills as well. It's going to be the last guy alive, Snakebite. He's trying to defend Catwalk, but can't do it in time. Saiyan's going to be able to try convert that one. They still have control of Blue Ben, and now MV9 starting to crawl back.
Yeah, nice work from MV9 right there, getting that quick trip cap to completely answer back to the pressure. The Royal 2 gonna try to stop the bleeding here. Should be able to cap Blue Ben. He does. Gonna have to push up on Saiyan here. Saiyan looking to upset him, and he gets a big kill. Royal 2, a bit of a whip there, like a little windmill there I saw at the end of that fight. So Saiyan with the back thrust really making it work. And Renegade, he's hitting his shots too. So good to know. We got some lasers on both sides here.
Unbelievable play from Saiyan right there, and that's going to continue the trip cap to what it is currently, right? They've turned what was 2 points into 27 and climbing. Sentinels had such a great lead early on in this game, but it's almost swindled at this point, with Eco in a perfect position to deny overshield, but he finds the double, but the third player was the problem. He does trade his kills, and OS gets actually burned by the second player on MB to come into that fight. And that's a great job by MB to kind of combat that overshield with those rockets. Eco doing it all.
Yeah, big burn. At the same time, they got that camo, of course, in the hands of Renegade, as you can see. So going to try to make their way back to Catwalk. Try to pay attention to the spawners as well. I think blue side spawn might be open here, but Renegade already looking at it. So there you go. One player does spawn up. That's Neptune. Renegade in a great position right now. Does get the capture. Going to drop off. Try to contribute to Blue Ben at the same time. You can see 3 members of Sentinel sitting in Blue Ben. So Renegade, very scary situation for him. Tries to walk by. Gets completely melted from at least 3 different directions there. So gotta be careful, even with the camo. These guys got some pretty high-resolution monitors. They can see you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're gonna, you know, that Renegade has camo in that situation, so they're gonna be looking for him, and they're gonna be trying to watch wherever they might be able to predict it. Fortunately for NV fans, though, that death doesn't look like it's gonna amount to much as the score continues to climb in their favor, 53 and counting over Sentinels, and it's a total control once again.
MV9 are crazy strong. I mean, you know, somebody brought up that statistic that they won 4 series, looking for 5 here, and it seems realistic when you watch these guys play. Just the comeback that they put together here. Now a trip cap pushing 70 points as Eco stays up here at blue side. You got Joey that's trippy over through Blue Ben, and 2 more on top Catwalk to control this setup once again here. Gonna try to break it. You can see Royal 2 pushing forward, gets completely melted. That's a spree for Eco. And things looking so rough for Sentinels right now on the back foot. Gonna have to make one hell of a comeback here as Eco's been making these sneaky plays. I like this. He's just waiting for his opportunity here.
Nearing victory.
Waiting for Eco to try and make a play. He's trying to deny rockets. Does force Snakebite to use one of the rockets. Eco actually has the last set of rockets in his back pocket still, meaning that he hasn't died since the last time that he had rockets, which is a pretty insane thing to do on a map like Eden Strongholds, right? Fortunately, he does go down for Sentinels fans, and they're able to control 2 of the Strongholds, but you need to find a way to capture Catwalk at some point, because you're not going to be able to mount this comeback without that Catwalk Stronghold. You potentially, in my opinion, you're going to need a trip cap as well.
Right, they gotta really put some resources together here, because right now it's looking so rough with 3 members of MV9 and Blue Ben, and somehow Snakebite, I love that thrust slide, strong sides at the same time, manages to get out of that situation, relocate himself, fighting for Catwalk here. Sentinels making some big plays, but look at the team fire coming out from MV9, melting Snakebite in a second. Still 2 players, top Cat. So Sentinels succeeded in their objective to get back top map control. How long can they hold it, though? Can they spread out and conquer? Royal 2 already taking that same kind of position here over on the bend. 3 members pushing for trip cap. That means they've opened up the tower side spawn, and now it's risky. They could potentially give up catwalk once again, so they better collapse here.
The collapse is imminent from MV9, but how will Sentinels weather the storm? Royal 2 is going to find a great one-on-one win against Renegade, and the trip cap continues to climb the points for his team. Eco is going to be able to take down Snakebite. Saiyan goes down, so now Royal 2 stuck in a very tough position here. Is he going to try and contest catwalk? Because if he does, he might get caught off guard from a player pushing Red Nest, which is exactly what happened, and now they risk all 3 strongholds going against their face. Somehow they were able to stop Catwalk from being transferred, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Sentinels is pulling back. You can see the score just getting closer by the second here. 78, 85 right now. So some great plays from Sentinels as they control top map. Trippy forced to go under here. And he's still been caught. He hits a nade too, so Trippy under so much pressure. Does get taken down. Sentinels got all the momentum in the second half of this game here, and they're looking to capitalize. The Rockets are up, the OS coming up. They got the Camo coming up as well. So, I mean, if Sentinels grabs this stuff, that could be game over. They already got the OS, so that's huge from Snakebite right there. And this is the turnaround you're looking to see from Sentinels.
Rockets are wasted onto the Overshield player that actually doesn't even touch the Overshield player. Snakebite doing a phenomenal job of just walking forward, making sure that he's going to get this stronghold. He's got Overshield, and 2 players are going to be focused on him, but he's going to have no problem kind of forcing both those players to back down. One actually ended up opting into Red Nest, and a trip cap still in favor of Sentinels is going to end this game. You got to think that unless a miracle were to happen, which that's not the case, Sentinels is going to take game 1. And I cannot believe that they were able to hold Catwalk when you saw like 2 to 3 players on Envy in Catwalk. There were 2 fresh dead for Sentinels. Roll 2 was kind of out of luck trying to desperately throw nades into Catwalk. They did some damage, so whoever was the other player alive for Sentinels had to have really made a play and finished off both the players that were in Catwalk in order to deny that from being captured. And you can talk about like Renegade actually pushing Red Nest there. Like, that was a bit of an overextension. If you had just focused on keeping Royal 2 back and helping your team get control of Catwalk, you probably win that game. But I mean, that was just such a pivotal moment that Envy had everything in their favor: positions, lives, like you name it. Like, they had numbers in that situation, and they still fumbled the ball right there, and a huge clutch up from Sentinels to win that game.
Yeah, Sentinels somehow hold on to Catwalk. They start with that, and they keep that hold until the power-ups come up. And then grabbing that OS, I think it was Snakebite who grabbed it at the end, that kind of sealed it right there. When they had the OS, they get the camo, take advantage of power-ups, and really hold down those bases there. So, I mean, amazing job from Sentinel. I'm going to switch over to Observer so we can get right into the next game here. We're about to start up a Regret Slayer for our next match here. So Sentinel's in a good position to potentially bring things back here. If they take this game, they're going to reset the bracket. And just before we get into this game, I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard on this last match in West. It is so close in slays, so close in damage. These teams, you know, I mean, we saw it in the last game. NV9 looked like they were going to take it, but Sentinels brought it back. This is just a neck and neck type of series. So I'm expecting this one to go the distance.
Yeah, I kind of do as well. I expect, after Sentinels wins game 1, I almost expect a reset now. And then that second best of 3 series, I don't even want to begin to talk about it, but I'm excited for it already. And I'll leave it at that. We have game 2, Regret Slayer. And NV9 is very capable of 2-0ing this team. So don't let that first game make you think that Sentinels is just going to cakewalk their way into the second series. Because we already saw in the winner's bracket, Envy 2-0 this exact team. This Overshield battle is going to be an important one for both teams, and Sentinels actually somehow, Neptune, able to get control of that Overshield, completely no shield, no one paying attention or having an angle on the side of Envy on that Overshield at the time of him picking it up, and because of it, he's able to get away with it. He has the time, he's got the aggression now, and he's got the shield to just start beating people down. That's a double kill. Roll 2 finds a third, and now the onslaught could potentially be on, because you know, if you're a Sentinels player, you know exactly where NV9 is going to be spawning. Neptune struggling to finish that kill, though, could stop any momentum that we just saw Sentinel gain.
Yeah, the momentum already slowed down. You can see 6-5 on the board here. So MV9 doing a great job of fighting back, despite the fact that Neptune had gotten some great kills with that OS. But back on board with Eco here. Now they've taken the lead. So MV9 so damn efficient at keeping their numbers, getting trades in situations where they're on the back foot here. But of course, game still just started. Eco right here up on top car. Gonna wait for his teammates to push up too before he makes a big collapse here. You can see Renegade saying got some big picks. As they push up, now going to pick up the caster as well. So the caster's going to start lighting up the inside of the base as Eco comes in from the other side. I love this collapse. It's a big kill on the Neptune. Snakebite going to try to push. He gets some sort of a trade, but he can't. Forced to back down here. Calls it out to Trippy. Trippy capitalizes. That's 12-7 on the board. So NV got a momentum string on their hands here.
Yeah, NV. Even though they lost the battle at the start, it looks like they've been able to subside the pushes from Sentinels. Once they were able to kill Neptune that one time top middle, they were able to get control of the map, and now a double kill for Eco Smith as another player gets caught front red. Eco goes down. About 15 seconds for overshield right now. You're going to see all the players on the map trying to rotate towards bottom middle. It's who gets the angles first that typically come out on top, so pay attention right now to these fights that happen.
Royal 2 in a great position to contest that OS. That's exactly what he's going to do. Eco right there to try to pick it up. There's another player behind them, so they can both dive in. But Royal 2 looking to stop it from happening. Somebody, I think, grabbed it. It didn't go in,
Trippy
though.
with the triple.
They melted it. Yeah, Trippy with a massive play.
Trippy with a grenade that hits probably 3 members of Sentinels, and because Sentinels was not in position, you saw them have to desperate that overshield. Just one player from NV decided to go forward in Eco, and it was enough to distract the entire Sentinels team for Trippy to find that triple kill and extend this lead to 8.
Snakebite trying to stay up right now in a sneaky position. I like that he moves forward here. He's going to take this flank route. Watch when he gets up. He should have an advantage on Trippy right here, but Trippy with nice shots takes him down. Eco gets a kill as well. That's now 26-15. An 11-kill lead is formed on the side of NV9, and they're already collapsing on red base. You can see Trippy, Renegade in front of Saiyan right now. Kevin, that's Eco on bottom mid as they try to collapse to get some slays here. Saiyan just looking for weak players to pick up. Neptune and Royal 2 get some big kills, though, to stop that pressure, and the trades are only the beginning. Sentinels needs to go on some form of a tear here. We've seen some massive comebacks and regrets, so you can't put them out of the running just yet. The tough situation for Sentinels right now. They got to slow it down and get around to slays.
4 straight kills go in favor of Sentinels, and this is the map control they need, right? 7-kill game. Sentinels has control of the map. They're easily able to come back right at this point. It's not even past the 30-kill mark, so we're talking about a minor comeback to this extent, especially when you have control and regret. They're able to pick up the first kill. Frosty finds a second. Unfortunately, a good job by Envy to trade out the first 2 kills, but the collapse needs to happen from the last members of Sentinels. That is going to be forced back, and because of that, even though they knew all the players were spawning at blue, Envy does a phenomenal job of making sure that they don't lose lives without getting kills, and because of it, they're going to be able to keep this lead.
Yeah, Envy got their foot strong in the pavement here. They're going to try to hold on to that lead. But Sentinel's doing a great job of fighting back, bringing that score a little closer. It was an 11-kill deficit previously, but now Royal 2. Up on top mid, shots into Saiyan. That's a kill right there. Going to drop down on Eco as well. He gets melted from multiple sides. That's 3 dead. The OS in the hands of Neptune, I believe. Or it was. I think he might have got stuck, which would have been a big play from someone on MV9 here, but Neptune getting melted as well. So 5 kills. They still somehow managed to take a 6-kill lead, despite that full round of slays we just saw from Sentinels.
Dude, every time Sentinels feels like they have map control, they get 4 fresh dead. They're in perfect position to spawn trap Envy. Envy figures out a way to get the first kill, and because of it, they're able to subside the rest of the storm or the onslaught that would occur after so. So Sentinels not able to really pressure Envy the way you've seen them run away with these games in the past. So that's a testament to Envy having the awareness and the heads up that they need to be able to execute the plan. But the entire time I'm saying that, the comeback is happening. The comeback has already happened. Sentinels get 6 unanswered kills. This is what Envy has been able to weather the entire time. They are no longer able to do. You see Sentinels starting to get unanswered kills. Multiple members of Envy split spawning across the map. Now Sentinels actually takes the lead, and they are just 12 kills away from taking this to the second best of 3.
And that's the wild thing about this game is nothing about the first half of that game even matters anymore. All the momentum, all the advantage that Envy had is now gone. And now it's 40-38. They're on the back foot here. Royal 2 collapsing. Nice shots from him. Looking to get another on Eco here, and he will not do that. Eco with a big kill, but Neptune answers. That's 42-40 as they lead by 2 here. Trippy now has some form of map control, but can he hold it? He cannot. A 3-kill lead, make it 2 as we get to a very close situation here between Sentinels and NV9. The final kills in the game here. Remember, if Sentinels takes this, they reset the bracket already, so they are fighting hard to make it happen.
They know Renegade's top pink right here, so they want to take him out. They do end up getting the kill, but Frosty loses his life in the process. A great grenade comes in. Trippy sneaks in, pops the overshield, but he gets back smacked by Snakebite there, and a huge kill by Snakebite to stop Trippy and anything that he was going to do with that overshield. And now they have all of these players spawning at red, trapped at red. It's going to be just a 2-player setup from Envy, and the rest of Sentinels is storming the base. A phenomenal push by them, but it looks like Envy actually comes out on top in that push, 48-47.
I felt like when Trippy got backsmacked, that was a GG, but maybe I'm wrong here. 47-48, like you said, they got top map control as well. Royal 2 on the bottom here as they try to fly into the base. Royal 2 going to look for some sort of an opportunity. 49 here. He has the perfect position, and he gets it. That is huge from Sentinels. 50-47. Not only do they take the game, they take the series. They reset the bracket. We got another best of 3 on our hands here. Sentinels with all the momentum on their side. It's reminding me, honestly, of back in 2018. This is basically like a best of 7 grand finals. If Sentinels manages to take the next 2 games, it reminds me of the 4 O's that Tox used to do back in the day in those best of 7s that we used to see in Halo 5 esports. But either way, great match right there. Great little comeback from Sentinels. They came back when it mattered in the final 10 kills in the game, and Neptune leads the pack 18-12 on the board. Some beautiful plays from these guys on Sentinels.
Yeah, what a end to that game. I mean, Envy had such a big lead. They kept finding a way to stop Sentinels from collapsing on the base successfully, which is so hard to do on Regret. They did it probably 3 or 4 times, but the 5th time was the charm. Sentinels broke through. They got those 6 unanswered kills, tied it up at 37. They started to get momentum, and from that momentum, they kept finding the openings they needed. That back smack from Snakebite onto Trippy with the overshield, like you said, was pretty much the deal, the kill that sealed the deal for Sentinels. Try as they might try and overcome that backsmack of the OS, they made it a close game at the very end. But the positioning and the crucial kills, like if Trippy is able to get a double with that overshield, or even a kill before getting backsmacked, that, the end of that game it doesn't look nearly the same. But it's just a testament to every single kill, every single play that these players have such a large impact on the end of these games, and Sentinels needed every single one of them to win that game too.
So something to note is, so that was a 4-0 streak from NV9 on to Sentinels. That streak is now over. Even though the series isn't, even though this tournament isn't over, we got a reset on the bracket here. That still counts as a series, according to the chat that I've been peeking into here. So Sentinels did break the streak, but now they got to close it out. Now it's time for the end game here. They already got a flag out. Snakebite doing some wild shenanigans, jumping all the way up to the catwalk. He does toss it, but that'll get returned quickly. And we're back to even here as they try to fight for an opportunity to grab yet another flag.
Yeah, Envy.
Oh my God.
Envy needs to find some momentum, right? Or NV9, I'll call him, needs to find some momentum here in game 1. They need to get a flag kept. They need to reassure themselves that they're playing as good as they are, that they're competing with the Sentinels team. Because losing that first series 2-0 is a very different beat than losing it 2-1 or not choking away 2 straight games, because that's exactly what happened. You kind of feel momentum slipping away from NV9, so I want to see if they have something in the cards in order to kind of get a grip on this series and show that they are the front runners coming out of the winner's bracket.
NV9 definitely lost some momentum. You're right about that. But Trippy going to try to turn things around here, try to change that. Right now he's on Snipe side. He's got his teammate with him in center. So hopefully he can line up an angle here. Going to try to play it slow. They got no picks just yet First opportunity right there on Snakebite. Snakebite does land it with a trade. Renegade with 2 big kills. It's a double from him, so Trippy gonna push forward, but he doesn't know that Frosty is sitting right there. My God, Frosty with the play shuts it down. Renegade with a melee, though, to take out Frosty, and he still does have this flag, though a little slower than intended. Though actually it doesn't look like that flag got anywhere. I take it back. Neither of the flags get anywhere here as both teams successfully defend.
Yeah, Renegade shortly taken down afterwards, but a huge play by Frosty to kill Trippy there in a situation that could have resulted in MV9 finding that early success that you want them to see, to be able to gain momentum back in their favor. There's an onslaught of Sentinels players pushing into the MV9 base right now. Snakebite picks up the first kill. That nade narrowly misses, and because of it, Frosty loses his life.
Yep, and Snakebite with an opportunity to push window here. I think he still does have a teammate on Rock side, but he gets melted by nades, so he's out of the picture. Royal 2 in the back of red base. Can't do too much to help Neptune right now, who's going to try to live on the elbow, but double teamed and taken down. NV9 are so aware of where these players are. They got that defense on lock. Saying I like that rotation over to Rock side as he tries to capitalize here. Under some pressure, though. Snakebite landed some nice shots to back him down, but he's got a teammate with him. 2 players going to push through Rocks. The flag is already out, and it's in the trench. If they win their picks, they have an opportunity to close this out, but can they do it? You can see they all went down. That return is coming in as Sentinels fight back yet again and pull a counter of their own. They're taking it through top Rocks. Neptune without a single shot in this man. He's moving too quick, and I think he's going to put this one in, West. That should be one on the board here. There we go, finally. Got a little scary there.
It wasn't the prettiest flag run, but it'll...
It was pretty up until the point he ran into the wall there.
Yeah, absolutely. But a phenomenal job by Sentinels and Neptune grabbing the flag in a perfect time to be able to capitalize on the efficient kills that the rest of the team was getting. Neptune was able to pull that flag simultaneously while those players were being killed and not after they were killed in order to have that timing that he wasn't touched, to your point. But this is Envy, and their opportunity to cap a flag is going to be able to get a few kills of their own. That's going to be 4 dead for Sentinels for just a moment. They're going to be spawning in the cage. Don't run it this way. Sentinel saying a big blunder by saying to choose to run that towards Snipe is going to cost this team the opportunity that they had right there to cap the flag. But Renegade picks up a double to keep some map control, and Renegade now with the Snipe to watch elbow still gives this team some life in order to cap this first flag for their team.
I like how we both saw how risky that was from saying. We're like, no, don't do it. And the man just
could have gone anywhere else.
I mean, there is another flag out, so I'm hoping. Nope, I take it back. They got the re. So Renegade right now. Oh my God, Renegade, can he? Oh, he does stay up. Well, you can shimmy back pretty far here, but oh, he doesn't go back far enough. He's out. That Snipe should be off the map as well. So Sentinels right now with the pressure once again, but wild turn of events. Envy had a massive opportunity that's been squandered, and now Sentinels looking to capitalize yet again.
Sentinels continuing to keep up the pressure. You saw MV9 and their opportunities kind of squandered with their map control, and now they're going to have to be forced to play a little bit of defense. Renegade actually falls off the map there, leaving his team in a 3-on-3 situation. Snakebite and Roll 2 snipes out of the map. They're going to work together to find this kill on the Trippy, and because of it, it's going to open up the rest. Neptune finds a kill of his own, and all of a sudden now Neptune's in the window. If Snakebite's able to push down the sniper ramp and help, he would have been able to have some opportunity for his team, but unfortunately he turns around, 2 of his teammates are dead, and that's going to leave him kind of without a position on the map, and he gets taken out shortly after.
It was a little weird right there as well. Like you saw them kind of change lanes. Neptune, I think, was over on cave side, switched to windows. Snakebite's like, okay, I'll take outside. Like just that timing mishap when you're trying to figure out which lane you want to push down. Like all of that is crucial timing. That if you don't perfectly time the collapse, it might not work out. So Sentinel's not able to convert right there. But Saiyan in the meantime will make his way over to cave. Saiyan does look like he might need some help in a second here. He's got his teammates in trouble, though. Saiyan gonna have to rotate back, so I like this play from him. He knows he doesn't have the ability to do anything but get out of that situation, but still lands a shot as he does so. The flag being pulled, though, yet again from Sentinels, and can they capitalize on this play here? I'm not sure where that flag is at the moment as Trippy takes a big fight on top cat and gets taken down. Frosty has the snipe. This might be dangerous for NV9.
Narrowly misses the first shot onto the player on the flag, but has the information that they're going to be cave side of the map, right? And that's going to allow Neptune to push in from the elbow, pretty successfully. Roll 2 has rockets. He finds himself a kill. There's a player on the rocket street they need to finish, and that's a perfect kill from Neptune in the kill feed that's going to annihilate that player. Frosty does need to figure out a way to impact the flag run, and that's going to do it. A second cap is going to be on the boards, and a no-scope from Frosty to top it off on the eco. Even at the worst angle possible. Like, I would never teach someone to snipe from where Frosty was sniping from, but because he's Frosty, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to enjoy the show.
Yeah, his no-scopes are nuts. That first one, when he's on the bottom of maze, he shoots top cat. Like, he has no room to hit that shot. It's wild that he even goes for them, let alone hits them. But, I mean, once that happens and Frosty starts going off and Sentinels is hitting on all their cylinders here, those flags just go in nice and easy. So, Wes, what the heck is happening with MV9 in this series? Sentinels looking like a different beast. They got all the momentum. It is 3-0 as far as games here, and match point, tournament point for Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sentinels heard that statistic of being 0-4 against this team, and Sentinels isn't 0-4 against anyone in the world, so they're going to try and change that statistic around here, and it looks like that 3-0 performance was heavily contested throughout the entire game until that last opportunity where Frosty had the snipe. They kind of double capped in that situation, right? To a sense, they had control of the map the entire time.
Yeah.
And just a beautiful job of exploiting the power weapons and putting them in the right hands is what Sentinels did. And Frosty finds himself with snipe, and what do you know? Caps start to happen. It's pretty much like A plus B equals C, Frosty plus sniper equals good things happen for Sentinels. So if you're an MV fan, you cannot allow Frosty to get camo railguns, to get snipers on Coliseum, to get to be in a position to change the outcome of the game like he is when he's in those positions, because once he gets to that position, it's already too late. You've already made too many mistakes. It's about stopping those preemptively from happening to be able to have success against this team. You want to see Envy show us what they showed us in winner's bracket. They showed us aggression. They showed us that they were going to dictate the pace against this team, that they were going to control these games. They've kind of let a couple slip away. The first series was basically Envy choking 2 straight games. The second series, that first game, Envy was never in control. Envy was never in the lead. Envy never really showed that that was their game to have. So that's what you start to feel momentum. Like, you start choking games, and all of a sudden you lose a game that you should have lost, and now you've dug yourself the hole. You're actually behind in the series 1-0. We're going to see what Envy is made of here in game 2.
It definitely feels like after that game that like the first 2 games were very closely contested. You know, Envy still had that momentum. They still had some fire, even in the end of Regret when they almost came back. But Cauley Flag was a different story. Cauley Flag felt like you said, they kind of dug a hole and they're stuck in a hole right now. They got to fight. They got to kind of climb their way out of it before they can go back to even here. But rough situation for MV9. I believe they have the talent. They have the coordination necessary to win this, but it might be over here. We're going to kick it off with Frosty's POV. Our final match in the tournament could be a Slayer on Plaza as we fight for snipe here, and Renegade looks to control it.
We do see multiple kills go in favor of MV9 early on, and this is the start they needed to have. Renegade having snipe is going to win that headshot onto Royal 2, and he's going to be able to help his team pressure loop here. It doesn't look like his team needs help as Saiyan picks up that kill onto Frosty. All the players for Sentinels going to be spawning blue. You already see a few of them trying to rotate towards snipe, but Renegade's already kind of smelled this situation out, and he knows Sentinels too well to where he's pretty much expecting these players exactly where they're going to be. Does have Neptune flying out at him, and because he misses that no-scope, we'll see what kind of damage Sentinels is able to do when they advance on the map.
Renegade's got to be careful, though. Once he goes back to glass, oh my god, I take it back. That was beautiful. Just, you could see he was being collapsed on from both sides here. He had no teammate with him, but Renegade is disgusting, my god! Almost manages to pull off that double. That was a 6 series of events right there. From the shot in the back of the head to the outplay with the Magnum. Renegade making some big plays, but only a 2-kill lead as Neptune tries to sneak his way back to light rifle here.
Yeah, great job by Renegade to just make an individual play when your team needs it to get you a lead, right? Renegade's not the kind of player that's just going to lose 4 straight games without having any kind of an impact or making any kind of a statement game. So you see that early in game 2 here, Renegade starting to step it up. Now, Saiyan, with the rest of that snipe, we're going to see what he's capable of. It's just one bullet, but he's got position on these players. If he's able to get an early pick, that could be the entry fact that Envy needs in order to push blue and find themselves some more kills.
And also set up for the OS as well, which will be coming up in about 20 or so seconds. So good opportunity here also. 15 to 10 on the board. So this is pretty good for Saiyan and team as they get back to center map here. They got the perfect positioning to collapse on OS. They know spawners are on low map here as they try to get back up to Nest, back up to S4. Saiyan in such a great position. One player gets right by him as Saiyan goes for the back here. Does get the double beatdown. New OS coming up very shortly, and they got 2 kills on the board. So a big advantage here for MV9. They got to push this advantage and make it work here. Saiyan makes the rotation back to Nest. Not sure what's happening with OS in this situation or what time it came up, but somehow, despite the slays, despite the map control that I felt like Envy had, Snakebite grabs OS, and the team capitalizes as they start to bring things back here.
Just a 3-kill game separating these two. Envy needs to win this game to take it to a game 3 to force the final game of the grand finals. Snakebite having this overshield is going to try and lead the charge into yard. He knows so many players for Envy are going to try and defend this position off of him. He's able to do so much damage before pushing in, and it's going to allow Frosty to find a couple of kills himself. Neptune finds the third, and the last player is going to be Loop. Roll 2 ends up actually getting stuck though, and that's a tough death to swallow because he had so many teammates around him that he didn't need to give up a death there. A huge stick by that player in order to trade in that situation. Every kill is going to seems like it's going to matter with the score being 22-22 with the new snipe just popping up.
I wonder what button Snakebite has his nade switch on, because I don't know if you noticed right there, but I think he nade switched in the middle of that fight, like literally while shooting he was switching those nades, so pretty wild from him either way. He didn't have to use it. 25-24 on the board here. Snakebite getting behind. I believe Eco is going to try to collapse, or no, it's Saiyan making that rotation out, so good movement from Saiyan to get away from that situation. Snakebite to fight with Renegade. Renegade is not missing right now. He will take that. They have control of glass. They got one over on that side. Frosty and team spawning low here as they try to get back to center map. Frosty going to try to sneak his way through, but you can see he's lost 2 of his teammates here, so Frosty in a very rough position. Oh, he has info, but can he capitalize here? Can this be a goat? Not the goat nade he's looking for. But he got the shots, though. He will take that kill on Eco. Not able to live up, though. That's a 3-kill lead as Renegade and team try to get the momentum back in their favor here.
Yeah, Renegade with another 5-bullet sniper in his hand has the opportunity to extend the lead, and he's going to take that opportunity as well as take Snakebite's face off here as he rotates the snipe over to blue. Love that he's repositioning himself to blue because you know Sentinels is going to be stuck in yard. They're going to have to try and figure out a way out. Neptune, you're not getting out that way, brother. Roll 2 is going to try and push this doorway, but Renegade doing a phenomenal job using his nades to a success to deny that exit point as well, and the rest of the team seems like they're pushing Loop, and it's a collapse in the yard.
Yeah, and Trippy managed to get that OS, as we can see, so taking full advantage of all the resources on the map. Renegade's still getting kills with snipe on feeds, so this is looking pretty damn good for MV9. Maybe able to take it to a game 3 here if they can hold on. A 10-kill lead, pushing up on Cafe. Snakebite, or Frosty, forced to back down here as Trippy just laying in the damage to both of them. If he could just have one teammate here to help him clean it up, but he does get stuck. Renegade still making huge plays. Renegade looking super cracked at this point. I can't think of any other word for it. Because it's 41-29, and Envy looking like they're going to take this one.
Yeah, Envy in the driver's seat of this game too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for them to stay in this series. And I love what we've seen out of their star players. Renegade has definitely made some great plays himself. You see Saiyans on a killing spree, and that's what they're going to need in order to beat a team like Sentinels. They're going to need their star players popping off, and that's exactly what we got here.
10-kill lead by MV9. Should be a victory for them. As long as they play their game, they get their trades. Don't go full 4 dead, get collapsed on. You can see the setup right now for Sentinels, forcing them to spawn in nest, but if they can just get out of this, which is exactly what they're doing, and just saying, he already got himself a kill. Renegade making his way through Cafe here, going to try to sneak up on Yard. He might be successful in this. He just needs to get at least 1 pick here, and he's got it on Frosty. I don't see him not winning this fight, so good kill from him, 46-34. I don't think we could ever see a comeback like this one, especially not on Plaza when there's just so many ways to escape, so many ways to finesse your opponents. Now 48, looking for the final 2 kills here. They're in position to get the snipe as well, so it could be a snipe to close it out. We got an OS coming up, if that OS even comes into play, and it won't. NV9 will take a game, push us to game 3. We have a series going down to the wire, Wes. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely not. Grand finals. Game 3 of the second best of 3 series. These two teams, like we said all along, are so evenly matched. And I love to see Envy be able to rebound after the snowball kind of going against them the past few games. You love to see them be able to turn it around. Renegade 18-8, Saiyan with a 12-5 performance.
Yeah.
Both of those players really popping off and making sure that they're not going to go out winless in the grand finals. They're going to compete against the Sentinels team and defend their 4-0 title.
That's definitely what Renegade's saying. My God, the score from him. And a lot of that was due to the sniper rifle as well. I got to see his power weapon kills. 60, but he had almost 70% accuracy, by the way, Renegade in that game. You just think, you think of like, hitting that accuracy in general is insane. But when you think of the caliber of the players that he's shooting, like they're not easy targets to hit. So it's just wild. Power weapon kills. Where are we? No, there's not. Oh, 6. 6 kills with the snipe in that game. So nice work from Renegade, of course, holding it down. But is it enough? We got Strongholds Empire to close out this series, to close out this tournament, Wes. It's going to be a hell of a battle here. We got the OS, we got the camo to fight for. We've seen some crazy stuff on Strongholds Empire. We've seen 100 O's. We've seen like 99-0 and a massive comeback. Could see anything on this map.
Yeah, I mean, this game type is so fast-paced. It's so control-based. And there's so many like different ways to play it that you really have an opportunity for like a shocking final, right? Like with camo and overshield on the map in such a small map, the opportunity to see like plays being made by individuals is absolutely insane. We're going to see Frosty go for this camo off the start, but it's going to be Saiyan that opts to try and just burn it, loses the fight to Frosty, and because Saiyan chose to not try and fight Frosty but to burn that camo, he's actually going to opt to give Pit over to Sentinels early on. And perfect shots come out of Frosty. He's going to start this game 3 off on a hot streak because right now he's just secured the pit, which is so difficult to do early on for his team, and because of it, you're going to see Sentinels get the opportunity to get the first lead.
Frosty was looking clean for sure. This is the game to close the tournament. This is the game where you take all of your power, all your energy, you put it into this moment right here, and you seal it out. And Trippy's going to look to do that as well. He's got plenty of OS left to work with, so let's see how he uses it. Of course, lost his team on the bend. Shots into Snakebite. Nice shots from him, but Snakebite going to back out. Big live from Snakebite to get out of that situation. But Trippy, knowing not to chase the kill, going to go back and try to fight for map control, get some picks at the same time here. They need slays if they want to dive into pit. And right now, they're not getting it. You can see Renegade got 5'd. He's got his teammates down low map, playing it super slow here. If they can just get a couple slays, they can start to pour into bottom mid, but they need those picks, and Sentinel's making it so hard to work for here.
Yeah, what Envy worked so hard for to get that overshield was just mitigated completely. Trippy unable to do just about anything with that overshield, but as of now, 3 straight dead for Sentinels, and that's going to be Royal 2, the last guy alive, with an opportunity to try and compete for pit. Looks like he's delayed it for a second, but no second longer, right? Envy's able to take him out, get control of the pit, and now Envy's going to be able to start scoring. 21-3 though, so Sentinels has built themselves a comfortable lead in order to be able to try and compete with this Envy control, and they're going to be able to have their time in order to do so. They have to get the slays, and they do not get the slays as of now, so Envy continuing to score and cut into this lead.
Yep. It was a lead, but not too much of a lead to be scary for Envy. We've seen some scary situations in Strongholds Empire, but it's good that they got their points nice and early here. Frosty going to go down. That's a big time to get a kill, but if he shoots the... Oh, does he get the kill, though? There we go. They do get it, so that's a big burn on the camo right there. Royal 2 and Snakebite capitalizing, going to keep the pressure up on Saiyan right now as he just tries to dipsy doodle his way around the window, and he does just that. Royal 2 unable to get either of those kills, so nice way to turn the favor here in the OS. Did manage to get in the hands of Frosty as he gets a double, but goes down, and they hold on to the double cap. And it looks like they're going to be fighting to tie this game up here. We got a series down to the wire here, Wes, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, you're going to see Envy take control of red. You're going to see Sentinels take control of blue, but the pit remains in control of Envy this entire time. Ever since they've been able to get it, they haven't lost it, and because of it, they've actually taken the lead 27 and climbing.
Royal 2 with a nice kill from behind here. Going to try to capitalize, keep that pressure up. You can see they're trying to get back at that pit capture. Royal 2 with the nice play to get behind them, and they do cap it. He wasn't in there the whole time, so one of his teammates was sitting, I'm not sure who it was just sitting on the edge in a very tricky spot to keep that cap alive. Well, Royal 2 made the rotation, so Sentinels with a huge play to get back pit, and Royal 2 just trying to capitalize on that pressure to keep them down on spawn. Trippy and Saiyan going to try to return the favor here to get back pit. And can they do it? I don't know if they can do it right now. They're getting collapsed on from both sides. Tommy in trouble, and he can't get the stop on Pitt, so points still in the favor of Sentinels as they continue to hold control here.
Dude, the battle for Pitt is always so chaotic and insane, and it looks like Sentinels was somehow able to come away with it. You had to think, Envy kind of messed up a little bit with multiple members alive. They allowed Pitt to just get transferred over to Sentinels. You saw Saiyan top middle as Royal 2 actually just finished off the bottom middle Pitt control, and that's kind of a unaware blunder by Saiyan in the heat of the moment to understand that situation and to contest it during that time. Points continuing to climb for Sentinels right now. They're trying to control red, and the pressure is on from outside. Snakebite finds himself in a one-on-one. He knows Renegade is here. Renegade knows Snakebite is here as well, but Snakebite's going to end up repositioning himself and finding the victor in the battle. Neptune actually picks up a double in the kill feed, and that was 3 dead. With Overshield and Camo coming up, these are the power-ups Sentinels needs in order to go for a trip cap. Frosty with a fresh 2 kills allows Snakebite to fly into blue. If Frosty's able to stay alive, which it looks like Snakebite's able to keep him alive, they're going to be able to double cap blue here. A nade coming from outside is going to be the indicator that Snakebite needs to know exactly where all of Envy is spawning, and because of it, he's going to be able to defend blue base for the meantime. While 2 players push in, Frosty is going to be here to help him out. Neptune picks up the kill on the first player in the hill from the angle, and the reset comes in. The trip cap continuing to bleed the score.
This is so beautiful from Sentinels. From the moment we saw Snakebite on our feed to this moment right here, he's just non-stop GOAT plays coming out of this team right here. They got control of the power-ups. They got a trip cap. They've reset the trip cap. This is the scary situation for MV9 where you start to get desperate to try to get into a capture, to try to just get something to stop the bleeding. But thankfully, MV9 manages to do that. They managed to get Pitt as well. So they stop the bleeding. They get back some points on their side here before things get too out of control for them. But can they hold on? 72-39 right now as Neptune slows things down to a crawl, getting right behind Eco. Royal 2 with the first pick. They're so good at isolating these fights. Look at this. Snakebite flying in to get the double team. That's 2 dead right here. 3 dead. They're getting multiple slays as they dive into Pitt. This is going to be a Pitt side capture, and there is nothing MV9 can do about it.
A huge play by Snakebite to swoop in there and save Royal 2's life in that one-on-one situation. You had to think Royal 2 was going to lose that one-on-one, but Snakebite, because Royal 2 was able to stay alive, Snakebite and Royal 2 are both able to hop into the pit. They're able to transfer that with another kill on the player into pit, and because of it, they found themselves back in control and scoring. They've got themselves a 30-point lead. Envy has to make a play here shortly. They're trying to play for Camo right now. Neptune knows that Renegade is going to be around this Camo, and they're sending multiple members over here. 2 players, no shield. Neptune doesn't find one of them, and they pick up the Camo. That's exactly what you want to see if you're an Envy fan. They executed that perfectly. Now, are they going to be able to get pick control?
Yeah, but I saw OS up as well. I don't see anybody holding OS, so I don't know if they burned it. I think they might have burned Royal 2 with the OS. So I think that's out of play as well. They don't have Pit yet, though. Despite, there's the Slay. They gotta live with Camo. I think it's Renegade with Camo up on top mid right now. They gotta get in Pit and get this capture. They're trying to do it. 90 points on the board here as Royal 2 gets taken down by Trippy. They do have Pit. They're gonna push for a trip cap here, so NV9 looking to turn this around with not a second left to spare here. They got to play this perfectly. I'm loving the pressure coming out from these guys. If they can hold on, they might be able to swing things. And this is it right here. You can see how important that pick capture is, because the moment the enemy team gets one side base, they just flip over. They get the other side base. They keep that pressure up. Going to push for a trip cap once again. That's going to force a blue side spawn. So it's a cycle. You see this cycle starting to happen, and Trippy's trying to get the timing on the cycle.
Yeah, but this entire time, Envy hasn't been able to successfully hold a trip cap, and they're down 59-92, right? You needed that trip cap to come in and just secure a couple of seconds, because right now, if Sentinels gets the slays, this game's going to be over. Unfortunately for Sentinels fans, though, they don't get the slays, and Envy actually answers the ring of the bell there in the bottom mid pit. They collapse. 3 players do their job as far as swarming
into it. They have to give up numbers for this, though.
And just trading their kills. It does look like they've been able to take red, but the second they do, they flip it onto blue.
They got it. They got a trip cap somehow, though. So that's beautiful. I'm not really sure what allowed that to transpire, but they flew numbers into red. I thought for a second like that would give up pressure on Pit. But they got some crucial slays. They're holding onto a trip. Eco gonna fly into red. He's got to find this player though. Can he stop the cap from happening? Trippy coming in from the other side to get the collapse on Snakebite. They get the kill, and they're still holding the trip here. Camo OS coming up. This is the game-winning Camo OS. If they hold on to these power-ups, they could actually win the game. And I think they're set up for them. I'm gonna start cycling around this POV just to see who has what, or what time they're coming up. I don't see anybody on these power-ups yet.
Beautiful shots by Eco there to get Snakebite a kill, but a perfect kill from Frosty. He's able to trade that one out, but Trippy, he's going to find himself OS, and Trippy able to make it into the pit before it gets under control. Trippy trying to find his way throughout the damage, is able to stop the conversion. He's going to hop into blue. They're going to try and push their advantages and try and get a trip cap here. Sentinel's going to be forced to actually jump in the pit before they lose this game, and they're going to be swarmed from every angle. 2 straight kills go in their favor, though, so how this is going to play out, they're all jumping into blue. There's 3 of them jumping into blue right now. They're able to get blue. Are they able to make it back to pit? This is absolute chaos right now. They have to get the reset, and it looks like 3 kills go in favor of Envy. And Envy takes the series 100-99. You can't get it any closer, but Envy clutches up, and the rotation's not enough for Sentinels plus Neptune at the end.
What did I just watch?
My God, that was
I have
the most
no idea
chaotic
what I just watched.
ending to a game.
Yo, there were so many. Okay, I'm at a loss for words right now. So Envy won, just for the record. Envy just won.
Yes.
Somehow. Okay. My God, dude, I was trying to call out. Frosty had camo in the end. They all poured into pit, and I was like, can he make a play? Oh, and it was can we get a replay and just watch it again? I just gotta see it again.
It was Sentinels being forced to rotate to blue and then being forced back to the pit that forced them into a funnel situation, and that made it easy for the Envy players that were spawning up to hit multiple players with nades, to line up like angles and whatnot. It's because Sentinels had to play so predictably at the end because they had no time to do anything else, that it made it easier for Envy to have an advantage in that situation. And the timing just worked out so perfectly. I mean, it can't get any closer than that.
I think I just found my next breakdown video, Wes. Maybe I'm gonna have to watch this one. And
good luck.
I'm definitely gonna have to watch it. Good luck. Yeah, the end of that game. My God. Just looking at this scoreboard, not that I don't even know if that really tells the tale at this point. I mean, Neptune, 22 kills, leading the pack here, 22-15. Relatively even in slays across the board here. A little unfortunate for Trippy, went 9-15, but he got good assists. Renegade with 21 kills. Even damage. Honestly, like these teams are more even than I think any 2 teams we've seen in grand finals in any esports arena tournament. Apparently, we do have a replay. Wes, you mentioned it. You said it beautifully that they had to commit. They had to leave pit. They had to fly to blue. They had no choice. So I'll let you kind of take the reins on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, we're hopping on pretty early into everything that happens from here on out. You see Sentinels 94-62 and climbing. So you're gonna see Eco hop into red. He's going to win that huge shots by Eco right there to win that one-on-one against Frosty, and that's going to secure this trip cap. Now, this trip cap is going to last for so long, right? Sentinels needs to get control of red here, and nobody comes over to help Snakebite out and get red. They all opt to go towards blue or bottom middle, and because of that, they just expected Snakebite to win this one-on-one, but it doesn't actually end up being a one-on-one because Renegade does such a good, or Eco does such a good job of buying time that Trippy's able to actually impact that. And once that kill comes in and they deny red, it's bought them so much time to come back in the score. I mean, they already have 82-97. What was just a 30-point game is now just a 14-point game. Beautiful shots by Eco. That you started switching point of views right there. Eco wins those beautiful shots on the Snakebite. And because of that, it opens up Trippy to get this overshield. Now, when Trippy gets this overshield, what does he do? He sees pit's taken. So he's got to get into pit right now. So he's just being a human tank right now, trying to soak up damage and awareness for his team and buy his team
Waste no
time.
time going to blue, too.
His team gets the slays, which open up blue for them. When they push blue, it's a tower spawn for Sentinels, which forces they don't have time to go to red. They have to go to bottom middle. But because they go to bottom middle, they're able to actually pick up a few kills and then hop into blue. They have time to hop into blue, but once they hop into blue, they all have to scatter back to bottom pit.
Back
but they
to
all
pit.
have to go out of the window, which makes their route so predictable for Renegade
Easy
to throw
kills.
that nade and be an easy kill. And because of it, Envy just has the advantage in those rotations at all times. It's a mouthful, but it's an excellent execution from Envy.
Yeah. And it's so,
understanding
so wild
the situation and how to play your advantage is what Envy did. Envy knew that they had the angles, they had the advantage on the rotational like pulls, and it was just an absolutely wild outcome towards the end.
Think about this for a second, though. So the only way for that team to spawn tower is if somebody's in blue and somebody's in red at the same time. They had so I'm going to shout out Coach Callis here. They had basically a U setup from blue to pit to red base, and it forced a tower side spawn. And because they forced a tower side spawn, Sentinels had no choice but to fall into pit because it's their closest capture. They had to go pit. Had they had nobody in red, they would have spawned red, and they would have had a much easier time getting that red side cap and then going from red to try to fight for pit. So, I mean, some wild stuff just happened in that game. You could play it back over and over again. That's a good breakdown piece for sure. Somebody's got to, maybe I'll make some content on it. I don't know, but amazing game. I couldn't ask for anything better. Wes, I think you can agree. Probably one of the most exciting grand finals we've ever had in an esports arena tournament.
I don't know if I've ever casted a game like that. That was just.
I couldn't help but laugh. It was so like I was losing my mind.
Absolutely insane ending, and for Envy to clutch up after kind of like the chokes that they had in games 1 and 2 of the first series of the finals, like. You had to wonder, like, when the game got neck and neck, who was going to come out on top, who was going to be able to clutch it up, because it felt like Sentinels kept clutching up games. They won that Slayer 50-48. It just kept happening. Right. So Envy, to be able to, like, forget all that and still overcome that and win that game 3 in the manner they did, being down 30 with 5 points to go for Sentinels, is no easy task. They basically had to play perfect, and that's basically what you got from Eco and the boys.
That's a really good point. When you think about Sentinels and their history as a team, when they get down to the final game and they have the momentum in their favor, there's got to be a statistic, but they almost never lose. Like, I don't think they ever really lose in that final game when they have momentum, and that's exactly what it was. But Envy somehow ignored that, came back and won that series. So that was incredible for sure. Now, before we go, Wes, do you have any final words? Do you have an MVP, like a specific player you want to select as maybe a tournament MVP? And in the chat, by the way, I'm going to peek in chat. Who do you guys think would be your tournament MVP? It's going to be a hard selection here, but is there a specific player you would call out as an MVP off of that series?
I think whenever we got an opportunity to see Eco's screen, he really was changing the outcome of some of the games that this Envy team this Envy team won. I'd have to give it to Eco. I'm sure everybody on Envy was playing well. You do not beat a team like Sentinels. You don't win one of these tournaments without everybody clicking and everybody on go mode, right? So I'm sure everybody was playing great. But just from what I personally saw, I'm going to give it to Eco, because when there were very crucial moments and plays had to be made, Eco made some plays.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree. I think if we go back to the Slayer, was it the Slayer? Renegade went off. He went huge in one game for sure. So I would say Renegade for one. But to close the series there, watching those perfect shots from Eco as they all lined together. Of course, every single member of the team, they went off. They're all incredible. But I'm going to say Eco. I think the chat's been saying Eco or Renegade. It's a little back and forth. But no awards for this. Just curious. We'll give our MVP to Eco. Always a fun time casting with you, Wes. This tournament was amazing. So thank you so much for joining me and casting with me. Thank you, viewers, for tuning in, hanging out with us. Before you guys go, we got a little gift for you if you win it. Make sure to type !giveaway in the chat for your chance to win a backpack full of Monster Energy. Guys, these are special Monster Energy cans. I've shown this multiple times, but I'll do it again. They got Master Chief on the can. They got ×2 XP, so you get a chance to level up a little quicker when Infinite finally rolls around. And honestly, I'm going to say it. I'm such a big fan of Halo 5 that the one thing I hope is hopefully 343 can give us a proper PC port at some point, because if Halo 5 was on Either way, I'm not going to pray for it, but I just feel like you can delay Infinite longer if they have Halo 5 on PC. I'm loving this game. I'm happy right now. So take your time, Infinite. When we can see tournaments like this, the game can take its time. I know people might not agree with me on that, but either way, type !! giveaway in the chat for your chance to win that backpack full of Monster Energy. That's everything for tonight's Esports Arena tournament. You can thank Esports Arena, thank Microsoft for putting these on. These happen every single Sunday. So if you missed today, just tune in next Sunday. We'll see you there, or be square, guys. Have a good night. See you next Sunday.